I am the villain's father. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Ji Yuxiao told him that he was going to father Lin tomorrow, so he didn't worry about him, so he said, "I'll go with you." Yes. Lin Luoqing didn't refuse. By the way, I finished talking with director Ji Yuxiao. He promised to cast this movie for Xingai, and he will continue to cooperate with Xingai for 3 movies in the future, but I don't know much about it, how to write the contract, so I asked Brother Qin to help me draw it up, and you can have a look at it later. If there is no problem, I will ask Ji Yuxiao to sign it. Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao asked in surprise. The director you went to today is Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing nodded. Why do you have such an expression? Do you know him? Ji Yuxiao laughed and nodded. I know this name. I haven't had much experience. Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Looking at his confused face, Ji Yuxiao explained, his brother and my brother have worked together before, so I mentioned him, the little prince of the Yu family, very proud, but I didn't expect him to be a director. It's really strange. Hey. Ji Yuxiao suddenly thought of something. I should have asked you to take Su Tong up earlier, and the two of them might talk about each other, so it would be more convenient to talk about it this way. Lin Luoqing had already said before that Su Tong's family was in good condition and rich, but he didn't want to hide his family's interest in the entertainment industry. He didn't expect that Ji Yuxiao was also a son of a rich family. That's right, Lin Luoqing thought, when he arrived at Ji Yuxiao today. Ji Yuxiao's clothing style was indeed not ordinary, and which one who insists on doing art these days has no money. Only those who have money have leisure time to pursue art, and those who have no money just want to make enough money for themselves. Their family doesn't seem to be very supportive of his making a movie, Lin Luoqing said with emotion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to these conditions for me to make this movie. Maybe. Ji Yuxiao leaned back in the chair. Most families still hope that their son will inherit his father's career and continue his glory. His dream of being a director is just like Su Tong's dream of being an actor, which obviously does not meet the expectations of his parents. Is not doing business properly, and it is normal not to support it. I won't. Lin Luoqing said seriously, but in the future, Xiao and Fei will make movies, whether they become presidents or not. I will support them. Everyone has their own ideas and pursuits. Everyone in this world has their own ideas and pursuits. It's not easy, so as long as it's not breaking the law, both parents and children have the right to choose a career they like. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Yes, however, if it is true as you said, it would be good if director you might know Su Tong. Although Su Tong's performance in TV dramas is very good, the resources in the film industry have not been very good. I will give him a try first. Water. If director Yu is reliable, he can let Su Tong participate in his movie. Ji Yuxiao said, you can handle this kind of situation yourself. I believe you. Lin Luoqing laughed. Why do you trust me in everything? It's too blind. He deliberately said, what if I don't do it well? Ji Yuxiao felt that his deliberate appearance was a bit cute, stood up and walked behind him, leaned over gently, hugged him, and touched his head. I'm not blind to you. I just believe in my own eyesight. I believe myself. Why don't you allow me to believe in myself? Lin Luoqing raised her head when she heard this, and his shadow was reflected in her eyes. Ji Yuxiao lowered her head and kissed him on the mouth. Kissing him delicately and long, Lin Luoqing rested for the night, and went to Lin Bo's house with Ji Yuxiao at noon the next day. He stood at the door of Lin's house, looking at the familiar villa in front of him, feeling a little emotional. A long time ago, Lin Luoqing and the original owner were driven out from here. The 18-year-old girl took her underage brother and left here with gritted teeth. She was very angry and sad. This is her home, her and his brother's home, the home where her mother gave birth to them, but she drove out her father, and together with her mother, drove him out of his heart. Lin Luoqing could never forgive Lin's father, so she never came back here again until Lin Fei was born. Lin Fei needed money. For the sake of her child, she bent down and let go of her unwillingness and hatred, hoping her father was able to lend her some money. She also loved her father, but unfortunately her father didn't care. Lin's father kept saying that he wanted his children to love him, care about him, and be filial to him, but if he really did this, he would not like the other party, only because the other party could not help him or give him any real benefits. and look down on each other. No matter the man, no matter who it is, Lin Luoqing is like this, the original owner is like this, even Lin Luoqing is like this. Their father, the one who loves him the most, will always be himself, so if you have no expectations of him, don't care about him at all, and don't take him seriously, you will have the last laugh just like now. He never loved Father Lin, so he can usher in the final victory. Finally, he can make Father Lin pay the full price for what he has done. Lin Luoqing laughed, and got up from the Lin family with Ji Yuxiao. Lin Bo was busy with Chen Feng's divorce lawsuit before, and didn't care much about Ji Yuxiao's relationship. Therefore, until now, Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing appeared in front of him, and he stared at Ji Yuxiao's legs in surprise. "Yuxiao, are you alright?" "Yes," Ji Yuxiao said lightly. Lin Bo was overjoyed, and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, that's good. Why didn't you tell me before? But it just so happens that you came today, and we are double happiness. We won't return today if we don't get drunk." Ji Yuxiao smiled slightly, but did not speak. Father Lin only thought that he agreed, so he greeted him with a smile, and looked at Lin Luoqing with dissatisfaction, and said in a low voice, "You too, why don't you tell me about such an old man? I don't even know." "Too busy, I forgot." Lin Luoqing made an excuse perfunctorily. Father Lin remembered that he had been filming for a while, so he believed his explanation, but he blamed the two of them in his heart. Ji Yuxiao was so old that he didn't tell him in advance, which made him unprepared. It should be, but he thought about it. He didn't have much free time right now. Even if Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao talked about it, it would be useless. Lin Luoqing might have thought about this, and never told him he is so filial, but he can do this. Thinking of this, he felt much better, and the previous blame was gone, and he warmly greeted Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao to sit opposite him. Father Lin looked at his son and his son-in-law in front of him, and the restlessness he felt for a while finally disappeared like a cloud. He felt that God still treated him preferentially, so Ji Yuxiao's legs will recover now. As long as his legs recover, he can definitely return to the Ji family and become the Ji family's responsibility. When he becomes Lin Luoqing's father, why don't he want? What? While thinking, Father Lin poured a cup of tea for Ji Yuxiao. "Drink the tea first, and we'll drink after dinner." As he spoke, he also poured a glass for Lin Luoqing. After pouring it, Father Lin noticed that Lin Luoqing didn't hold anything in his hands, nor did he have a backpack. In other words, he didn't bring the transfer agreement he had told him before. Father Lin paused pouring tea, and asked in doubt, "Luoqing, did you leave something in the car?" Lin Luoqing shook her head. "No." "Why not? Did the transfer agreement that Dad gave you before tell you to bring it here today?" Lin Luoqing said in a drawn-out tone. I didn't take it." He looked at Father Lin with a pure and innocent face. "Dad, didn't you give it to me? Why do you have to go back? It's not good to go back what you gave me." "Dad, you are not so stingy, are you, Father?" Lin never dreamed that he would say such a thing, and immediately said angrily, "What do you mean? Luoqing, are you still planning to steal some of my property?" Lin Luoqing blinked, and said innocently like a little white rabbit, "How can you say that the transfer is private?" "It's not, Dad. Do you insist on transferring it to me?" "I said I don't want it, but you still insist on me holding it. Why are you backtracking now?" With disapproval and disgust on his face. "This is not good. The most taboo thing to do is dishonesty." "What do you think, Dad?" Lin Luoqing. Father Lin stood up and glared. He looked at the son with innocent eyes and pure complexion in front of him, and felt that everything in front of him was fake and unreal, which made him fatally afraid. How could he say such things to him? Was he teasing him on purpose, or was he serious? "Why do you say that at this time?" Father Lin didn't dare to think deeply. He instinctively refused the answer he didn't want. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, so that his tone could be gentler. "Okay, Luoqing, Father." Lin laughed, trying to make his face look kinder. "Dad said you were trying to joke with Dad. Stop making trouble. If you do this again, Dad should be angry." Lin Luo smiled after seeing what he said, and he said, "Really? I really want to see you angry, Dad, or you can give birth to me, Father." Lin's expression changed instantly, and his eyes sharpened. "What do you mean he gave birth to him to see? Exclamation mark. Is he his monkey? Keep him entertained." Lin Luoqing clicked her tongue and said in a clear tone, "Dad, are you angry now? It's scary, and a little ugly." Lin Luoqing. Lin's father walked up to him and stared angrily. "Have you had enough trouble? What are you trying to do now? Your wings have grown hard, and you dare to take your father's property for yourself. You still want face, Lin? Luoqing sneered. Why am I shameless? Your property? This boy is obviously called by you and my mother. When did it become yours? He also stood up and looked directly at Lin Bo. For so many years, you and my sister drove out, let Chen Feng occupy my mother's room, and occupied my mother's property. My mother worked hard all her life, and in the end it's cheaper for you, Xiaozhen and Xiaozhen's son, did you ever think about my sister when you and Chen Feng and Lin Luoqing were wearing gold and wearing silver and waving tens of thousands? Did you ever think that she also had a share of the money? Just because of your cruelty, she would pay for it in order to make money. I just broke my body and left this world and her son at a young age. If it's shameless, who can compare to Lin Bo who cheated in marriage and abandoned you? Chapter 227. Lin Bo never expected to say such words. He raised his hand and prepared to hit Lin Luoqing. Ji Yuxiao grabbed his hand and stopped the movement. Lin Luoqing grinned. Why, you want to hit me? It's a pity you can't hit me. Looking at Father Lin with a mocking smile on his face, are you surprised? I feel very angry and unacceptable for why your son is like this. It was the same when my sister was kicked out by you. She was only 18 years old at that time, and she was a girl who hadn't stepped into the society yet, but your father took the lead. She was also surprised and didn't understand her father. How could it be like this? Angry, depressed, unacceptable and sad for having such a father. Father Lin was stunned. He never thought about what kind of heart Lin Luoqing had at that time, let alone that one day, he would have the same heart as Lin Luoqing. Among the 3 children in the family, Lin Luoqing is undoubtedly the favorite. Whether it is Lin Luoqing or Lin Luoqing, they are all unhappy because of some things, so he obeyed Chen Feng's words and drove Lin Luoqing and Lin Luoqing out. After Lin Luoqing became an adult, of course, I also know that it will be difficult for a child who has just grown up to bring another child who is not yet grown up, but I don't care, you know. Once the 2 of you are siblings, everything that Ji Yuxiao left behind will be alright for the sake of profit. The 2 children who were divorced by each other rarely recalled Lin Luoqing. Even in their later memories she thought that the past was over and everything had turned the page long ago, but now, Lin Luoqing stood in front of her, shattering her illusions. Telling her that she wanted to avenge her sister. I really hate, and I really haven't forgotten that part of the past, do you think that every time I came to the house, wanted a home, and wanted you to admit me, did I really love you? Of course not. I want money so that my sister and I can live better. Do you think I really admire you, like you, care about you, and respect you? Stop dreaming. Who would like a father like you? It's not for money, but to keep my mother's property from falling into Chen Feng's hands. And her, that's why I pretended to be reluctant to part with you, but in fact, I have long disliked you. Hearing these rebellious words, Father Lin became furious, his chest heaving violently. Shut up! Shouted Lin Luoqing. Shut up, why? Lin Luoqing looked at with a smile. Is what I said unpleasant? Are you dissatisfied? That's okay, the truth is so harsh, and the lie is nice. It's a lie. You don't really think I obedient, treat you as your only family member? How is it possible? Like Lin Luoqing, I don't take you seriously at all. Looking at the man in front of him, he said cruelly, it's so sad, one of your 2 sons wants to kill you, and the other doesn't care about you. What your father did is really a failure, Father. Lin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Looking directly at the person in front of him. This is the son who has been looking down on but secretly relieved. Look down on Lin Luoqing's cowardice and stupidity. Look down on her being like a dog even if she runs away, running forward again and again, begging to be recognized again and again, but because of cowardice, stupidity, and wanting a home again and again, I subconsciously feel at ease, thinking that I will not betray myself, and feel that I want the approval and affirmation that I want in this life. But I didn't expect that all of this was just pretending, in order to gain trust. Once the trust was given and the opportunity was given, he would draw his sword and stab him without hesitation. Father Lin felt a bitterness in his throat and couldn't figure it out. Am I not good enough for you? If you want money, I will give you money. If you want to enter the company, I will let you enter the company. You have thought about asking for shares, and I will give you shares. Even your brother thinks that I am partial to you, and I am harmed by this. Yes, I may be sorry for your mother and sister, but am I sorry for you, now? You want to treat me like this, Luoqing? Why did I transfer the property to you before? It's not out of trust, it's not because I love you, but what about you? You treat me like this. How can you let me down like this? Lin Luoqing didn't expect that at this moment. She still wanted to play emotional cards with herself. Laughed, contemptuous and sarcastic. Are you aggrieved and think you are great with me? Love is selfless? You really will pull yourself a fig leaf, didn't you give me money to exchange for more money? Didn't you let me join the company to better cooperate with the dealer? Didn't you give me shares to make Yuxiao trust you and help you match up? Isn't everything you do for the sake of getting more benefits for you? It's not for me, nor for your great father's love. Even you transferred the property to me because you didn't want to take advantage of Chen Feng, so now that the lawsuit between you and Chen Feng is over, she's gone, and you can't wait to find me for those things. Now, you have the nerve to say you trust me? Your trust in me is that I was not yet an adult and drove me out of the house. Your love for me has been ignoring me for so many years? If I hadn't married Yuxiao, I would have a new use value. You will see. Should I take a look? You won't. You'll pretend you haven't been through this, but I'm different. Lin Luoqing looked at it. I have a kind heart, so I want you to be obedient in the future and not cause trouble. When you are old, I will still pay you alimony regularly. Boyun is the result of the joint efforts of you and my mother. My mother owns the shares of the company. Now she is gone. As her son, is there any problem with me owning the shares? No problem. I will continue to hold shares in the future. With this part of shares, leading Boyun to achieve better development is not for you, but for my mother, Lin. Bo couldn't accept it. He stared at Lin Luoqing and gritted his teeth. If you insist on doing this, then don't blame me for being rude, Lin Luoqing. You are a star, and you are fighting this kind of property dispute lawsuit with your own father. It's not good for you. Why don't you return the property to me now, and I'll treat it as nothing. Otherwise, you will leave this store today. I will send you to the hospital tomorrow. Lin Luoqing smiled lightly. That's good, said. I'm tired of being a star, and I can just retire behind the scenes and become the general manager. But you and I have a lawsuit. Have you won? You handed over those transfer agreements to me and signed them yourself. You asked me to accept it. Now that you have regretted it, you will not regret those documents written in black and white. Be quiet. I can still take care of the law. After you get old, I will give you alimony. If you insist on tearing up the net, that would be really great. When you get old in the future, if you die outside, I will also pay your alimony. I won't take another look at you. You still have years, Dad. Lin Luoqing asked, do you really want to go that far with me? Limba retreated for a moment. It is true that he is not young anymore. There is no one around him, and the only one left is Lin Luoqing. Those transfer agreements are signed, not to mention that there is Ji Yuxiao behind Lin Luoqing. If you want Ji Yuxiao's gang, it is impossible to win Lin Luoqing. It is just a dying struggle. The fish may die, but the net may not be broken. Limbaugh suddenly felt that he was very empty now. The whole person is empty. When I gave the transfer agreement to Lin Luoqing, I hesitated, struggled, and doubted whether to give it to Lin Luoqing. I hope that Lin Luoqing can return it after the matter is over, and I hope that I have someone who treats me sincerely. The son raised so hard wanted to kill him, and the wife who shared the same bed said he hated him, so he desperately wanted to grasp the straw of Lin Luoqing, so that he could tell himself that he was actually a qualified father and lover. An ignorant wife. I also want to refute Chen Feng, tell her that I didn't come here for nothing. It's her son who is rebellious. It's not that this father didn't do well. Lin Luoqing loves him very much, and has someone who treats him sincerely, but it never occurred to me that Lin Luoqing was indeed the last straw, but not a life-saving straw, but the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin's father lost his momentum in an instant, and sat down on the sofa, feeling that he had lived most of his life, but in the end, everything was for nothing. No love, no kiss, nothing, not even one person to trust. It's empty, more empty than an empty room. Lin Luoqing looked at this and didn't bother to speak anymore. If you really want to file a lawsuit, then I will accompany you at any time, but I advise you to think clearly. Think about it, whether you can bear the consequences. After speaking, he walked towards the entrance. Seeing that he was about to leave, Father Lin raised his head, and asked unwillingly, Luoqing, even if I was sorry for you before, but later, after you came, didn't I give you a sense of reality? You don't have a moment. Think, do you want to give up revenge on me and treat me as your father? Lin Luoqing's laughter was full of sarcasm, and said, you really moved yourself by acting, but unfortunately, I didn't. Every time I come to see you, I step here, and I talk to you, I feel bored. I feel disgusting. So in the future, I won't take the initiative to find you, and I hope you don't take the initiative to come to me. If you want to go to Boyun, you can go. It's Boyun now, most of them are my people, so I hope you don't want a pointless struggle, didn't you like to make others obedient before? Now this sentence is for you. You'd better be obedient. It's good for you and me. After all, you don't want your situation to be too bad in the end, father. Lin looked at him from a distance, and finally realized that at some point, his son seemed to have grown taller, his back was straight, and his brows and eyes were proud and unrestrained. Finally, he is no longer the cowardly, stupid, and spineless look in his memory, but he would rather be like that now, and it would be better, pointing the tip of the knife at himself. After all, I still saw it, thought, and misread it, so I lost this father's game. But maybe he lost a long time ago, since he wanted to squeeze out his benefits. He has already lost. Lin Bo didn't speak anymore, he had nothing to say. He felt that half of his life was desolate and ridiculous, going around, coming and going. There was not a single person who treated him sincerely around him, his lover, his child, everyone hated each other, disgusted, and left in the end. I still answer Chen Feng's words. No one really loves you, no one cares about you, you think you are some high-end thing, you are nothing in the eyes of others. Give back my mother's room and my sister's room, and restore her to the way it was before. Lin Luoqing finally said after speaking. He turned around and went to the entrance, opened the door, and went out. The sun is shining outside, and the midsummer weather is full of freshness. Lin Luoqing took a deep breath, and smiled at Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao rubbed his head and got into the car. No one can choose the past, but everyone can go to the future. We will have a very good future. Kissed Lin Luoqing on the forehead and hugged her. Chapter 228. Lin Luoqing took time to go to Boyun on the second day, and Lin Fei was with him. It was Lin Fei's first time here, and Lin Luoqing led him all the way up the elevator and into the CEO's office. Sit. Lin Luoqing hugged him to the chair behind the desk. Lin Fei sat blankly, not knowing why. Lin Luoqing looked at his cold face from a distance, and felt that he was quite handsome, likably, cute. He watched Lin Fei sit on the chair for a long time, until Lin Fei looked at him helplessly, then picked Lin Fei up again, put him in front of the glass of the French window, and watched the scenery outside the window with him. Is it nice? He asked. Lin Fei's tone was light. There's nothing to see, do you like this room? So. Lin Fei still looked calm. Lin Luoqing touched his head. It's okay, when you grow up and sit in the seat you just sat in, you can change the style you like. Lin Fei didn't quite understand. Will I still come here when I grow up? Of course, it was made by your grandfather and grandmother. If your mother is still here, it will belong to your mother, but if your mother is gone, it will belong to you. Lin Fei blinked, confused. Shouldn't it belong to you? He asked. You belong to your grandparents too. When he was talking, he stopped, and he remembered. Lin Luoqing is not, he is not his uncle, he is Lin Luoqing from another world. Lin Luoqing knew that he had reacted after hearing what he hadn't finished speaking. He smiled at Lin Fei. I'm not, you know, so I can't take it. It's yours, it's yours, it's yours, it's yours, it's yours. You're too young, so I'll keep it for you. Wait for you when I get older and 18 years old. I will return it to you, and then it will have nothing to do with me. Lin Fei was not satisfied with what he said. He looked at the sunshine jumping on Lin Luoqing's face. The sunshine was very beautiful. It was clearly on his face, but as soon as he moved, the sunshine disappeared. He stretched out his hand to hold the sunshine on his face, and touched his cheek with immature fingers, as if it's like trying to help him keep the sunshine. It's not occupying. His voice was soft. The sun poured down his fingers, and his fingertips were also stained with the gold. You are my father. What belongs to me also belongs to you. Even if I grow up, it also belongs to you. It will not have nothing to do with you. Lin Luoqing was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Fei's foothold to be here. Sure enough, he was still a child, he thought. Adults would be happy to own such a company, and children would care about the word's occupation, and it doesn't matter. He held Lin Fei's hand and leaned slightly closer to him. With gentle warmth on his face, Lin Fei noticed that he was coming closer, and the sunlight on his face slowly left his cheeks, but his hand still held him, warm and comfortable. Okay. Lin Luoqing smiled. It's not occupying. Dad will keep it for you first, and then hand it over to you when you grow up. Is that okay? Lin Fei shook his head and replied, if you don't give it to me, it will belong to you. Even if I grow up, it will belong to you. Lin Luoqing felt the wind blowing in her heart, blowing the sleeping buds, soft and light, with a hint of sweetness, seductive and intoxicating. Lin Fei looked at him with focused eyes. He is always looking forward to growing up, but even if he grows up, he doesn't want to be with Lin Luoqing. He wanted to grow up by Lin Luoqing's side, and when he grew up, he wanted to still belong to him. Lin Fei smiled slightly, as if thinking of something funny. Even when I grow up, it belongs to you. Even when I grow up, he belongs to you. Both are ta, with different meanings. Lin Luoqing didn't understand why he suddenly laughed, and asked him curiously, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing," Lin Fei said in a low voice. He raised his eyes to look at Lin Luoqing. Himing's eyes were clear and clear. "He also belongs to you," he said. "Even if I grow up, he also belongs to you, and he will not have nothing to do with you." He said something softly and secretly, like a child's promise, to himself, to Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing didn't hear the difference between his two sentences, and thought he was emphasizing it again, hugged him affectionately, kissed his face, and kissed him again. Lin Fei knew that he didn't hear it when he looked at him, and he was a little happy in his heart, and he laughed again without knowing it. "They'll never be unrelated," he thought, "and even when he grows up, he's still his dad, the one who's always been there for him." Lin Luoqing took Lin Fei around Boyuan, chatted with a vice president invited by Ji Yuxiao, and was ready to go home. Lin Fei said goodbye to the vice president politely, and Lin Luoqing was led into the elevator. The vice president was curious, so he asked Lin Luoqing on WeChat, "Who is the child?" Lin Luoqing didn't see it until he was sitting in the car, and replied with a smile, "Your future boss." "Vice President?" Lin Luoqing put away the phone, hugged Lin Fei, and looked out the window with him. After being quiet for a few days, Lin Bo finally called Lin Luoqing. He is not stupid. Of course he knows that he has almost no chance of winning against Shuang Lin Luoqing in the current situation, and instead of actually going to court, he has not maintained a false father-son relationship. "I cleaned up your mother's and sister's room yet?" Lin Luo said calmly. "If you have time, you can come back and take a look." "It's not necessary." Lin Luoqing refused. "Don't worry, I'm very busy, so if you don't provoke me, I won't target you anymore. I want to take revenge on you, not kill them all." Lin Bo was silent. He thought that Lin Luoqing had been emphasizing his mother's room, so he would want to come back and have a look, but he didn't. That's right, things are different, people are different. Chu Yuanxin has been gone for so many years, what can we see when we look again? He wanted to return him to the original owner, that's all. He had long since lost nostalgia for this home. The one he drove out. Lin Luoqing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Seeing that Lin Bo stopped talking, she hung up the phone and continued to work on her own affairs. Qin Meng quickly asked the company's lawyers to draw up a contract about Ji Yuxiao and gave it to him. Lin Luoqing looked it over carefully, and found that there was nothing wrong with it, so she went to Ji Yuxiao and asked him to take a look for her. "No problem." Ji Yuxiao raised his head after reading it, handed him the contract, and asked him, "When will you sign the contract with Ji Yuxiao?" "Tomorrow." Lin Luoqing said. Ji Yuxiao nodded slightly. "Okay, I'm not busy tomorrow, so I'll take you there." "Thank you, handsome Ji Da." Lin Luoqing blinked at him. Ji Yuxiao chuckled. "Are you following your son's example of opening and closing one eye?" "Of course not." Lin Luoqing gave him a dissatisfied look. "I'm obviously K." After he finished speaking, he blinked at Ji Yuxiao again. "Does it look good?" Ji Yuxiao stood up and approached him. Before Lin Luoqing could react, he pressed the back of Lin Luoqing's head and kissed his eyes. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "It's cute." Lin Luoqing's cheeks burned instantly. He subconsciously pushed Ji Yuxiao and walked out. "I'm going back to explain to you Ji Yuxiao about meeting tomorrow." "Oh," Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. Lin Luoqing walked to the door sullenly, pulled the door, and stopped again. His face was still hot, and the sweetness in his heart was like a pirate ship in an amusement park, swaying and swinging non-stop, which made him not very calm. He held the doorknob, feeling that the pirate ship in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Luoqing finally couldn't hold back, turned around and ran towards Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao seemed to be waiting for him to come back. She hugged him with both arms. Lin Luoqing raised her head, and kissed his lips. With a bright smile on her face, Ji Yuxiao forcefully kissed his lips before kissing him. The two kissed for a long time, until Lin Luoqing felt dizzy, and then slowly pushed him away. "Yet, I haven't explained to you Ji Yuxiao about tomorrow's matter yet," Lin Luoqing said in a low voice. "I'll go back first." "Go." Ji Yuxiao pinched his face, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "It's so hot, Lin Luoqing." Lin Luoqing pushed him angrily, turned around and walked out. Really, he must have done it on purpose. We'll tease him. Ji Yuxiao looked at his back as he quickly fled, leaned against the table, and laughed. His wife was still as cute as ever. He lowered his head and twirled his fingers, feeling warm to the touch. Lin Luoqing went back to the bedroom, and made an appointment with Yu Jiao for tomorrow's meeting time and place. At that time, Zioning will also go together. Yu Jiao said, okay. Lin Luoqing had no objection. I will bring someone with me when the time comes. It's my brother. Don't you have any objections? No, that's fine. After the two finished speaking, they each hung up the phone. In the afternoon of the next day, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao went out together and went to the hotel. Agreed with Yu Jiao. Ji Yuxiao originally planned to send him to the entrance of the hotel, and he did not participate in the next meeting. Who would have thought that Lin Luoqing would ask him naturally after getting out of the car, why don't you get off? It was Ji Yuxiao who misunderstood him. But look, Lin Luoqing didn't seem to exclude him from entering his working hours. Ji Yuxiao got off the car from Shanliu, and went into the hotel with Lin Luoqing. It's still the hotel from last time, the box from last time. As soon as Ji Yuxiao entered, Yu Jiao stood up looking at Ji Yuxiao. He was quite shocked and said, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao smiled. Yes, Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao silently looked at Lin Luoqing, secretly thinking, your brother? Your brother is Ji Yuxiao? What a joke. Where is Ji Yuxiao's younger brother? Exclamation mark. Wait, he suddenly remembered, Zhengai belongs to the Ji group, isn't it under the name of Ji Yuxiao? So the second time is the employee signing, the boss's entourage, brother is a cover, really, isn't it just to sign him? Is it worth Ji Yuxiao's appearance in person? Yu Jiao's face was full of disdain, but his heart was already soaring with joy. Ha! He knew that he was indeed a genius. No, in order to successfully sign him, Ji Yuxiao had to come to see him, as expected of him. After thinking about it, he thought of something, and silently looked at Ji Yuxiao's legs. How are you? Yu Jiao asked curiously, seeing his long and straight legs, and his standing posture. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Yes, care. 4 words. Yu Jiao commented, why, I know your company is going to sign me, so I can't wait to see how capable I am. Ji Yuxiao felt that he was thinking a little too much. It's just to send Luoqing off. Yu Jiao didn't believe that Ji Yuxiao's favored son could condescend to send him off for Lin Luoqing, a star, and it must be for the acceptance of himself. I can tell you, I will definitely not lower my requirements and standards just because the other party is you. Up to you. Yu Jiao just turned his head to look at Lin Luoqing, and comforted him. It's okay, don't feel pressured, he mainly came to inspect me. I understand, it has nothing to do with you, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing smiled. Director Yu is really considerate. Yu Jiao is not modest. I have always taken care of others. Ning Yu, who was sitting next to Yu Jiao. Ning Yu silently supported his forehead, quietly approached Yu Jiao, and whispered, President Ji and Teacher Lin know each other. Mr. Ji is always Teacher Lin's elder brother, and President Ji came to visit Teacher Lin before. Chapter 229. Yu Jiao? Question mark. Are you kidding me? How can Ji Yuxiao have a younger brother? I'm older than Teacher Lin's elder brother. Ning Yu explained. Yu Jiao, are you serious? Seriously, the relationship between the two of them is very good. Yu Jiao? Question mark. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. With Ji Yuxiao like this, can he have a good relationship with Lin Luoqing? Exclamation mark. I haven't been home this year, and I don't know much about Ji Yuxiao, so don't be a liar to me. Ning Yu? Ning Yu raised his forehead again. Who the is you? Do you have money for me? Exclamation mark. Looking at his helpless look, Yu Jiao turned his eyes to Lin Luoqing again in doubt. His eyes were subtle. Lin Luoqing smiled, opened the chair and sat down, handed over the contract. Let's look at the contract first. Yu Jiao took it, looked at the black and white words on the contract for a long time, and finally looked at Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, and asked them, I signed the contract, when will I allocate funds for Starlight, and when will the project start? It's up to you to ask. Lin Luoqing, quick talk, this autumn and winter will be fine, slow talk depends on how slow you are, I'm going soon. Yu Jiao obviously got better before he came here. I'll go to Jingla for sponsorship in these 2 months, and we'll start filming in October and November. I can accept Starlight actors as actors, but audition, I will never audition, except for you. I already have a general understanding of your acting skills. Is that okay? Yes. Lin Luoqing had no objection seeing this. Yu Jiao said a lot of film conditions. Lin Luoqing almost agreed, and Yu Jiao was satisfied. He took out 2 copies of the contract that he had already prepared. Then please sign the contract, Mr. Ji. A word, he originally asked Lin Luoqing to sign, but since the top bosses are here, then Ji Yuxiao will sign. Ji Yuxiao took a look, basically what he said before, picked up a pen, and signed his name. Only then did Yu Jiao sign his own name on the contract, and he was satisfied with taking over the contract from Ji Yuxiao. In the end, I have one that is not a request. Yu Jiao handed the self-signed contract to Lin Luoqing, and smiled with Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was puzzled. What, Mr. Lin, you haven't talked about me with other actors you think are suitable, have you? No. Lin Luoqing replied. Yu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. In this way, I set up a stage name myself, so that I can start again and have new luck. Otherwise, if you look at my first 3 films, either the filming was not finished, or it could not be released after filming, or the box office was dismal after it was released. What do you think? Why is it a bad omen? This is not good. My drama must not be so miserable, so changing the name, maybe it can also change the future. Lin Luoqing nodded. This is normal. The entertainment industry has always had the habit of having a stage name. If Yu Jiao starts, then let's do it. He doesn't care. Then, what's your name, director? Yu Jiao said succinctly. Guang, Yu is my own merit. This time, I will definitely not be able to pounce again. Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing just got a refreshment and dropped it on the table with a bang. He looked at Yu Jiao in shock, not in the slightest mood to care about the refreshments he had just dropped, and said tremblingly, then, Director Yu, have you got a name for our play? Okay. Yu Jiao was very proud. It's called Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing! Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing was not feeling well. Yu, returning to Jade. Oh my god, Ning Yu, where are you? Bodhisattva, you can invite this great Buddha to my eyes. Who is the cutest? You are the cutest person. Lin Luoqing couldn't wait to drag Ning Yu to dance a waltz at this time, when he saw the contract on the table again, and saw Yu Jiao signing the 3 large characters, he felt that it was shining golden and priceless. This is too lucky. He actually signed 3 film contracts with you. What a star. Lin Luoqing looked at Yu Jiao, nodded with a smile. Okay, no problem, as long as Director Yu likes it. Seeing that he had no objection, Yu Jiao smiled. Then if you introduce me to them, just use my stage name, okay? Lin Luoqing said with a gentle look. That's too much? Future Director Yu, he must treat him well. When Lin Luoqing came here, he went to something else, and couldn't help but look at Yu Jiao again. The name Yu was known by the male lead in Lin Luoqing's book. That time the female lead secretly put movie tickets in Lin Fei's desk pocket, hoping that Lin Fei would come to her appointment. The heroine watched the whole movie by herself, crying pear blossoms with rain. Later, she went out of the theater and met the male protagonist at the entrance poster of the cinema. The male protagonist knew that she liked Xizhang and wanted to coax her, so he bought a ticket and watched Xizhang's movie again with her. After watching the movie, when the two chatted, the heroine asked him which star he liked, and the hero said he liked Yu. At that time, Yu was already a well-known director. His experience is quite legendary, coupled with his handsome looks. He has always had many fans. The female lead knows him, but the male lead is also a fan of him. However, unlike most girls who like face and trophies, the hero likes him for his talent and seriousness. When Yu Wenyi's film was released, he was unknown at that time. No one favored him, no one invested in him, and no one would play his male lead. Yu once gave up and quit the film industry, but in the end he was not reconciled and held a farewell mentality. If no one is acting, he will act by himself. If no one invests, he will invest by himself, and bid farewell to the movie. Return to Jade. After the hardship is over, he intended to retire after making this film, but this farewell film made him instantly popular and kicked off his brilliant and splendid director career. Return to Jade, a literary film, usually follows the process. It signed up for foreign film festival awards, but it was shortlisted, let alone won an award. In addition, he is also a director, screenwriter, and starring role, which led to the award ceremony. At the final awards ceremony, he won 2 awards for Best Actor and Best New Director alone. As soon as the news came back, Yu became angry. He was young and handsome, but now he is blessed with a double status of actor and director. Many star-chasing boys and girls have switched to his camp. For his fans, even some directors offered him an olive branch, hoping that he could star in their movies, but Yu refused. He was only a director in essence. There was no way for Return to Jade. He couldn't find a suitable actor, so he had to force himself to do it. But now that he has a reputation, there are investors who are willing to invest. There are actors vying to audition, so what is he playing? Well, he is the director, so he never acted in the movie again. Young Yu likes literary films and only recognizes literary films. He insists that film creation must have a soul, so his output is not high, only one film every 2 or 3 years, but the quality is very good. Basically, he can get foreign or domestic films awards until later. As he grew older, Yu learned to look at the world and film art more tenderly and tolerantly. He no longer only accepted literary films, he began to see the lightness of commercial films, and felt that it was also an ability to make the audience happy and happy. So he tried to make a commercial film. One shot is not very good, and some people even say that he is exhausted. However, the second time, he took the box office champion of the year, a multi-line narrative story of blunders and blunders. He was no longer young at that time, but his mentality was very young. He maintained the purest love for movies, and was exploring how to better make his movies touch people's hearts. Lin Luoqing liked the role of Yu quite a lot when he was reading the book. As an actor, it is inevitable that when he sees a good director, his heart will be yearned for, and he longs to meet him, and hopes that he can get along with him. However, he never arrived in his dream. He actually met and was about to marry only. Lin Luoqing looked at Yu Yuxiao. In the book Return to Jade, Yu Yuxiao only won the award after he played the leading role. Now that he is replaced, will this affect Yu Yuxiao's future? Will it be impossible for Return to Jade to win the award? Award, director. Yu, can I ask you a question? Lin Luoqing probed. What? Yu Yuxiao leaned on the chair with folded arms. What? Do you think about acting? I said, wouldn't it be better if you were allowed to play the leading role in this movie, Yu Yuxiao? What do you mean? Yu Yuxiao immediately sat up straight and looked at him vigilantly. I signed the contract with your first foot and you broke the contract with your second foot. You can see clearly, this contract clearly states that you must play the male role. Lord, otherwise you will have to pay me liquidated damages. I only think that you, as a screenwriter, should know your characters better than me, and maybe they are more suitable. Yu Yuxiao didn't think about it at all. I'm the director is the director, and I'm not an actor, so Yu Yuxiao looked at him meaningfully. Be honest, Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing choked speechlessly. Is he dishonest? He was clearly afraid of affecting Yu Yuxiao's brilliant life. If he waved his butterfly wings and Yu Yuxiao couldn't become popular with this movie, then how could he compensate Yu Yuxiao and the future film industry? Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing's head grew bigger and, knowing that the other party can win the best actor for acting in this movie, but he doesn't care about it, as if nothing happened. Lin Luoqing really can't do this kind of thing. So until the end of the meal, Lin Luoqing was worried about how to cast himself as Yu Yuxiao. He tried to persuade sincerely. Director Yu, I think Jian's role in this play is good, so I'll play this one. Yu Yuxiao, then you play Jian. Who will play Yu? I think you are very suitable. Yu looks handsome, so aren't you also handsome? Yu Yuxiao, although you think I'm handsome, it's okay, but it can't hide your desire not to play the leading role. Yu Yuxiao, dabba dabba. You don't even want to. Lin Luoqing. If one plan failed, Lin Luoqing made another plan. He fell asleep, and Yu Yuxiao called again at noon the next day. Director Yu, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that you played Yu, and we won an award for this movie. You won 2 awards for Best Actor and Director. You became popular instantly. Yu Yuxiao, very good, worthy of a dream. Then you wake up now, and don't do such a beautiful thing when you wake up. But this is not a sign. It means that as long as you are willing to play Yu, then we can win 2 awards for this play. Yu Yuxiao, so how do you think we don't obey God's will? Yu Yuxiao, yada, if you say it, it's you. God's will is you. Lin Luoqing. Boom. For 3 days, Lin Luoqing continued to visit the thatched cottage 3 times. Director Yu, let me tell you the truth. I don't think my acting skills are good. I'm afraid that the role of you will be overestimated and it will affect your performance, so I'm willing to do it. Really, if I don't want to act, I'm afraid that the role will be ruined. Gone. Be more confident. Yu Jiao advised him, people have self-confidence. If you are not confident, you shout in the mirror every day that I can do it. Why don't you also have a stage name, and call it Lin Xing? Lin Luoqing can do it. How about it? Lin Luoqing, 4 days, Lin Luoqing, to tell you the truth, Director Yu, I have a showdown, and I am superstitious. Before I signed a contract with you, I made a fortune teller. The old fortune teller told me that this matter is up to you. If I must from the top, maybe it will affect your stardom, Director Yu. If screenwriter Xining approached me and I didn't accept the book, or if I accepted it but didn't read it or agree, then what would you do? Wouldn't you act in it yourself? But because I agreed, everything changed. At this time, this drama really wins an award, so I will feel guilty for stealing your trophy, Yu. Jiao was a little confused. Mr. Lin, we haven't started filming this movie yet, and you're almost on the verge of winning the award? You're too optimistic about me, so I didn't win the award, so shouldn't I feel guilty? You can't. You will definitely win the prize. You must win the prize, otherwise, wouldn't he have ruined Yu Jiao's life? Exclamation mark. Yu Jiao never dreamed that he was so optimistic about him. If he is as confident as he is, he only hopes that this movie will see more people, and it would be best to be shortlisted for foreign or domestic movie nominations. As for winning awards, Yu Jiao is very pragmatic and does not focus on himself, but now, Lin Luoqing has fast-forwarded to the point where he snatched his trophy, and started to feel guilty. What a step. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. Yu Jiao instantly felt unspeakable joy, not for anything else, but for the trust and optimism of others. In fact, his journey on this road was not smooth. His parents didn't understand, his brothers and sisters didn't support him, and his only like-minded friend, Ningyu, also worked hard with him for 3 years and chose to leave the initial source of inspiration for the script. Return to Jade was a passage by Ningyu. Yu Jiao was touched by his passage, and went back to write Return to Jade, but before Jiu was finished, Ningyu came to him first and said goodbye to him, saying that he would not be able to make movies with him in the future. Guo Mao took a fancy to him and gave him a chance. He wanted to try, went to Guo Mao's team to write scripts for some commercial films. Yu Jiao almost couldn't hold the pen at that moment. He felt betrayed and abandoned, and he wondered why the friends who had worked hard together would leave him. Ningyu seemed to see his helplessness, and explained to him, I also need life, I don't live in the clouds, I step on the ground under my feet, I hold a pen in my hand, I need bread and water, not just dreams. Dreams are good, but the reality is real. I have to live first, and then talk about dreams. I can help you. Yu Jiao said, if you don't have money, I can give you money, but we can't live on your current family's pocket money for the rest of our lives. Jiao, I can't spend your money without making any plans, especially since none of us can see where the future is, so we have to learn to compromise first. Let yourself have capital first, and then talk about your dreams. Ning Yu left, and he joined Guo Mao's team to write commercial films that he didn't like and found boring, to create a script with other people, to learn to adapt, and to let go of his ideas that were different from everyone else's. Only Yu Jiao was still walking alone. Later, the funding chain of darkness broke and the actors ran away. He sat on a rock, thinking about his future and persistence, and suddenly felt that everything was quite boring. He sent the script of Return to Jade to Ningyu, and told him that I forgive you, and I also gave up. Ningyu looked at his script, and every time he turned a page, there was an extra line of tears. He thought of Yu Jiao's previous ambitions and pride. He insisted on trying again and again. He seemed to never tire, innocent and pure like a child. But now, Chizzy had lost his promise, and he gave up. He didn't name the script, and he wouldn't make it anyway, so there was no need to name it. He made the characters in the script go from insisting and persisting to being unable to hold on again and again, giving up their own thoughts, and drifting with the flow, for the sake of the ordinary people in everyone's eyes. When he walked forward alone, when he had dreams, thoughts, and thoughts, everyone laughed at him and laughed at him as a fool, when he was the same person Everyone began to say that he had changed, that he had become normal, and that he had become a good person. It's ironic, it's ridiculous, and it's saddening. You didn't want him to give up. He didn't want Yu Jiao to become Yu's lover, so he kept observing suitable actors around him, trying to find someone who could act in this play and give Yu Jiao a chance, until he saw Lin Luoqing at the very beginning. Yu Jiao didn't actually believe that Lin Luoqing would be willing to act in this play, because he was too unknown and Lin Luoqing was too popular. Later, Lin Luoqing met him and they talked. Lin Luoqing put forward his conditions, one by one. Yu Jiao not only didn't give birth, but felt a little more at ease in his heart. He is negotiating terms with you, which proves that he is serious. What he needs now is such a serious person who is willing to fight with him again. He just didn't expect that Lin Luoqing would be so optimistic about him, would place such high expectations on this play, and even fantasized about winning an award. Yu Jiao was happy in his heart, but he was afraid of disappointing his expectations, so he could only get him a vaccination first. Winning the award is a dream, don't force it in reality. The award depends not only on strength, but also on luck. I'm lucky, I lost my life. Let's take a look. How can this be seen? Exclamation mark. This was originally your award? Lin Luoqing became even more worried. So you really don't consider you to act? I'm under a lot of pressure now. You are too concerned about gains and losses. Yu Jiao persuaded him. You are so tall, and you still want to win an award for the first time in a literary film? How can it be so easy to get a double harvest of trophies? This is so much lucky. After Yu Jiao finished speaking, he was afraid of hurting him, so he comforted him. Don't worry, I'll take the film seriously, but we don't have the final say on things other than the film. But if I didn't take this role, wouldn't you end up acting by yourself? Would you really give up so easily and quit? Lin Luoqing said stubbornly. When Yu Jiao heard his words, his tone became high. Lin Luoqing, what do you mean? You said now that you didn't take this show? Why, do you regret it? You can't see an unknown director like me, can you? Lin Luoqing, I didn't. He just didn't want to rob him of the actor. Yu Jiao laughed. Of course he also knew that Lin Luoqing didn't mean that. He said that on purpose so that Lin Luoqing would think less about it. Yu Jiao thought more about it, although he didn't know why Lin Luoqing insisted on wanting to play him, but what he said was not bad. Before Ning Yu told him that Lin Luoqing was willing to play the role, he actually hesitated for a while whether to play Yu by himself, finish the filming of the scene by myself, and then completely withdraw from the circle, let myself and Yu drift with the tide and go about my life. This can also be regarded as commemorating the dreamland I once had, and paying homage to my lost pride. But he has not made up his mind for a long time, and he is still unwilling in the final analysis. You said it. Lin Luoqing said, if you don't agree, maybe in a couple of days, I won't be able to bear myself to act in this movie, and I will completely let go of my obsession with movies after the performance. But if it is really that, then I must have been very sad at that time. I felt pity for Yu and felt that he was very pitiful, but I wanted to play him and accept that I would become him too. At that time, I would feel that I was very sad. Then, even if you really won the prize like in your dream, I won't be so happy, because that's not what I want. Lin Luoqing, I'm a director. I like to stand behind the camera, to shoot and record. I don't like to stand in front of the camera to act. Under what circumstances I will stand in front of the camera to be a filmmaker? What about actors? Only when there are no actors available, I have no choice but to be myself, then I will allow myself to be an actor, but at that time, I must have come to an end. A person who is full of ambition plays Yu. He will sympathize with Yu and pity him, but he will not feel sad for himself because he is happy. He knows that he is not Yu, but he wants to be disillusioned and has no end. Playing Yu is a kind of cruelty. A kind of cruelty that magnifies one's own circumstances. I hope that I will never have such a day, then maybe I can act well, but the better the acting, I say, the more cruel it will be. He didn't want to die after the end of the road, it was too painful, and the pride in his heart didn't want him to face this. What he hopes more is like now, when he is about to give up, when he is confused, someone will give him a hand, give him a beam of light, and tell him to move on. I think you are amazing. I believe you can. Yu Jiao is not afraid of failure. He has a wealthy family and a smooth life. He has absolute love and pure sincerity. He can move forward regardless of everything. He just hopes that someone will support him, not that he is alone and lonely. Walk forward without hearing the echo. What he likes is the job of directing, and he also just wants to be a good director. Lin Luoqing didn't expect him to think like this. He froze for a moment. He is an actor, and he cares about the highest honor of being an actor, so he feels that Yu Jiao must also care about it, so he doesn't want to take away the honor that belongs to him. Even before signing the contract, he didn't even know that he was Yu Jiao. But now, listening to Yu Jiao's words, he thought that in the book Yu Jiao had indeed reached that step in the end. He played Yu, he won an award, and everyone thought he was brilliant, but at that time, but maybe not happy. He said that he hoped that he would never have such a day, but in the end, he still took that step. He said that the better Yu acted, the more cruel he said, but in the end Yu took that actor and defeated all of them. What was Yu Jiao's mood at that time? Lin Luoqing suddenly didn't want Yu Jiao to play Yu anymore. Too cruel. He is still very light, high-spirited, less frivolous. He shouldn't have experienced so much cruelty. He's here now. Fine, well, since director you said so, then I will work hard and play this role well. That's it. Yu Jiao said with satisfaction. As an actor, you have to be confident and believe that you can play the role well, so you can play the role well. If you don't believe it yourself, how can the audience believe it? Lin Luoqing nodded obediently. Yeah, okay, read the script carefully. Ask me if you don't understand. I'm still in touch with the producer. I should go to pick up the location in a few days. Alright, director Yu, come on. I know, Yu. Jiao hung up the phone, scratched his hair, and secretly thought that he was so optimistic about him that he even thought of winning a prize. So his expectations were too high. Alice, it seems that we have to work harder, otherwise, if the nominations for awards are not received by then, wouldn't it be embarrassing? When Yu Jiao thought about it, he didn't even dare to take a lunch break, so he quickly contacted his previous producer and asked him to go with him to choose the location. Lin Luoqing also read the script again. He now wonders why Yu Jiao should be able to win the award for this role. At that time, Yu Jiao was probably similar to Yu. He played Yu in himself. He was very cruel, but he was extremely sincere and emotional. So he was shortlisted for the first time and won the award directly. Now, if he wants to replace Yu Jiao in the role of Yu, he must also win an award, so as to ensure that Yu Jiao's life will not be damaged by his appearance. If his appearance will definitely bring something to some people, Lin Luoqing hopes that it will be happiness, positivity, and a better future, not loss and pain only. Then can he have a clear conscience. Yu Jiao contacted the producer, talked to Lin Luoqing, and went to ask for sponsorship to choose a location. Lin Luoqing also received a WeChat message from Wu Zheniten, saying that Light will be released soon, and he will start preparing for online promotion. Okay. Lin Luoqing agreed. He forwarded the countdown poster of Light as requested by the crew. 3 days later, Light was aired. Although Lin Luoqing didn't act, but only played a supporting role, he still sat in front of the TV early, preparing to follow the drama. With him are Ji Yuxiao, Lin Fei, and Ji Leyu. Dad, are you in this TV series? Ji Leyu leaned against him and asked him. Lin Luoqing nodded. Yes. Then, you are also a policeman. Ji Leyu was a little curious and wanted to say something when he saw Lin Luoqing at the beginning of the film. It's you, Dad? He excitedly pointed at Fu Han on TV. Lin Luoqing smiled. The opening scene is the scene where Fu Han saw his father and saluted him. Although Ji Yuxiao had seen him wearing a police uniform before, he was still a little surprised when he saw it on TV. Pretty. Like a model, little policeman, he joked. Lin Luoqing snorted. Without him. Ji Yuxiao smiled, stretched out his hand to hold his hand, and squeezed it into his hand. It's very handsome, that is? Lin Luoqing said proudly. Ji Yuxiao smiled lowly. His heart moved slightly. He looked at Lin Fei and Ji Leyu, and they said, Fei, go and get some snacks, and Xiao, bring some fruit. Oh. Ji Leyu stood up obediently, and led Lin Fei to the kitchen. Lin Luoqing watched him push the two babies away, and turned to look at him. Just looking over, Ji Yuxiao kissed her lips. Can Captain Fu come to my dream tonight? He pressed his lips and asked. Lin Luoqing's face burned instantly, and he said, Dream, it's okay. Ji Yuxiao said, then I'll go to Captain Fu's dream. Lin Luoqing couldn't help laughing, kissed his lips, and said in a low voice, yes. Chapter 231. When the two babies came back after getting their things, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao had finished their intimacy, and were sitting on the sofa watching TV in a serious manner. Lin Fei and Ji Leyu didn't know what their two fathers did behind their backs after they left, and obediently handed the oranges to Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao, saying, "Dad eats oranges." Lin Luoqing smiled and squeezed her face, thinking that children are just cute. A family of 4 watch TV while eating. In the first episode, there is no scene of Fu Han, but the story begins at the beginning, telling everyone that Fu Bin, the captain of the criminal police, has encountered a big case now, and the whole team is busy with this case. It was not until the end of the second episode that Fu Bin went downstairs and accidentally met Fu Han, who was going upstairs on the stairs. At this point, Lin Luoqing finally appeared in front of the audience. The pace of this drama is fast, and the key points are cut directly, which enhances the urgency of the audience, making the audience want to continue watching. After watching the first 2 episodes, Ji Yuxiao, who doesn't like watching TV, was curious about the following plot after watching 2 episodes, and asked Lin Luoqing a few questions to give himself a spoiler. 2 episodes a day, and on the 3rd day after Light aired, All the Way West was finally finished. The production team posted a summary photo of the finale. In the photo, Lin Luoqing was smiling happily while hiding from Wen Ximing's cake. Lin Luoqing's fans actively reposted and commented, "Happy wrapping up, looking forward to Fu's eye. Fu's eye so handsome, I really want to see Fu's eye soon." Hahi. Haoha brothers' 2 characters are both surnamed Fu. Hey, first look at Fu Han, then Fu's eye. Really, but judging by age, Fu Han should be older and Fu's eye should be younger, that is to look at Da Fu first and then Xiao Fu. I don't know when Xiao Fu will be released. Can I see it during the Spring Festival this year? Please. Lunar New Year and Spring Festival are all fine. Director, did you hear that? Exclamation mark. I heard it, Lin Luo said with a clear heart. All the Way West was originally going to the Spring Festival, so you can rest assured this Spring Festival, I will definitely let you see it. Thinking about it this way, he reposted the summary Weibo of the film crew, looking forward to the day when Fu's eye would meet him. Light was broadcast on the 4th day, and the plot entered the first tide. Fu Han decided to go undercover. Fu Bin couldn't bear it, and he was proud of his son. Since then, the role of Fu Han has entered the home court already young and handsome, sunny and cheerful, but also full of righteousness and responsibility, so much so that when the plot is broadcast here, many viewers who watch the drama couldn't help but sweat, worrying that Fu Han's existence once overshadowed the hero Fu Bin. The word Fu Han has also been frequently searched by netizens who watched the drama. When Lin Luoqing's second episode appeared in this drama, there were heezy on the internet who jumped to his feed and said, "With his acting skill, it doesn't deserve to appear in this drama at all." Everyone feels that they are dramas, but they only feel that they are acting in idol dramas. Can you respect my people's policeman? Anyone can play the people's policeman? This drama is removed. It is a perfect drama. But as the plot continued to advance, when Fu Han went undercover in the 7th episode, and Heezy jumped up to blackmail again, Lin Luoqing's fans didn't need to rush up to fight against the gangsters. The fans of the drama rushed up first. Fu Han himself is a young and handsome character. Who said policeman can't be handsome? My people's policeman is the most handsome person. Please, isn't Lin Luoqing's acting skills pretty good? The scene of the night talk with Fu Bin last night, I was moved after watching it. If you don't move, you can only say that you don't have the ability to empathize. Why are you scolding others for their poor acting skills? I watched it with my parents during dinner yesterday. Fu Han just played very well. Middle-aged parents like my parents like it, so they can't be fans, right? And after that, Fu Han saved himself from danger time and time again, and the information was spread out. Every time he felt that he had been discovered, and every time he relied on his own wit to hide the truth, the netizens became more and more worried. Safety. Get out of here quickly. I was really worried about watching these 2 episodes. I was afraid that Fu Han would be discovered every day. Chow, you're so smart, so handsome, I love you so much. I didn't notice Fu Han before, but after these 2 episodes, I immediately became a fan. It's too witty, and Lin Luoqing's acting skills are too good. I'm nervous when I'm acting. It's obviously a dinner show. I finished watching the show. I haven't eaten yet. That's right, I haven't seen a movie before. I thought it was just a good face. I didn't expect the acting skills to be so good. It shocked me. When I played the policeman, I was very decent, but when I played the gangster, I was very naughty. Don't blame Brother Long. I won't feel like a policeman if I leave it. Cover face. Besides, whether it's with Brother Long or Fu Bin, it's very natural to play with anyone. These 2 are the backbone of the show, so it can be seen that the acting skills are really stable. Before I couldn't tell how good my acting skills were in idol dramas, But now it's obvious when I'm acting in a drama, and it's quite suitable for a drama. Netizens discussed intensely outside the play, and the plot on the play was more intense than netizens discussed after Fu Han delivered the last message. He was about to close the net. The audience just breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they had finally returned to their lives safely. Who would have thought that at the beginning of the next episode, on the day of closing the net, some gangsters who had already prepared were planning to come back from the net. After leaving, Fu Han's teammates found out in time and chased after them, intending to catch them all. However, using their knowledge of the terrain, Fu Han's teammates were pushed into a disadvantageous position when the two were fighting. Fu Han noticed a danger behind his teammates, and anxiously pushed a teammate, and he was shot with a sound of bang. The sound of gunshots came to mind. Fu Han looked at his chest in surprise, and slowly fell down. The ethereal female voice sounded at the right time, like an elegy for life, like an urge for the soul, instantly making the audience's eyes sour. All the audience looked at the picture on the TV in disbelief and sadness, and no one wanted to believe it was true. At the end of his life, many flashes flashed in Fu Han's mind. Flash the cat he teased at the door of the convenience store. Flash the vows he made when he was young. Flash the youth he passed by on a bicycle. And finally, flashed parents. I also thought of meeting my father at the convenience store that day, and imagined saluting him as before, but thinking of my current identity, I had no choice but to pull back and scratch my hair. I saw my young and fresh self in a bright light, stood in the boundless light, raised my hand, and saluted myself. This time, I said, Fu Han, goodbye, goodbye. Fu Han thought, goodbye father and mother, goodbye, teammate, captain. I hope that in the next life, I can still be a policeman, a better, more outstanding policeman like my father. He closed his eyes in a feeling of unwillingness and relief, and completely ended his young and splendid life. The accompaniment of the TV is still playing, and the sad female voice is still singing. She sings so sadly, like complaining, like admiration, like weeping, like complaining, as if she does not want this fresh life to leave, as if she is trying to retain the lost soul. The audience in front of the TV had already burst into tears, sighed subtly, and wept unrestrainedly. Heartbroken. The forum is full of Fu Han's posts, and people on Weibo keep posting corresponding Weibo. Hey, how did Fu Han die? I don't accept it. Error, you are so cruel. Tragedy is a beautiful thing smashed to pieces for you to see. I believe it, my Fu Han. Oh my god, I thought on the last episode that I was about to finish my undercover work and be able to go home and reunite with my parents, but why did I die in this episode? My tears are worthless. When I think of Fu Han's mother waiting to go back to eat, I can't stop crying. Fu Han is only in his 20s, so young, I really can't hold back. The criminal must die. Criminals should be shot. I'm furious. In an instant, Fu Han was on the trending searches again, and almost everyone who watched this drama was lamenting the disappearance of such a young and brilliant life. Everyone kept discussing today's plot, discussing how many times Fu Han sacrificed himself at this moment, and discussing his parents who are still waiting to go back. For a while, the discussion between Light and Fu Han continued to rise. The show Light finally exploded on the day of Fu Han's sacrifice, at the end of the first tide. Although Lin Luoqing, the screenwriter, director, producer, and even Lin Luoqing's fans had thought that if this drama performed well, then the character Fu Han would help Lin Luoqing expand his nationality, but no one thought that Fu Han would be such a hit. There are really not many roles in the show, and the total number of episodes is only 4 episodes, and the main actor is not even ranked. But I can't stand the image, it's so good, and the whole show brought the first tide. In addition, when Fu Han fell down, Qin Wu's singing that hit people's hearts exaggerated the sadness of the audience and aggravated the audience's sadness. The meaning is difficult to appease, causing Fu Han to unexpectedly reveal the biggest memory and keyword of Light since it was broadcast. Lin Luoqing's fans continued to soar because of Fu Han's role, and his popularity skyrocketed again, leaving Xia Sheng in the same echelon far behind. At this time, a marketing account came out to stir up the muddy water. A small revelation: a certain niche who is currently very popular, this time played a completely different role from before. Because he had long been optimistic about this role, it can explode, so it squeezed out a little transparent who had already signed a contract. Alice, it is getting more and more difficult for newcomers to stand out these days. In an instant, someone broke the news and moved it to the forum, wondering, a certain niche student who is very popular right now? Very hot? Who is hot? If the positioning is the current one, it must be Lin Luoqing. Isn't he the most popular these 2 days? And Lin Luoqing's role this time is indeed different from last time. This time it's a drama, but last time it was an idol drama. Isn't it different? And besides, the role of Fu Han is really popular, so this is Lin Luoqing, right? Lin Luoqing grabs the role of a newcomer? I don't believe it. What is this picture? It's not that the revelations made it very clear, it's a blast. Look at Fu Han's current popularity, it just exploded as expected. But did Lin Luoqing know it would explode before he appeared in the show? Then what else? Isn't it a blast, a popular star to play such a small supporting role? The words I saw in this drama before I found it strange. It seems to make sense. With this kind of popularity, who will play a character that doesn't even have a lead role? It's not that they are interested in this character's ability to explode. Otherwise, what will be played? It won't be true. Although, Lin Luoqing wasn't popular when he acted in this drama. I looked at the time of joining the group, and it was during the filming of this drama that Peaches and Plums Don't Talk was broadcast, and it became popular. Doesn't that mean that it's a role that I can snatch? In this way, even if Peaches and Plums Don't Talk doesn't explode, this drama can also explode. Heezy, who was recently chased and beaten by Lin Luoqing's fans and drama fans, finally found another chance at this time. He jumped up and down desperately, insisting that it was Lin Luoqing, as if he was lying under Lin Luoqing's bed at that time, and heard the role grabbing with his own ears. The process of, there is no one else except impossible. Everyone was arguing, and someone posted a new post, report. I seem to have discovered the little transparent Weibo that was robbed. The main building is surprisingly a screenshot of Weibo. Oh, I feel that I am so unlucky. It was originally my role, but the person who exploded now is not me, so sad. Chapter 232. After hearing the news, the melon eaters came and asked curiously one by one, who is this? How can you be sure it's him? Is it Xiao Rui? It's really quite vague, no. Is there any evidence? Where is the host? Why just post a Weibo screenshot and it disappears? I have already sent a private message to ask, please wait for the reply. No need to wait, I just checked his Weibo, and it does seem to be related to Fu Han, picture. Everyone looked at the screenshot of the manager, and found that it was another Weibo from Xiao Rui's early days. Another small character, little policeman. Lin Luoqing's black immediately jumped over and said, little policeman. Small police, see it? This must be Fu Han. Yet, even though there are so many police roles every year, isn't Light the most popular recently? Isn't it Fu Han? Did the police explode during the same period? The time he posted this Weibo is also right, it was before Light started, it must be him. Speaking of which, Lin Luoqing joined the group Light quite late, right? It's not there as soon as I turn it on, but after a while. It must be Fu Han. After analyzing so many clues, who else can there be besides Lin Luoqing? He made it clear that he just wanted to be popular, so it was really shameless to directly grab other people's roles. It was an insult for Fu Han to be played by a villain like him. Why did he do such a thing? How dare he play Fu Han? I feel sick for Fu Han. Seeing this, Lin Luoqing's fans quickly helped Lin Luoqing refute the rumors and said, hammer, just these two screenshots started to spread rumors. I think the meaning of his Weibo is not that he dislikes the character in the play as a small character. Not satisfied? That is, at that time, Lin Luoqing joined the group after filming for a while, but he was not satisfied with the role because he was not satisfied with the role, so Lin Luoqing went to save the scene. Isn't it possible? Knowing that Lin Luoqing is popular, can you stop rubbing her hands? She's not popular, but she also loves rubbing her hands. Anyway, take a hammer and scold again. Now that you don't have a hammer, start cursing. Do you apologize later if you scold me wrong? Lin Luoqing is really amazing. As long as Fu Han has played 4 episodes full of scenes, he can watch this character explode and win a section. He has opened his eyes, right? If this is true, his vision for choosing scripts is also excellent. I'm convinced that it's a bit dark. How embarrassing is my rightful owner? I know to stare at Lin Luoqing every day. Why? I also know that my rightful owner is not as good looking as Lin Luoqing. All of a sudden, the forum was full of gunpowder, and the Fen Black War was about to break out. Wu Zhenhan saw the content of this forum, quickly contacted director Wang, and told him about it. Wang Dao said, what else? Xiao Rui was indeed the actor who was cast to play Fu Han before, but obviously he looked down on this role first and felt that Fu Han was a small supporting role. Why is it so strange now? Gone. Don't worry, this matter is on me, and I will help Luoqing dispel the rumors in a while. You don't need to be so deliberate. After all, Wu Zhenyan understands netizens who surf the internet better than a director like Wang Dao who is devoted to creation. Sometimes he deliberately explains, but people don't believe him, and he seems to care about it. What's more, about Lin Luoqing's matter, now only black fans are jumping around, and only a few people believe it, and more people have never been exposed to this black material at all. This kind of rumor rebuttal will instead spread such unwarranted black material, which is not worth it. Didn't we just have a publicity event tomorrow? Wu Zhenyan said. At that time, there will definitely be reporters asking you to evaluate the actors of the crew. When you evaluate Luoqing, say a few more words about his joining the crew. The rumors will be easily resolved. When Director Wang said this, he agreed, no problem, then I will praise Luoqing tomorrow. Wu Zhenyan smiled and said, then thank you, Director Wang. No, it's a trivial matter. Luoqing's acting so well this time has brought so much attention to light. I thank him and it's almost the same. Then, Director Wang, if you have a suitable script in the future, you must remember to contact me. That's right. Director Wang smiled. Luoqing is a good guy and a good guy. Needless to say, if there is a suitable role, I will definitely look for him. I'm afraid that he will become more and more popular in the future, and there will be no schedule. How come? The schedule of cooperation with you should always be there, Director. Wang laughed again, secretly thinking that he can really talk. The two talked a few more words, and Wu Zhenyan hung up the phone. He went to look at the progress of the fan black war on the forum. After all, Lin Luoqing's fans were overwhelmed. Coupled with the kindness of netizens towards Fu Han, it didn't take long, so he basically brushed off the black posts. It's just that black fans keep upvoting posts, and aggressive fans keep replying, which leads to seeing black posts floating up on the homepage from time to time. However, Lin Luoqing's fans in sunspots, who had privately messaged Xiao Rui and waited for Xiao Rui's reply, had not yet received the result he wanted. Wu Zhenyan laughed, and felt that Xiao Rui was pretty good at it. What he said on Weibo was specious, and he had a way of saying what to do, and he was a fool who usually had no more than 30 comments. Now that his comments had soared to 300, he was still silent, as if he didn't know that his Weibo had caused others to misunderstand, so he didn't explain and didn't speak even if he was just complaining when he first posted on Weibo. When the matter developed to this point, he was deliberately inducing fans to misunderstand, so as to increase his exposure. This kind of character deserves not to be popular. Now Wu Zhenyan paid no attention to him, arranged with Lin Luoqing for tomorrow's promotional activities, and went to bed seeing the increasing number of private messages in the background of Weibo. Xiao Rui felt that he had never received such attention before. He never thought that one of his complaints on Weibo would be spread like this, so that his thoughts that he didn't have before became active. He comforted himself, it was not his fault. After all, he didn't say that Lin Luoqing robbed his role, he only said that it was his role but it wasn't him who exploded. Then Fu Han should have it was him who acted, so he wasn't lying. It was just that Lin Luoqing's black fans got wind of it and insisted on accusing him of this crime. Then how could he be blamed? Lin Luoqing could only be blamed for being missed by the black fans. What's more, if he hadn't given up the role of Fu Han, he would have been the one who was popular in the first place. Now that Lin Luoqing played his role, he was such a hit, so what if he was scolded a few times? It won't be a piece of meat. On the contrary, I can't make it through. Xiao Rui thought so, and instead of replying to those private messages, he changed his account and anonymously contributed to some marketing accounts. He was also a little clever, so he forwarded the corresponding post on the forum to the marketing account and asked him if it was true. It's just that some of these marketing accounts have just posted Lin Luoqing's positive content to gain popularity, so they won't take such negative black material and hit themselves in the face at this time, and some of them have already been taken care of by Wu Zhenyan. And they ignore all such negative black material. Only some marketing accounts with low traffic posted this content for the sake of popularity, saying that Lin Luoqing was suspected of snatching the role of Xia at Transparency, and Fu Han was the one who snatched the role. However, Lin Luoqing's fans quickly retrieved the keywords, and went to the corresponding Weibo to refute the rumors, saying, "Don't spread rumors or spread rumors. Fu Han's role is only 4 episodes, not as good as an ordinary male supporting role. Who would grab such a role? It's just those who grab the leading role, not the supporting roles in this kind of supporting roles." Netizens also had a good impression of Lin Luoqing. It's not Lin Luoqing, he thinks he is quite low-key, and his acting skills are good, This kind of person won't steal the show. I also don't think it's Lin Luoqing. He worked with my brother before, and my brother praised him for being helpful. It must not be him. Lin Luoqing is so tall, and still going to grab a supporting role in 4 episodes? This material is too fake, cancel it. This. Even if you want traffic, you can't make up such a fake material, so it's also cancelled. Ha. The current blogger really dares to say something. Fortunately, it is not a big marketing account, and it does not mislead many people. Thank you for cancelling it. Before I didn't understand why bloggers were so confused, now I understand. Funny, the marketing account saw that netizens in the comment area unfollowed him one by one, scolded him, laughed at him or yin and yang him, and quickly deleted this Weibo, pretending that nothing happened. As soon as Cao Rui refreshed, he saw that Weibo no longer existed, and he was envious and angry. Those fans and netizens who spoke for him should belong to him and should speak for him, but now they are helping Lin Luoqing, just for Lin Luoqing missed his role. He thumped the table hard, but there was nothing but pain. Lin Luoqing still didn't know anything about the scolding battles on the internet. He was busy reading the script of Return to Jade, memorizing the lines, trying to figure out Yu's psychological changes at each stage. Go to sleep. Ji Yuxiao came after taking a shower, sat on the bed, and said to him, "Isn't there work tomorrow? It's so late, go to sleep." Hearing this, Lin Luoqing put down the script and got into his arms. Ji Yuxiao hugged him and kissed him intimately. Lin Luoqing quickly turned off the light, bowed her head and kissed him under the quilt. Early the next morning, Wu Zhenyin came to pick Lin Luoqing to the live event. Lin Luoqing changed his clothes and left the door. His number of people increased rapidly, and he even surpassed Li Hanhe and went straight to Sutong. The major luxury brands also sent him cooperation invitations and corresponding new products. Lin Luoqing didn't pay much attention to the brand of clothes. She chose a brand she liked relatively and accepted its cooperation, so she mostly wore clothes of this brand during the work. As soon as he arrived at the scene, the fans immediately screamed. Lin Luoqing waved with him, entered the studio, and started the recording. The host followed the process and asked a few questions, and then began to ask questions from reporters and fans. As a result, after a while, a reporter asked the director, "Director Wang, what is your first impression of everyone? Why would you choose him to play a character in the play?" Director Wang laughed and said, "There's something to say about that. He talked eloquently, talked about a lot of people, and finally talked about Lin Luoqing. Luoqing and Fu Han are much more coincidental. Luoqing, how handsome is he? My first impression of Luoqing was also handsome, so good guy, such a handsome young man. I thought to myself that if I were his teammate, I would also think he's a jerk." The reporters in the audience laughed when they heard this, and Lin Luoqing was also amused by his funny words. "So, I'm satisfied with Luoqing's image. But I'm sure I don't know what impresses me more than his image. It's his attitude." When I was filming this film, the first actor I chose was not Luoqing, but a young actor who had worked with him before. He was not bad in appearance. Although he was not as handsome as Luoqing, he still fit the character of Fu Han. I once thought that after the filming started, this actor encountered a better film, felt that this film had too few roles, and was unwilling to act, so he wanted to act in that film. The filming had already started at that time, and it was almost time for his part, so I advised him to wait until the filming was over before leaving. The role of Fu Han was impressive because Luoqing played it well, but he really didn't have many roles. But the other party I don't want to, so I have no choice but to find someone to save the situation. While I was looking for someone, Director Zhang knew about it. Director Zhang and Luoqing have collaborated in Peaches and Plums Don't Talk. He said that he has someone who can act, and asked me if I would like it. I said that the image fits, and the acting skills are good. But I want it urgently, 3 days at the latest, immediately. Just let me join the group. Can the actor do it? Director Zhang said he would ask, and later he replied that it was okay, and sent me a photo of Luoqing. Yes, he sent me Luoqing's video again, and I saw it. What a guy, his acting skills are good, it's him. I immediately said that I should let this actor join me in the group. Lin Luoqing's fans raised the phone to record this video and laughed. Ha, it's fun for Director Wang to talk. The host heard the words and asked curiously, "Did Peaches and Plums not sing error at that time? I remember that Luoqing was popular in that drama, right?" Lin Luoqing nodded. "Yes, that's why I thank Director Zhang very much. But at that time, Peaches and Plums Don't Talk hadn't aired yet, and Peaches and Plums Don't Talk started broadcasting in the middle of my filming of Light, so. The main reason for going to save the scene is to thank director Zhang? The host followed his words. Lin Luoqing nodded. I'm from director Zhang's play. Director Zhang has been taking care of the actors like me during filming. Until now, the actors in my play are Sister Momo, Brother Hai, Brother Quan, etc. I would often talk about director Zhang and thank him for his guidance. That's why he told me that there was a small problem with his friend's play, and he needed someone to play a supporting role. There are not many plays, and it only takes half a month. I thought it happened that I was fine, so I agreed. Did you know what the role was at that time? I don't know, but director Zhang said it's a real drama. Lin Luoqing said with a smile, I haven't acted in a drama before, I want to try it. How do you feel? Very good. Did the director of the main drama see it? If there is a main drama in the future, you can also choose me. Lin Luoqing said to the camera. Fans and hosts laughed again. Wang Daoju stated, I support it. He obviously likes Lin Luoqing. When I have a suitable role next time, I will definitely give a role with more roles, and it won't be like Fu Han this time, with so few roles. Talk. Director Wang looked at the host. I'm very happy that Fu Han is liked by so many people and discussed, but it's also quite unexpected, but Luoqing is worth it. When he played Fu Han, it happened to be the broadcast of Peaches and Plums Don't Talk. When the actor became famous, I was worried that if his mentality became impetuous and floated, what would he do? However, he hasn't changed at all. He comes to the set when he should come to the set, and he can do whatever he wants. He is also serious. At that time, I felt that director Zhang, my good brother, recommended this actor well. There was another burst of laughter from the audience after Lin Luoqing's fans finished recording. They posted it on his Weibo and Lin Luoqing's super chat soon. Some fans moved to the forum. 8 insisted on framing Lin Luoqing yesterday, pressed the HUD to grab the scene. In fact, it is to save the scene. Why did Lin Luoqing play Fu Han? Answer, recommended by director Zhang. The title was so eye-catching, people who eat melons started posting one after another, and when it came to director Wang's words in the video, he couldn't help saying, Director Wang seems to like Lin Luoqing. Director Zhang is too, so I will recommend it to director Wang. But that actor is too heartless. He signed the contract, just because he thought there were too few scenes, so he directly breached the contract? Yet, how could he have the guts to sell this badly here? He obviously gave up acting himself, and it was Lin Luoqing who directly agreed to director Zhang with affection. What if he can't find a suitable actor? It's also a good thing he didn't play Fu Han, so it's not really an insult to Fu Han. I said that Lin Luoqing is impossible. He has kept a low profile so far, but all the actors and directors who have worked with him mentioned him well. How could he do such a thing? I vomited. Some people deserve to be unable to be popular, and they have put their minds on it, so they can't be popular, right? If you want me to say that he is hard-pressed, everyone likes Fu Han because he likes Lin Luoqing's Fu Han. If he were to be replaced, he might not be as popular. Just pick on him for the script. I guess that's the way it is in this life. At this time, Heezy stopped talking. Why? Does his face hurt? Do you feel good about being slapped in the face? I really thought that Lin Luoqing couldn't take it like the rightful owner. Wu Zhenhun also contacted the marketing account and edited the relevant content. He didn't mention the mess and only said that Lin Luoqing rescued the scene under the recommendation of director Zhang and played the role of Fu Han very efficiently. It was accompanied by the video recorded by the netizen director Wang. The marketing account edited the wording and posted it. Lin Luoqing's fans immediately helped comment and forwarded it. My brother is really handsome, kind-hearted, and has strong business ability. The more you know, the more you like him. Other netizens saw it, and they also expressed, looking at it this way, Lin Luoqing is really easy to talk about. Fortunately, Lin Luoqing came to the rescue, but for the character of Fu Han, I really can't think of anyone else who can play it. Haha, director Wang's words are so cute. Director Wang must continue to cooperate with Lin Luoqing next time. Lin Luoqing's good intentions will be rewarded, and he doesn't care about the role of the show. Director Zhang recommended him and went there, but he didn't expect to explode again later. I feel that he has always been well received. When I worked with director Zhang before, other actors said that he would accompany him in the play and help him improve his acting skills. Now that he needs to save the scene, he doesn't dislike the role. It's nothing. A role is like an actor, not a traffic star. Me too, Lin Luoqing loses hen. Ha ha ha. Looking at the comment section, everyone seems to like him. As long as you like Luoqing, I am a good half-sister. After eating Amway in the comment section, I went to see Lin Luoqing's play today. Bring me one. I like this kind of handsome and kind-hearted little brother. Pay attention now, and watch light. After a while, Wu Zhenyan was surprised to find that the number of Lin Luoqing's Weibo fans was not affected by this unfounded scandal, but actually increased a lot. It was really a wave of reverse propaganda. Xiao Rui was unwilling to read the comments under the marketing account. His teeth were about to be gritted, and what made him even more distressed was that the right person who came to him after hearing the news and asked him if Lin Luoqing robbed his scene would come to him again on Weibo. They scolded him for taking advantage of the sympathy of the public, and he deserved not to be popular. I didn't expect to be able to rub so much, bah. Unfortunately, I really thought that Lin Luoqing had snatched the role. It turned out that I didn't like it at all. Why do I regret it now? This kind of person deserves to play Fu Han. It's a dream, but luckily he's not playing Fu Han. The ones who dislike the lack of roles are the ones who regret it now. There are so many roles, much more than Fu Han. Or people look down on Fu Han. How many people will add drama to him? Xiao Rui quickly replied, "What's the matter? What I said has nothing to do with Lin Luoqing." The netizen was instantly rehabilitated. Why didn't you say it before it was irrelevant? At this time, it's irrelevant. Why didn't you say it was irrelevant when the netizens helped you? Good guy, I asked for a day in private messages and comments for a day, pretended to be dead, and let everyone suspect Lin Luoqing, but now it's good. I have time to reply when I scold him? Isn't this just using everyone's kindness as a weapon? Exclamation mark, shameless. Is this intentional? Is it intentional? Intentionally rubbing Lin Luoqing's heat, and deliberately asking everyone to help tear Lin Luoqing apart. Fortunately, Lin Luoqing has a high popularity among passers-by, so this matter has not been fermented much. If you change to other traffic with a bad reputation, it will be miserable. To help my sisters sort out the dramas that Xiao Rui participated in, there are 3 in total. Below, everyone remembers to avoid lightning. Thank you, sister. I won't watch this kind of drama, even if it's paid for. Ha ha ha, don't worry, everyone. With his eyes, it's still the same thing if the show he likes can be broadcast. Funny, Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui was so heartbroken that he wanted to go up and fight with netizens, but unfortunately, he couldn't fight through the internet, and he couldn't even scold those netizens who eat melons, watch dramas and make fun of them every day. In the end, they can only be scolded by netizens. Deleted the previous Weibo and closed his comment section, but now the netizens are so perseverant. If they can't comment in the comment section, he will repost and scold, and send private messages while reposting, never using his name, for fear of giving Xiao Rui some heat even after being scolded for so long. Xiao Rui's popularity didn't rise much, but his fans lost a lot. Xiao Rui's heart attack is getting worse. On the other hand, Director Wang also finished his promotional activities, and reminded his old buddies in his director group, Xiao Rui is no good, he can't be honest, he's just playing tricks behind his back, like a fly. Everyone pay attention when casting roles. Point. The old guys in the group heard the words and asked curiously, who is Xiao Rui? Is it famous? New niche? Good acting skills? Which is the representative work? Old Wang, let me introduce you. Director Wang. Okay, only the world where he was injured can be achieved. Chapter 233. With the popularity of Ray of Light, more and more leading and supporting roles have become everyone's favorite objects, and they are constantly mentioned by everyone, and just as everyone is constantly talking about it, there is a name that everyone is not familiar with before, and it gradually stands out. Has become a new topic among netizens, that is, Qin Wu. Unlike others, Qin Wu was not well known before this drama, and all the troubles were born from Fu Han's amazing singing in the scene of sacrifice. The first feeling is always the most intuitive. The audience was touched by this song at the scene where Fu Han fell down. They felt that the song was good, and they went to the major music platforms to download the song, and watched it while downloading. Then came the singer's name, Qin Wu. It's just that everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Luoqing at that time, busy lamenting Fu Han's early death, busy calling for Lin Luoqing's wonderful acting skills. So even if they knew that there was such a singer as Qin Wu, they didn't care too much still. Some netizens kept replaying the scene after crying, and they were surprised to find that Lin Luoqing's acting skills and the singing that accompanied him were the only things that made people cry. This song fits this scene so well that at the beginning, I just felt it was pleasant, amazing, and hit the soul directly, as if it came to be one with the scene. But now, the reason why there is an illusion is that the two are too perfect. If there is no such song in this scene, Fu Han's death will certainly touch people's hearts and make people sad, but it will not make people feel sad. The sadness is so long, the lingering rhyme is hard to disappear. Does anyone think the soundtrack of the scene where Fu Han sacrificed is beautiful? Miss Sister's singing is so touching, I can't get over it after listening to it for a long time. Netizens tentatively posted it, wanting to see if there is anyone who has the same idea as me. Not long after the post was published, someone replied, yes, I have always thought that Miss Sister sings very well, and I even searched for this song. I also searched. A lot of people should have searched it. The downloads and plays of this song were quite high when I saw it that day. This young lady's voice is so nice, so ethereal, I couldn't help but want to cry as soon as I started the tune. Wow, I just found out that day that this young lady also sang the ending song, two completely different styles, and they both sang very well. Cold knowledge, these two songs are the young lady's own, and I only discovered them when I went to listen to the songs. However, the young lady seems to be a newcomer, and there are no other songs after searching, only these two songs. Impossible, singing is so good. Haven't you sung the theme song before? No, this is the first time. Isn't it called Kinwoo? I remember correctly. Yes, it's called Kinwoo. If you like it, you can pay attention to Kinwoo's super talk. As soon as this post was published, it became a hot post within a day. Many netizens were surprised to find that the singer who contributed the most catchy song this summer was actually a newcomer. Not only a newcomer, but also a newcomer who wrote his own lyrics and music. Not only did I compose my own lyrics and music, but the effect was so good, which perfectly added the aftertaste of sadness, which made me even more sad. Up Who Likes This Song released a video about it, specifically analyzing why this song matches this scene so well. If it is replaced by other songs, will there be such a perfect effect? Why the BGM can prolong this scene. Kind of sad. In the video, Fu Han passed away repeatedly, and Kinwoo sang repeatedly. Netizens were more and more impressed with Kinwoo. Besides hahaha. Many fans who fell in love with this song went to Kinwoo's Weibo to comment, "Come on sister." Kinwoo's manager has been paying attention to the popularity of Kinwoo's song since the episode of Fu Han's sacrifice was aired. Thanks to Fu Han, the number of plays and downloads of this song has been increasing. Kinwoo's own fans is also growing. When this hot post and this video with nearly 1 million views appeared, the agent did not hesitate to buy a hot search for Kinwoo, and those fans who had just become fans of Kinwoo immediately used the hot search to promote it up. Only then did the netizens realize that their favorite episode song was written by themselves, and they turned to Weibo again, and it is also very beautiful, so they quickly added attention, hoping to create better works. For a while, Kinwoo's Weibo gained a lot of fans, and even a producer sent an invitation, hoping to sing the theme song for her TV series. Kinwoo's manager didn't rush to agree, but rushed to release Kinwoo's first album, I See You Before the Light ended. Kinwoo first signed Starlight with Woo Zinitun, but Woo Zinitun didn't understand music after all, so after discussing with Lin Luoqing, she transferred to a reliable female manager who she knew had brought singers before. Lin Luoqing remembered the ending in Kinwoo's book, and was afraid of changing the manager, so he went to the ending in the book again. He also specially investigated the female manager, and found that the female manager was vigorous and resolute, with various methods, but she was like a girl to Kinwoo. The elder sister is the same as the younger sister, cold-hearted and warm-hearted, and quite tolerant. Only then did he feel relieved, and handed Kinwoo over to this manager. The manager listened to the song written by Kinwoo before, and listened to the song composed for Light at the request of Lin Luoqing. You can jump to fame. Therefore, a producer was specially invited to co-produce a small album with Kinwoo before Light was broadcast. Kinwoo was making an album for the first time, very excited, obediently followed the producer, doing whatever the producer told her to do, and soon, she picked out 5 songs from the songs she had created before, as Test the Waters album. I named this album I See You. I hope others can see it, and I hope I can see those who support and like me. This album took advantage of the craze at the end of Light and sold at a low price on major music platforms. At this time, the enthusiasm of netizens was still there. Seeing that the price of the album was cheap, they listened to this album with the mood of giving it a try. After listening to this, I was surprised to find that among the 5 songs, the first one is very pleasant to listen to. The first love song is warm and moving, the second one has a beautiful ancient style, and the remaining 3 songs have their own splendor. It can catch people's ears in an instant. Many people have fallen into the pit vertically. Ever since Amway started this album, I See You has become a hit album on all major platforms. Qin Wu finally appeared as a dark horse in this era of declining singers. Ziwei is like a star, awakening the public's ears and becoming one of the hottest characters this summer. Qin Wu became popular, and what followed were variety show invitations, theme song invitations, and invitations to various evening parties. Starlight's shareholders and employees finally completely trusted and reassured Lin Luoqing going to Zin. Lin Luoqing took office immediately. As a new CEO, it must be a lie to say that he has no worries about him. It's just that Ji Yuxiao's absolute shares are placed there, and the shareholders dare not say anything. The shareholders dare not say anything, and the company's artists dare not say anything. As Lin Luoqing became more and more popular, the shareholders felt a little relieved, but the artists became more and more uneasy, afraid that they would use the entire company's power to praise Lin Luoqing. And now, Qin Wu is read without a station, without fans. She is just like any other artist in the company, but she sang an interlude where Lin Luoqing participated in TV, and it became popular from then on. How can an unknown artist be able to sing the light episode? If you think about it, you know it must be because of Lin Luoqing, and Lin Luoqing's help is nothing more than Zingai's singer. So the company's artists are changed from generation to generation, and it seems that there is a chance they quietly asked whether Lin Luoqing's trick would make him famous, and then make other artists in the company popular, and the popularity would lead to popularity. This one is Qin Wu. Who will be next? Could it be one of them? After all, they are actors, and Lin Luoqing is also an actor. As long as Lin Luoqing is willing, he can take them with him at any time. The artists of Zingai were full of anticipation for a while, and they all turned their attention to the general manager and second brother of Zingai. Please take a look at us, boss. We also want to make money. Shareholders don't have so many ideas, they just compare the data. Before Chen Luoyi had been in the company for so long, he had only cultivated a top-ranking sutong. Now Lin Luoqing and Qin Wu are both popular, and Qin Wu signed it by Lin Luoqing himself. It can be seen that Lin Luoqing is indeed capable, so he deserves this position. They look down on Chen Luoyi very much at this time. Little trash, delaying our star show? Bah, Mr. Lin is still reliable. Qin Meng looked at Qin Wu's account for this quarter, with a happy smile on his face. He didn't care much about Lin Luoqing signing before, but now it seems that Lin Luoqing's vision is really good. Of the 2 people he signed back, Shi Zhang is developing steadily in the film industry. His temperament and appearance are not liked by directors in the TV industry, but he is favored by directors in the film industry. As for Qin Wu, who signed the contract later than Shi Zhang, but got paid off earlier than Shi Zhang, and is a singer-songwriter, as long as her talent is not exhausted, she can always move forward. It's really a bit powerful. Qin Meng said with emotion. Next, let's look at this Yu Jiao, and see if he is as accurate as ever this time. Yu Jiao, who was missed by him, was on the phone with Lin Luoqing at the moment. He also browsed Weibo in his spare time, and found Qin Wu. He felt that the name was familiar, so he realized that this was the one recommended by Lin Luoqing. They are the singers who sang the theme song of this movie. Is this singer raising his price now? He asked. Lin Luoqing laughed. Qin Wu did increase the price, and it increased a lot. The main reason was that there were many people who asked to sing the theme song, but it has nothing to do with him. Qin Wu immediately sent him a WeChat message when he became popular. Mr. Zio Lin, I seem to be much more popular now. Lin Luoqing replied, well, are you happy? Qin Wu is naturally happy. Her dream has come true. Her album has been released, and she is loved by so many people. They say she is beautiful and talented. She is a talented woman, and she is the hope of the music world. Qin Wu felt that they praised too much, and they didn't deserve so many praises. In fact, they were just lucky. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolin. If it weren't for you, I still don't know what would have happened. It feels good to have a dream come true, and the more it reminds me of the days when I was constantly being denied, the more grateful I am to those who can affirm hope. Mr. Xiaolin, if you still need me, you must remember to tell me. I know that you asked me for a song last time to help me gain popularity, but now I have some popularity, so I can also help you. You must not be polite to me. Lin Luoqing is really cute. She doesn't look like someone who just became famous, but like the sister next door. It is good. He said, the next play is still waiting for you to sing the theme song. Qin Wu immediately agreed. No problem, there is a new play by Mr. Xiaolin to watch. Happy. Lin Luoqing laughed at this thought, and said to Yu Jiao, "Don't worry, there is no price increase for you, Yu." Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, that's right, I have requested your email address for the audition. If you have an actor you want to recommend, remember to let him see it, okay?" Lin Luoqing hung up the phone, opened the mailbox, and saw that there was a new email from Yu Jiao. He took a look and passed it to Wu Zhenyan. "This is the audition request for Ji Yuxiao. You can help me pass it on to other managers and ask them to give it to their artists to see if anyone is interested, okay?" Wu Zhenyan said, "Don't worry about Su Tong and Shi Zheng, I'll go and talk to them, you. Still let Su Tong and Shi Zheng also participate in this movie." Wu Zhenyan was surprised. "You really like this movie? That is director Yu Chang's famous masterpiece. Can he not like it? I'm particularly optimistic." After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, he remembered something and added, "By the way, send a text message to Qin Wu's boss and manager, and ask them if they are satisfied with what they see now." Wu Zhenyan felt that his proprietress was really hurt. The so-called sprinkling salt to the wound is nothing more than that. Chapter 234. After Lin Luoqing and Wu Zhenyan finished calling, they called Shi Zheng. He smiled and asked Shi Zheng, "Brother Zheng, I have a good show here, do you want to try it?" Shi Zheng was busy a few days ago, and at this time he finally had time to catch up on dramas. He just opened Light and received a call from him after he hadn't watched 2 episodes. He trusted Lin Luoqing's vision. Besides, with Lin Luoqing's reputation now, the crew that found him should be very good, so Shi Zheng paused the broadcast of Light and asked him, "Is the TV series a movie?" Lin Luoqing said, "No, this director is not a well-known director, but don't worry, Brother Zheng, I watched his play, and the director's level is very good, and this time's play is also very good, very reliable, that's why I want to invite you to join me." Shi Zheng said bluntly, "Since you are so optimistic, then I also believe him. Give me some time when it will start up, and I will talk to the agent. It'll be in October and November. Starlight is investing in this movie, so your salary will be lower." Lin Luoqing said hesitantly. Shi Zheng smiled, so he teased him, "The company's drama, then I have to support it even more, otherwise it won't give you face as the boss." Lin Luoqing was a little ashamed by what he said. "Then you can play a supporting role." "No problem, with your current fame, it's not appropriate for me to play the leading role for you, so I'm so flustered." "It's not inappropriate," Lin Luoqing said quickly. "Brother Zheng, you have good acting skills, and you should play the leading role. It's just that I have already made an agreement with him this time, and it's not good to change it again. So wait, and director Yu will meet you later. If you cooperate with the company, then you can play his leading role. It seems that you like director Yu very much, and you have signed several cooperation agreements. He is a very powerful director." Lin Luoqing said without hesitation, "Brother Zheng, you will definitely like it after seeing him." "Okay, then I'm looking forward to it," Shi Zheng said, and became a little curious about this director he had never met. Let Lin Luoqing appreciate it so much, he also wants to see it. Well, they can meet soon. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Luoqing was silently relieved. He doesn't want to affect Yu Jiao's Starlight, so he wants to guarantee the honor that Return to Jade deserves to the greatest extent. Therefore, inviting the future actor Shi Zheng to participate will undoubtedly give the movie another layer of insurance. Besides, if Return to Jade really won the award this time as he expected, then it would be a good thing for Shi Zheng to participate in such a film at the same time. This also gave Shi Zheng a chance to get to know Yu Jiao. In the future, when Yu Jiao chooses an actor to cooperate with, he might choose Shi Zheng. For both of them, it is an opportunity. After talking with Shi Zheng, Lin Luoqing contacted Su Tong again. Su Tong was much busier than Shi Zheng. "Although I really want to promise you, I don't have a schedule," Su Tong said helplessly. "My schedule has already been scheduled for the end of this year, this summer, and I really don't have time. If your show starts next year, then I will spare time for you now, but for a month or two, then I really don't have time." Lin Luoqing also thought about this situation before, so he was not shocked. "Well, wait a while, I will find a way to let you cooperate with him next time. By the way, this director is called Yu Jiao. Yu Zhao said you might know him. Do you know it?" Su Tuang thought for a while. "I heard this name, but I don't know it, and it's in the same circle as us." Then I know, I'll inquire about it another day." "It is good, in Fact, Su Tong didn't take part in the role this time. In a sense, it is really suitable. Lin Luoqing thought, I am the protagonist of this drama, and the rest are some supporting roles. As a top Leyu, we are about the same age, it is really inappropriate for you to play a supporting role for me, so wait a while, he has a new drama next time, and you two will work together again. Su Tong didn't insist on this kind of thing, let's talk about it later, no more, Lin Luoqing said firmly, your movie market hasn't opened yet, so you must cooperate with him, you are so optimistic about him. Su Tong was surprised, is Ji Yuxiao so patient, if not, shall I ask you to cooperate with him? Hearing what he said, Su Tong burst out laughing. He felt that Lin Luoqing was very magical and thoughtful when they first met. In order to keep him, Lin Luoqing told him that his anger had reached its peak and that he needed to open up the film market and open up a wider path for himself. Afterwards, Zhengyi would build on the foundation of his anger and create a better future for him. He picks the right movies at that time. He thought that Lin Luoqing was painting cakes. He felt that Lin Luoqing's cake painting skills were good, so he affirmed him and was moved by the cakes he drew, but he didn't take it seriously. The boss always talks a lot when retaining employees, just listen to it, if you really do, you will lose. What's more, Lin Luoqing, a newly appointed CEO, is so young, and he has a lot of problems to face. How can he really have time to take care of you? But later he found out that Lin Luoqing really wanted to bake this cake for him very seriously. He took the initiative to tell him about the opportunity to audition for All the Way to the West and asked him to audition as well. After hearing director Li's worries about his anger, he felt that he should be out of action and signed to another TV. Lin Luoqing waited and waited, and when he got this opportunity, he called him specifically to tell him about it, in case he would think too much, and assured him that he would definitely recommend him to director Li afterwards. He did, but now, he has met a new director who he thinks is good, and he can't wait to invite him to act together. He said he didn't have time, so he immediately arranged a play for him, which is the protagonist. Obviously he himself didn't pay much attention to the matter, but the other party always remembered it, and practiced it wholeheartedly. This feeling moved Su Tong inexplicably. Okay, he promised, I will definitely cooperate with him next time, and Lin Luoqing responded, come on. Su Tong said softly, I wish you a successful movie this time. Commercial films sell well at the box office, and literary films win awards, then I will lend you a good word. Lin Luoqing said bluntly. He hung up the phone and sent Ji Yuxiao a WeChat message, asking him to pay special attention to Shi Jiang during the audition, and be sure to choose a suitable role for him. In essence, Lin Luoqing is also selfish among Starlight's employees. He undoubtedly cared more about Su Tong, Shi Jiang, and Qin Wu. He didn't want Qin Wu to go to the end of the original book, and hoped that Shi Jiang would get the honor he deserved in the original book, while Su Tong is the only one of these who did not sign the contract himself. He was signed by Ji Yuling, and because of Ji Yuling's relationship, he stayed in Starlight all the time. Yuling's Hiao's kindness helped him achieve success, retain Zhengyi and other artists, and stabilized his heart. He is like a spark left by Ji Yuling, a piece of wealth, and a symbol of him. Everyone else in Zhengyi gradually forgot Ji Yuling's existence. When accepting Chen Luoyi and Lin Luoqing, the general managers who took office later, and equating Zhengyi with them, only Su Tong would always remember Ji Yuling. Will always equate Zhengyi and Ji Yuling. Just for this, Lin Luoqing also hoped that he would have a better future. He hopes that Ji Yuling will be remembered, no matter how different the times are, he will always be remembered. This is the company he founded, and he should be remembered. What's more, if Su Tong has a good future, Ji Yuling should be happy too. After he had arranged everything, he put down his phone and continued watching Ji Yuxiao. At the end of September, Ji Yuxiao finally got everything ready. If you don't go out, it will start up in mid-October. He and Lin Luoqing said, okay. Lin Luoqing remembered if this is the case, he will stay at home for another half a month, and accompany Ji Yuxiao, Lin Fei, and Ji Leyu together. Ji Yuxiao heard that he was going to film again in mid-October, and felt that he had gradually gotten used to it. So, are you coming back? He asked. It should be okay. If not, I'll ask Ji Yuxiao to give everyone a day off. Ji Yuxiao nodded. It's not a holiday, so I'll take Xiao and Fei to the set to find you, then maybe the two of them earn pocket money again. That's a good thing. Ji Yuxiao patted his pocket. It won't fall into our pockets in the end. Lin Luoqing laughed instantly. and the cute moment of two babies giving him pocket money appeared in front of his eyes. This 11th, while I'm not going to work, let's take the two of them out to play. He said. Ji Yuxiao didn't see her. Then let's go to the playground. Since my legs were injured, Leyu hasn't gone there again. It just so happens that you have time this time, and our family of 4 will go together. It is good. Lin Luoqing announced the good news during dinner at night, and Ji Liu was really happy, and kept asking them which day they would go on the 7th day of the national day, which playground they would go to, what time would they wake up, and how long they would play. Lin Luoqing smiled and said to him, as long as you are smart, you can play until 12 o'clock in the evening. Ji Liu shook his head. The amusement park should be closed. Did you know the playground would be closed? Ji Liu snorted, pouted and said, I know a lot, but what he said reminded Ji Yuxiao that there must be a lot of amusement parks during the 11th National Day period. As far as Lin Luoqing is now popular, when they go out, once they are recognized, it will be really hard for them to move. Ji Yuxiao lowered her hair and sent a WeChat message, said to a friend, then raised her head again, and said to Ji Liu, now the amusement park is not closed, you want to live in it? Ji Liu blinked, dazed. Lin Luoqing looked at him and asked him, what do you think? I booked a game, so I won't recognize you when the time comes. You won't have fun playing. Lin Luoqing was pleasantly surprised. He had never booked an amusement park. Then can I play bumper cars several times? Ji Yuxiao was amused by his pure joy. Your first reaction was to play bumper cars several times. Lin Luoqing nodded. I used to go to the playground when I was in school, and every time there were a lot of people queuing up for bumper cars. Let's line up. So many are not a big project. Don't line up, and I really want to play. Then you can play until you don't want to play this time. Ji Yuxiao said gently. Lin Luoqing looked at him. Some friendship slowly appeared in his eyes. He wanted to kiss him, but felt embarrassed. He quietly lowered his head. His heart was sweet. His eyes and brows were filled with happiness and satisfaction seeing him like this. Ji Yuxiao turned to Ji Liu and said, go get some fruit for Dad. After finishing speaking, he said to Lin Fei, Fei, help Dad serve a bowl of soup. The two babies obediently said oh, and when they left the restaurant, Lin Luoqing didn't know why, so Ji Yuxiao kissed him on the face in a second. Lin Luoqing was startled, and looking back at him, saw Ji Yuxiao smiling. If you want to kiss me, just kiss me, bear with it. Lin Luoqing snorted arrogantly, who wants to kiss you, but you, who'll drive the two babies away every day, then shall I kiss you in front of both of them? Ji Yuxiao said. Lin Luoqing's eyes widened immediately. How dare you? Didn't you let me send them away? Lin Luoqing, then why don't you wait until you get back to the room for a while before kissing? Ji Yuxiao elongated her tone. Oh, so you really want me to kiss you? Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing stretched out his hand to pinch him. Ji Yuxiao took his hand, lowered his head and approached him. His voice was gentle and intoxicating. If I knew you wanted to go to the playground so much, I would have taken you earlier. No, it doesn't matter. From now on, you can go to other places. Lin Luoqing looked up at him, and Ji Yuxiao looked at him with silent tenderness in his eyes. Lin Luoqing's heartbeat was uncontrollable in an instant, and his face burned up a little bit. Ji Yuxiao lowered her head, pressed against his forehead, and kissed him on the lips. Lin Luoqing didn't refuse, and Ji Yuxiao only kissed him twice. Taking a soft kiss with him, Lin Fei just walked to the door after serving the soup. When he saw such a scene, he stopped silently, turned his head and said to Ji Liu, who was following him, wait. Ji Liu was curious. Why? No reason. Ji Liu probed to look into the restaurant, but was quickly blocked by Lin Fei. No peeking. Ji Liu bulged her cheeks. Really? Why not let him see it? What's not to look at? He was muttering in his heart when he suddenly realized something, and asked Lin Fei in a low voice, are they kissing? Lin Fei. Ji Liu behaved now. Children don't look at big kisses. I know. Lin Fei. They did it do anything? Lin Fei said firmly. Ji Liu squinted at him, with a look of do you think I believe it? Oh. He nodded. There is no money here, and the two of them haven't kissed. I know. Lin Fei. What do you know? Who wrote Ode to the Willow and how to recite it? You memorize it once. He directly changed the subject. Ji Liu? Question mark. No way. How come this is Ode to the Willow? Brother, you've changed your face so quickly. Ji Liu felt miserable. His uncle and aunt kissed me. I am very happy. How about him? To sing praises to the willows? Exclamation mark. Does the willow tree have no uncles and aunts of its own? Why should he be praised by others? It is really an immodest willow tree. Chapter 235. Lin Luoqing and Ji Liu had been looking forward to it, and 10 finally arrived after school. Ji Liu got into the car and asked Lin Luoqing, "Are we going out to play tomorrow, Lin?" Luoqing helped him unload his school bag, and smiled. "Yes, Ji." Liu said happily, "Then I will pretend to be a lot of delicious food, okay?" Lin Luoqing touched his head. Ji Liu blinked at him to be cute, and said obediently, "Then Dad, can I do my homework tonight?" As he spoke, he tilted his head on purpose, looking very cute. Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei silently. "I have to ask your brother about this, Ji Liu." Ji Liu fell into his arms in an instant, like a cabbage beaten by shuang, and asked his brother, "As far as his ruthless brother is concerned, can he have a second answer?" Ji Liu sighed, and hugged her weak, pitiful and helpless self distressedly. "Lin Fei, why does he have to work part-time to make movies when he plays so many movies? Lin Luoqing can also send pocket money with 17 days off. He can work for 7 days, which is enough for him to get paid after the filming. It can be said that it is indeed very ruthless." Lin Luoqing was thinking about going out to play, so the two babies took a bath early and put them to bed. And she and Ji Yuxiao lay on the bed early. Ji Yuxiao looked at his appearance of getting up early tomorrow morning and going to bed early tonight, and said with a smile, "You should know that we have booked the show, so if you go early, it will be enough for you and the two babies to have fun." Lin Luoqing: "Yes, then why did he go to bed so early?" Ji Yuxiao laughed, thinking his silly look was cute. "Since we need to go to bed so early, we can also do something we like to do as a husband and wife." He approached Lin Luoqing, heard the words, and quickly pushed him. "You are dreaming. You do something you like tonight, and I will play tomorrow." Ji Yuxiao looked puzzled. "Husband and wife have a heart-to-heart talk at night. How can you play tomorrow, Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Husband and wife talk at night, talk heart-to-heart. Lin Luoqing, you said that what you like to do between husband and wife is to have a heart-to-heart talk at night, so?" Ji Yuxiao pretended to be innocent. "Kinking, is this what you're thinking? Then what are you thinking, Lin Luoqing?" Ji Yuxiao looked at him, and suddenly said "Oh," looked at Lin Luoqing with admiration, and smacked his tongue. "Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect Kinking to be such a person. You are really a hard-boiled egg, and your face looks white and tender. Tender and pure and flawless, but her heart has already turned yellow, Lin Luoqing?" Exclamation mark. Lin Luoqing was so angry that he pinched him on the spot. "Who is this?" He obviously misunderstood him on purpose, so he is ashamed to say him. He flipped over and landed on Ji Yuxiao, pinching him. Ji Yuxiao smiled and held his hand. "Take it easy, your husband only has this waist. It's good to be scrapped." Ji Yuxiao held his hand and rubbed it lightly. "You'll be fine if you're crippled." Lin Luoqing smiled. "What's so good about me? You're crippled, just use my waist, and my waist is not crippled." Ji Yuxiao was crying and laughing, pinched his face. Lin Luoqing turned his head and bit his hand. Ji Yuxiao withdrew his hand, and leaned in front of him. "Puppy, you, bite you to death, as," he said. He opened his mouth and said. Lin Luoqing was caught off guard by his kiss, a little unresponsive, and when he realized his sudden attack, he raised his hand and pushed him. Ji Yuxiao had no choice but to hold his hand again, and gently pecked his lips. His kiss was very close, coaxing, like water dripping and splashing, wrapping Lin Luoqing's soft heart. Lin Luoqing deliberately avoided letting him kiss at first, but she didn't hide later, biting his lip with a reddish face with his open mouth. Ji Yuxiao kissed him intimately and tenderly, slowly let go of his hand, and took him into her arms. He lightly rubbed Lin Luoqing's forehead, feeling tender in his heart. "Little villain," he whispered. Lin Luoqing snorted, and Ji Yuxiao touched his lips with a smile, and whispered between his lips and teeth, "Baby." Lin Luoqing was a little ashamed by his word, but Ji Yuxiao said it again. He said politely, "Shut up." Ji Yuxiao looked at the crimson color on his face, and shaved his face. He couldn't bear to tease him, so he just hugged him again, and said in a warm voice beside his ear, "It was originally mine, baby. Shut up." Lin Luoqing said shyly. Ji Yuxiao smiled and kissed his ear. "Okay, baby, if you tell me to shut up, I will shut up." Lin Luoqing felt that he did it on purpose, so he pinched Ji Yuxiao hard, and Ji Yuxiao leaned on his shoulder with a low smile, silently tightening his arms. There are always moments when he really likes Lin Luoqing, finds him hopelessly cute, and wants to kiss him irresistibly. Ji Yuxiao once wondered what his love would be like. What would the person he liked be like? At that time, he must be very cute, so he can't help but want to tease him now that he knows it's really cute. Ji Yuxiao hugged him for a long time before finally letting go and saying, "Sleep, I have to get up early tomorrow." "You just said, get up early. I'm afraid you're too excited. You'll wake up tomorrow morning, Lin Luoqing." Lin Luoqing pushed his hand away, got into the quilt. Ji Yuxiao stuck to it, and hugged him from behind. He turned off the light, kissed Lin Luoqing's ear, and whispered, "Good night, baby." Lin Luoqing, why do you have so many tricks? This is another name. He closed his eyes, and after a while, he turned over awkwardly again, leaning on Ji Yuxiao's shoulder facing him. Ji Yuxiao didn't expose him, and tried not to let himself laugh out loud. Thinking that his awkward appearance was also very cute, he hugged Lin Luoqing tightly and fell asleep slowly. The next morning, Lin Luo woke up earlier than usual. Only him, even Ji Liu woke up earlier than usual after washing and changing his clothes. He went to find Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao had already finished packing and were adjusting their backpacks. He came, pulled the zipper of the backpack, took him by the hand, and went upstairs to eat with him. Both Ji Liu and Lin Fei packed their small school bags, which contained their favorite snacks and drinks. Lin Luoqing weighed their small school bags. "Good guy, it's still light, and these two little guys also think it's heavy. You want Dad to hold it for you?" he asked. Li and Ji Yuxiao are in the same bag, and Ji Yuxiao is carrying it on his back, so he just feels relaxed at the moment. Lin Fei shook his head. "I will carry it myself." Ji Liu followed suit. "I also recite it myself." "That's fine, if you think it's serious, tell me anytime." And Ji Liu nodded. "Then let's go." Lin Luoqing patted his little shoulder and walked forward. Ji Liu cheered, and immediately pulled Lin Fei to follow. It was still Xiao Li who drove the car. When he arrived at the playground, Xiao Li also got in the car, played with them, and took pictures for them along the way. Apart from the employees, there were no tourists in the reserved playground, and the huge playground became quiet in an instant. Lin Luoqing stood beside Lin Fei and asked him, "What do you want to play first?" Lin Fei had never been to such a large playground. The amusement parks that Lin Luoqing took him to before were more like parks, with not so many recreational facilities. Lin Fei was curious about how many things there would be in such a big playground. He still remembered that Lin Luoqing wanted to play with bumper cars, so he said, "Let's play with bumper cars." "Okay." Lin Luoqing agreed. The group of 5 immediately went to the bumper car area. Both Lin Fei and Ji Liu are still young, and the staff suggested that it would be safer for them to stay with adults, so naturally, Ji Yuxiao fell in love with Ji Liu, and Lin Luoqing fell in love with Lin Fei. As for Xiao Li, he is so chic that he can monopolize the car. The game started soon. Lin Luoqing hadn't played with the bumper cars for a long time, and he hadn't found the touch yet. He was running around the field when Ji Yuxiao bumped into him. Lin Luoqing hurriedly turned around and drove back, but was hit by Xiao Li, who was chasing after him. Went back. Lin Luoqing had no choice but to change the road. After a while, the sound of bang and bang came from the field one after another. Lin Luoqing was bumped once, and he also mastered the touch, chasing after Ji Yuxiao to hide him. Ji Yuxiao fled quickly, but just as he escaped Lin Luoqing, he was bumped to the side by Xiao Li, who was rushing forward. Ji Yuxiao looked at the chicken unrestrained Xiao Li. Lin Luo cleared his eyes, and the two ran towards Xiao Li. It's a pity that Xiao Li is really a bit talented in bumper cars, and he escaped safely several times, and he was very proud of himself. The time of the game was suspended. Lin Luoqing loosened the steering wheel, and asked Lin Fei to try it out. "Come and drive, Dad will see how your driving skills are." Hearing this, Lin Fei raised his head and asked him, "Is it Uncle Li who bumped into my father?" "It's okay." Lin Luoqing smiled. "You can bump into whoever you want." Lin Fei thought about it, and was too willing to bump into Ji Yuxiao, so he set his target on Xiao Li. However, he thought so. At the beginning of the game, Ji Liu slammed into him with a car, and Lin Fei, who hit him directly, bounced up slightly from his seat. Lin Fei decided to give up Xiao Li first and educate his reckless younger brother. Instead, he turned the car around and drove towards Ji Liu, and Ji Liu hurried forward. Xiao Li watched their brothers fight each other, and helped Lin Fei to surround Ji Liu without saying a word. As soon as Ji Liu turned the corner, he saw Xiao Li killing him. He fled to the side, but was bumped into by Lin Fei. Ji Yuxiao laughed, and Ji Liu looked up at him in disbelief. Ji Yuxiao immediately changed into a heartbroken look. They are too cruel. Our little fish baby is still so small. They are all older than you. How can you bully the small with the big? Ji Liu nodded fiercely. That's right. It's too much. He turned the car around and chased after Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very flexible in evading. Li was watching a play, but suddenly found that Lin Fei was coming towards him. He ran away and chased Ji Liu, but after a while, he thought of something and turned the car around, planning to come to surround him. Lin Fei. Lin Luoqing, you are too unprincipled. Guo. Lin Fei was very calm. He quickly circled around, avoiding the pursuit of Li and Ji Liu. Xiao, stop chasing your brother. Go after Uncle Li, so that you can fight him with your brother. Ji Yuxiao. Ji Liu suggested. Hearing this, Ji Liu immediately changed sides and ran towards Li. Li hurried to hide, but was bumped into the corner by Lin Fei, who knew when to approach. Lin Fei laughed, and turned to look at Lin Luoqing, his eyes sparkling. It was rare for Lin Luoqing to see him smiling so happily, full of childishness, and touched his head. It's really awesome. Lin Fei was also a little proud. He didn't speak, but calmly got out of the car and drove to another place. After playing alone for a while, Li had had enough and stopped chasing the two of them. Instead, he took out his camera and started taking pictures of them. Lin Luoqing saw that Li's camera turned to Lin Fei, raised his hand and made two rabbit ears on the back of Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei seemed to feel it, and looked back at him. With a click sound, the little rabbit's ears fell off, leaving only the little rabbit's delicate side face. After playing the bumper cars, the rotating flying chairs diagonally opposite, I played along the road one by one, and then I saw the haunted house. Ji Liu was courageous, pointed to the haunted house and said, I want to play with this. Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei silently. Do you want to play too? Lin Fei looked at the sign and said calmly, Xiao and I can go in. Lin Luoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you and Mr. Lin can go to play. I'll help you to look after the two babies. Li actively suggested while holding the camera. Haunted house. What a paradise for couples. Go in separately, hold each other and come out. How suitable for their young master and young wife. Ji Yuxiao turned to look at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing smiled. Let me watch the two babies. You and Li go in. Li shook his head quickly. No, he and their young master are lovers again. What a waste of the atmosphere of the haunted house. Ji Yuxiao raised his eyebrows. Are you afraid? Lin Luoqing snorted. I'm afraid? What have you and I been afraid of? Ji Yuxiao, then you go in. Lin Luoqing. Well, he is just afraid. Haunted house. This is a haunted house. There is such a scary thing as a haunted house in the world. Lin Luoqing may opened his legs, and he quickly hugged Lin Fei and Ji Liu, clasped his hands together, and said firmly, my baby and I can be separated in an instant. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Oh, he is afraid. Chapter 236. Before coming to the playground, Ji Yuxiao had always felt that his little lover was quite fearless, with soldiers coming to cover him with water and earth. After coming to the playground, Ji Yuxiao understood that he was afraid of ghosts. Thinking about it, Lin Luoqing has never been too ghostly. Ji Yuxiao looked at him deeply. Lin Luoqing pretended to be calm and poked his neck, afraid that he would drag him into the haunted house. In the next second, Ji Yuxiao was amused by his desperate appearance. Change it to something else. I'm tired of playing games like haunted houses, he said. Lin Luoqing nodded her head desperately when she heard the words. It's just that, it's too new. Xiao Li? Question mark. No? Are you all not interested? What a pity, Xiao Li hinted frantically, but no matter what he hinted, Lin Luoqing was unmoved, while Ji Yuxiao pretended not to understand, so they went through the haunted house 3 times without entering. After a while, we arrived at the front of the torrent. Xiao Li. Okay, the emperor is not in a hurry to kill him, a little eunuch, since the two of them don't want to play haunted houses, so be it. It wasn't him who lost the loss, it was their young master. As he thought about it, the mournful Ji Yuxiao glanced at him. Ji Yuxiao, why don't you come out at this time? Your wife is afraid of ghosts. Stupid, not smart at all. Lin Luoqing didn't pay attention to the eye contact behind him, pointing at Ji Yuxiao and Ji Yuxiao. I like this, let's play this. Naturally, Ji Yuxiao didn't see the sign. Ask the staff. It's okay to see Lin Fei and Ji Liu, and the family of 4 will go up with Xiao Li. The stimulation of the torrent is in the dive stage. Lin Luoqing couldn't help but screamed as soon as he reached the dive stage. Ji Liu also shouted freely when he heard his shout. Lin Fei didn't think it was so scary. He was yelled by the two of them, and he was a little worried about whether he would fly out. Soon, they rushed to the bottom, splashed a lot of water, and poured heavily on the raincoats on their bodies. Superior, we're wearing raincoats. Lin Luoqing sighed while touching her wet hair. Ji Liu's very cooperative. Lin Luoqing helped him wipe off the water droplets on his face, and asked him, "Do you want to play again, Ji?" Liu nodded again. Yes, several people returned to the entrance and started playing again. After playing 4 or 5 times in a row, Lin Luoqing and Ji Liu finally had enough and set off like a jungle speeder. Compared with a roller coaster, the jungle speeder is much smaller and the is gentler. Lin Luoqing felt that it was not exciting enough and wanted to go on the roller coaster. Ji Liu raised his hand to show that he wants it too. Lin Luoqing was worried that he would be uneasy because he was too young and not tall, so he chose a small roller coaster that Lin Fei and Ji Liu could go on. As soon as the roller coaster started, he and Ji Liu shouted excitedly again. Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao glanced at each other, quite a bit accustomed to the high and low duet Lin Fei sighed. The two of them can shout. Ji Yuxiao smiled. His wife and his son are quite compatible in a certain sense. Waiting until Lin Luoqing and Ji Liu were tired from playing, they went to play on the carousel. Ji Liu didn't sit with Ji Yuxiao this time, but sat with Lin Luoqing, letting Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao sit together. Ji Yu stared at Lin Fei and asked him, "Do you like to come out and play, Lin Fei?" He has never been very interested in playing, but it is a very rare and novel experience for him to come out as a family of 4 just like the kids on TV, go out to play with mom and dad, get tired from playing, and then go home with mom and dad. Lin Fei turned to him and asked him, "Does your leg feel uncomfortable, Ji?" Yuxiao shook his head. "How about you? Did you have fun yet?" Lin Fei smiled at him. He really felt very happy, and he was very happy when he came out to play with his family. Ji Yuxiao hugged him, and not far away, Xiao Li was holding a camera, and the camera was facing him and Lin Fei. He looked up at Lin Fei with rabbit ears. "It's not a camera." Lin Fei raised his head and walked towards Xiao Li, who immediately pressed the shutter and took a snapshot. Lin Fei didn't feel that. He smiled quietly, with a happy emotion that he couldn't explain clearly. He heard laughter coming from behind him. It was Lin Luoqing and Ji Liu. He turned around, and saw Lin Luoqing holding Ji Liu sitting on a flying horse with wings, smiling brightly at Xiao Li's camera. Lin Fei suddenly felt that this was very good. He was very happy. Lin Luoqing and Ji Liu were also very happy. He raised his head and asked Ji Yuxiao, "Are you having a good time, Ji?" Yuxiao smiled. "If I'm happy, I'm happy." The joy in Lin Fei's heart instantly stepped up, and now, Ji Yuxiao is also very happy. When Xiao Li's camera turned to him again, he leaned against Ji Yuxiao and smiled at the camera. Xiao Li gave him a thumbs up, showed his crooked eyes, and smiled at him. The family of 4 took many photos on the carousel, and then Xiao Li also stood next to them and asked the staff to take group photos with the 5 of them. When the night is dark, a few people go to the Ferris wheel when the lights first come on. The world outside the Ferris wheel is bizarre, but the world inside the Ferris wheel is quiet and warm. Lin Fei and Ji Li were a little tired, but they stood in front of the window, marveling at the world under their feet. This world is very strange and strange to them. They are too young, they cannot understand many things, they need to rely on the strength of adults. They are just children who have just opened their eyes. They yearn for this world with great joy, even if they are tired. They don't want to look away. Ji Yuxiao looked at the 2 of them, coughed, and said to them, "When the Ferris wheel reaches the highest point, you 2 close your eyes and reach out to catch the stars. It is said that you can catch them." Lin Luoqing squinted at him, thinking, "Are you joking?" Lin Fei didn't believe it either, but Ji Li blindly trusted Ji Yuxiao. "Yes, just stop for a while and you'll see." Ji Liu cheered. Ji Yuxiao turned to Lin Luoqing, who looked suspicious. "You can try it too. Maybe you can catch it too." Lin Luoqing laughed, wondering if he was 3 years old. "This is cheating. Try it," Ji Yuxiao advised him. "It doesn't cost money to try, okay?" Lin Luo nodded. "Just try it." He also wants Ji Yuxiao to play tricks. He didn't have to wait long before the Ferris wheel turned to its highest point and stopped. Ji Liu immediately closed her eyes and stretched out her little hand. Seeing this, Lin Luoqing also closed her eyes and raised her hands above her head. Lin Fei was the last one to do this. He felt stupid and thought it must be impossible, but when Ji Yuxiao turned to him, he silently closed his eyes and raised his hand. Ji Yuxiao watched them all close their eyes, and coaxed them, "Go slowly and admit it." As he spoke, he took out a diamond star he had prepared from his pocket, held it up high with a chain, and gently swayed the pendant next to the little hands of Ji Liu and Lin Fei. Ji Liu grabbed the pendant into his hand, excitedly. "I caught it, Lin." Fei was a little confused, but felt that he had touched it too. He reached out and grabbed it, opened his eyes, and looked at the open palm, and there was indeed a twinkling star lying inside, pure white, constantly shining, radiant, very beautiful, just like stars. Lin Fei raised his head. Ji Yuxiao turned to him tenderly, and made a shush gesture at him. Lin Fei didn't speak, just lowered his head and continued to touch the star in his hand. Ji Liu leaned over and pressed against his arm. The stars in his palm, like his own, were white diamonds, sparkling and beautiful. Lin Luoqing listened to Ji Liu's words. "I caught it," and wondered if he caught it. "You can't catch the stars, can you? How is it possible?" He thought about it, but felt as if he had touched it. The ice was cold, right between his fingers. Lin Luoqing strangely stretched out his hand to grab it, and held it in front of his eyes. "Can I open my eyes?" he asked Ji Yuxiao. "Yes." Ji Yuxiao smiled. Only then did Lin Luoqing slowly open her eyes, and lowered her head to touch her palm. "It is a very large star in water blue." Lin Luoqing was a little surprised, and looked up at Ji Yuxiao, who looked at him tenderly, with tenderness in his eyes. Lin Fei and Ji Liu also came over. Ji Liu tilted her head. "Father's is different from ours, Lin Fei Tao. Dad is blue, and bigger than ours." Lin Luoqing was curious. "What do you look like, Lin Fei?" And Ji Liu stretched out their hands to him. Lin Luo cleared the shining white diamond stars in their palms, and felt that Ji Yuxiao was very troublesome. "Your ones are also white, father's." Ji Liu obviously likes blue diamonds. "Then Dad will trade with you," Lin Luoqing said to him. Ji Liu shook her head very sensibly. "No need, I'm a baby, so I caught little stars, and my father is an adult, so I can catch big stars, and..." He put his palm close to Lin Fei's. "I'm the same as my brother." Lin Fei saw that the star in his hand and the one in his own hand really looked the same, and for some reason, he felt a little happier. Ji Yuxiao watched the three of them gather together to study the appearance of the stars in his hands, feeling like a narcissus full of water, full of satisfaction and able to bloom to him. They are like the endlessly brilliant stars in his life, one after another, embellishing his life and making his life brilliant. Ji Yuxiao helped Lin Fei and Ji Liu put their little star on their wrists. Lin Fei and Ji Liu cherished the little star in their hands, touching it carefully from time to time. Lin Luoqing's star was too big. He really didn't dare to wear it on his hands or around his neck, for fear that the chain would not be able to bear the weight of the diamond if he didn't pay attention, and if the diamond fell, his heart would fall too. Ji Yuxiao was dumbfounded by what he said, so he had to help him put it in his pocket, so that he would not feel uneasy about putting it anywhere after getting out of the Ferris wheel. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao took Lin Fei and Ji Liu into the car and rushed back. Lin Fei and Ji Liu had been playing all day, and now they were also sleepy, cuddling head to head and shoulder to shoulder, and soon fell asleep. Lin Luo looked at the innocent sleeping faces of the two of them, picked up the blanket on the car and covered them both, and whispered to Ji Yuxiao, "Sleeping." Ji Yuxiao leaned forward, laughed, and hugged Lin Luoqing. He took out the diamonds in his pocket again, wrapped the chain around Lin Luoqing's wrist, put it on his hand, bowed his head and kissed the back of his hand. Lin Luoqing went towards Xiaoli in an instant, but Xiaoli was here. Ji Yuxiao touched his reddish cheeks, laughed softly, and hugged him into her arms. Lin Luoqing was a little sad, but also a little sweet and joyful. He leaned against Ji Yuxiao's arms, looked at the stars on his wrist, and felt that he was romantic and cute. He held Ji Yuxiao's hand, thinking that he was the biggest star he had caught. Feeling his movement, Ji Yuxiao held his hand instead. Interlocking his fingers, his index finger rubbed against Lin Luoqing's knuckles. Ji Yuxiao lowered his eyelashes slightly, and calmly touched Lin Luoqing's long and white fingers. "Heart, it's time to consider their rings. His hands are so beautiful, they must be suitable for wearing rings." Wear the engagement ring he gave him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. Lin Luoqing spent a happy 10 years with Ji Yuxiao, Lin Fei, and Ji Liu, and Ji was about to start as a leading role. Of course you can't be late. Lin Luoqing didn't tell the two babies about this in advance. He waited until he was about to go to the film crew, and then told the two of them on the way home. After picking up the two babies, Lin Fei looked up, a little surprised. but he didn't show it in his eyes, and thought he had to go to work again. Ji Liu has always been more clingy in this regard, and asked, "Then when are you coming back?" "Wait for your final exam." Lin Luoqing said, "When I come back, you will be rewarded for the final exam." Ji Liu said softly, "I don't want a reward, I want my father to come back soon, okay?" Lin Luoqing hugged her. "I promise to come back early, and then we can watch movies." I deliberately left the love of the road to the west for a while before telling the two children, "It's the movie you and I acted in before, and it will be released this year during the Chinese New Year. When the time comes, we will bring your father and go to the cinema to watch it." Okay. Ji Liu was indeed distracted. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. In fact, he hoped that Lin Luoqing could stay at home for more time. In the past, he lived with Lin Luoqing every day and didn't feel anything. Later, Lin Luoqing started to go out to work, only to find that every time Lin Luoqing left, it was true will be away for a long time, not 2 days a day, not 2 weeks a week, but a good month. Lin Fei doesn't have a clingy personality, so every time Lin Luoqing leaves, he won't cry, and he won't hug and say anything reluctant but would like to. "When do you want to come back? Do you think about yourself?" "It's just that I don't like to talk about these things." If I don't say anything, Lin Luoqing asks occasionally, awkwardly refusing to tell the truth. "It seems that I am right to leave." Without any emotion, Lin Luoqing lowered his head, and saw Lin Fei sitting beside him with lowered eyebrows, as if he was thinking about something. Touching Lin Fei's head, he said gently, "After 2 years, Dad's job will be stable, and then he won't be as busy as he is now, so I can spend more time with you." Lin Fei looked up, not knowing how he knew what he was thinking. Her eyes were very clear, with only a little doubt, but Lin Luoqing caught it. Lin Luoqing hugged her arms into her arms. "Dad doesn't want to leave you for so long, but I can't help it. Just like you have to go to school, people have to go to work." Lin Fei nodded. Of course he understands this, so he can calmly accept Lin Luoqing's departure every time. "It's not that I don't want to, but I understand too much." After a long time, maybe Lin Luoqing will not have to go to work, thinking, if a child finishes school one day, that person should also have a day to finish work at that time. Lin Luoqing could stay at home and would not leave too far to go to work, so we could see each other every day. Lin Fei leaned on Lin Luoqing, thinking to himself, he needs to grow faster at night. When Lin Luo was about to go back after taking a shower, he asked, "Where's your key?" Lin Luoqing was a little puzzled. "What key?" "The key to the house, in my room." "Let me see." Lin Fei said. Lin Luoqing became more and more confused, but Lin Fei has always been spoiled here, let alone keys. Even if Lin Fei wanted to look at the stars, Lin Luoqing could buy an astronomical telescope overnight. Thinking of this, "I think I can buy this one." After all, Lin Fei's thirst for knowledge, if he grows up, Bao Buki will be interested in astronomy. Lin Luoqing turned around and went back to the room to get the key, and searched for the astronomical telescope. Along the way, Lin Fei took out a little tiger pendant from the drawer. The pendant is in the style of a keychain, and it was bought at the store at the entrance of the school 10 days ago. He unpacked it, carefully looked at the little tiger in his hand, and gently patted its head. Lin Luoqing quickly returned with the key and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it and said, "Turn around." "Lin Luoqing?" Lin Luoqing could only turn around and continue searching the astronomical telescope. Seeing that Lin Fei seemed to be playing with his mobile phone and didn't peek, he carefully hung up Xiaohu. Although he couldn't accompany Lin Luoqing, Xiaohu could, so that Lin Luoqing could think of Xiaohu. When he saw Xiaohu, Lin Fei hung it up, held the key and said, "Okay, you can turn around." Lin Luoqing turned around, with a faint expression in her eyes. "It's mysterious. Stretch out your hand." Lin Fei said. Lin Luoqing stretched out her hand. Lin Fei put the key in his hand, turned around and pulled off the quilt and lay down, without mentioning what he had just done, just said, "I'm going to sleep. Turn off the light for me when you leave later." Lin Luoqing looked at the tiger-headed little tiger that was obviously extra on the key in his hand, and then at the little tiger who was hiding under the quilt and didn't even look at him. Here he came walking to the head of Lin Fei's bed, bending over and leaning closer to his ear. He said softly, "You don't want me, do you?" Lin Fei didn't speak. Lin Luoqing kissed on the exposed cheek. "Dad knows. I know you don't want me. I know you miss me. I know we you don't say anything on the surface, but actually miss Dad very much. I can also stay at home every day and see you every day." Gently touched Lin Fei's broken hair. "There will be such a day. Dad will work hard, and from now on, I can accompany you every day." Lin Fei slightly turned his head to look, The light in the room fell into his eyes, and Ying's eyes were crystal clear, and said, "You don't have to work too hard, I will work hard, let's work hard." Lin Luoqing doesn't need to work too hard. Lin Luoqing touched his forehead and said, "Wait, next year, Dad will definitely not be as busy as this year, okay?" Carefully apologized to Lin Fei, "You little one, I really shouldn't arrange so much work by myself, and I'm not even at home for several months. Although you have gotten along well with your father, I can't because of us existence, we can accompany you, let myself leave you so many times, absent from your growth. This is not what a good father should do. I should let myself spend more time with you. Wait for next year, okay? Next year I won't be so busy. Next year, if it goes well, it should have won the award, and it can be regarded as a firm foothold. Naturally, the production can be reduced appropriately, and only 2 movies will be filmed each year." Lin Fei blinked and said softly, "But you are yourself too, say, you are not just Dad, you are you. You should also do what you want to do, not just take care of me and stay with me." A child has his own ideas, his likes and dislikes, and a person like Lin Luoqing must have his own likes and dislikes. It's Dad, but it's also Lin Luoqing. If you are allowed to grow up according to your preferences, then Lin Luoqing should also be allowed to do it according to your preferences. You can do what you like. Not every child needs someone to be with you every day, just like not every child likes to make friends. As you said, I am fine like this. Then that's good too. Lin Fei's voice was small, his eyes were gentle, and he liked unconsciously, no matter what you are, I will like you. You are the best Dad, so just as long as you like it. Stretched out the hand hidden in the quilt, touched Lin Luoqing's drooping head, and rushed down. Ruzang touched his head at the entrance of the campus for the first time, and said, "It's not your fault, good boy." The once childish voice overlapped with a soft voice now. Lin Luoqing watched, her eyes a little sour when Lin Fei withdrew his hand. He held his hand, put his face on the palm of his hand, and clenched his hand tightly. "Fei." Lin Luoqing's voice was a little more choked, and he really didn't expect Lin Fei to say such words. Although it is so small, it seems to be able to hold a lot of spring and winter snow. What Dad likes most is you. What Dad wants most is to be by your side after work, and to watch you grow up healthily and happily. I came here, the happiest thing is that I met your Uncle Ji, and the other is that I met you. Dad will always love you and will always keep you in his heart. No matter where I am, you are my most beloved baby. When I think of you, I feel very happy." Lin Fei nodded quietly. Lin Luo cleared up, then put down his hand and kissed his forehead. "I will wear your little tiger well. Seeing the little tiger is just like seeing you." Lin Fei himself thought so, and when he was caught off guard, he was a little happy, but also a little shy, and lowered his eyelashes. Lin Luoqing rubbed her hair again, stuffed her hands back into the bed, and said softly, "Go to sleep. Dad will send you to school tomorrow morning. After sending you and Xiao to school, Dad will go to work again." "Yes," Lin Fei said obediently. "Good night, Dad." "Good night, darling." Lin Luoqing kissed her forehead again, and then closed her eyes. Then she suppressed her emotion, stood up, and walked outside. "I didn't expect Lin Fei to say such a thing. I will tell you that you are not just a father, you are also Lin Luoqing, so you have the right to do what you want." Always throw in many emotions, not like a child. Remember every word you said, and then compare your heart with your heart, and use the right tolerance to tolerate. But it's just a child, and it's normal for people to tolerate children, because the reason why children are children is because they don't understand, and there are no concepts and rules in their minds. But Lin Fei understands too well, lives too rationally, and has his own logic and thinking so early on, like a villain. "I'll learn to be tolerant." Lin Luoqing was relieved and proud, and looked down at the little tiger on the key. The little Fei was really a different kind of smart and gentle little tiger. "I will always be proud of this little tiger." Lin Luoqing went back to her room to pack her luggage, and sent Lin Fei and Ji Leyu to school. The next day Ji Yuxiao accompanied the 2 babies to school, and then got into Wu Zhenhuan's nanny car. After all, he was reluctant to part with Lin Luoqing, and seeing that the journey was not too far away, he simply got into the car and accompanied him to the hotel that the crew had booked. Lin Luoqing couldn't cry. "Why are you going with me? You go back quickly. You don't go to work today, on vacation." Ji Yuxiao said, "I'll see you off, and take a look at your shooting environment." Lin Luoqing had no choice but to let him follow Wu Zhenhuan. Watched silently, Thinking woof woof, woof woof. Lin Luoqing's filming location this time was in a village, and Yu Jiao booked the hotel in a town next to the village. Although it was already the most luxurious hotel in the town, it must be shabby compared to the hotel where Ji Yuxiao usually stayed. Looking at it, Ji Yuxiao couldn't help feeling sorry for her mother-in-law. Lin Luoqing was very indifferent. It's pretty good, doesn't it have everything that should be there? I think it's good, Ji Yuxiao sighed, put his arms around his shoulders. You can bring something when I come next time. Don't, I don't need it, really, I look pretty good here, and I'm not a spoiled person, no, but I want you to be pampered, can't I? Ji Yuxiao was confident. Lin Luo looked at it intently. Then let me be pampered when I go home. I'm working now, and I don't want my family to think I'm coquettish. Of course Ji Yuxiao knew how serious he was in this job, so he could only reluctantly nodded. Okay, then tell me what you need, okay? Lin Luoqing looked at his watch, and saw that it was already noon, and Ji Yuxiao was going back to the city today. Time was tight and there was no room for waste. Let's go. Treat you to dinner and see what's delicious here. Lin Luoqing said. After eating like this, Ji Yuxiao can take a nap. Ji Yuxiao put down the hand on his shoulder, and walked out. As soon as the two came out, they ran into Yu Jiao and Ningyu, who came out of the elevator. Yu Jiao greeted the two of them, and looked at Ji Yuxiao. Why are you here? Send Luoqing off, and take a look at your shooting environment along the way. Yu Jiao nodded slightly, not embarrassed to ask if you are satisfied with what you see. Don't think about it, Mr. Ji is definitely dissatisfied. Lin Luoqing invited them. Did you eat? We are going to eat, Ning. You said. I just finished eating, then. Let's go first. It wasn't until Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao got into the elevator that Yu Jiao leaned over and said to Ningyu, there's something wrong with the relationship between the two of you. Isn't there such a good relationship between the board and the artist, master? Lin said that Mr. Ji is brother. Come on, one surname is Lin, and the other surname is Ji. What kind of brother is this? Brother. Then, Yu Jiao, tell me, are you two in that kind of relationship? What kind? Ningyu asked. Of course it's an ambiguous relationship. Yu Jiao touched his chin. Ji Yuxiao came here to give someone away. You taste it carefully. This must be tricky. If you ask me, Ji Yuxiao is very likely I probably like Lin Luoqing. Ning you? Question mark. Ningyu, who hadn't thought about the relationship between the two at all, said, no way, Yu Jiao said, it doesn't matter, we will know in the future. Chapter 238. Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing had a meal together, took a nap for a while, and then rushed back. Lin Luoqing went back to the hotel and began to read the script. Shi Jiang came late, so he called Lin Luoqing as soon as he arrived. Have you had dinner? If so, let's eat together, okay? Lin Luoqing agreed. The two of them have been busy for more than half a year, and they also have time to get together. We will meet later, but we have time to have a good chat. Shi Jiang and Lin Luoqing said that he should specialize in the film industry in the future, not counting Return to Jade. He has already made a movie, and the crews he worked with seem to be pretty good. Each has its own merits. There is a director who likes him. Let me tell you, I still look for him in the first play. He felt that he might be more suitable for movies than TV dramas. Lin Luoqing naturally nodded. As for the future movie star, isn't he more suitable for movies? It's different for you. Shi Jiang smiled. You are a TV drama and movie bloomer. You have acted in director Li's plays. When the movie is broadcast, you will be even more popular. Lin Luoqing smiled. That's also good luck. He really felt that he was lucky. It just so happened that Peaches and Plums Don't Talk was broadcast in advance, and his popularity soared because of his fans at that time. Otherwise he would not have been able to join director Li's crew. Then he won't know Ningyu, and naturally he won't receive Ningyu's script, and he will have the opportunity to cooperate with Yu Jiao. Looking at it now, it is really interlocking, and it is impossible to make a wrong step. That's also the result of your own hard work. Shi Jiang said he had seen Lin Luoqing filming, knew how serious he was when filming, and also knew how he treated others when he was on the set. He can have the current popularity, the current good reputation. It is completely deserved. He has kindness towards the world, and the world responds to him as gentle and normal. Lin Luoqing was a little embarrassed by what he said, so he changed the subject, and talked about the play Return to Jade with him, and personally chatted about Return to Jade. Return to Jade is a script which is a hazy and sad story. Yu Jiao's sentences are not heavy, and some are light and humorous, but if you look at the sentences in detail, there is always a kind of sadness that can't be shaken off. There is a joke in Xinghe village. When a joke is mentioned, everyone will laugh a few words, and some people will laugh at him. Do you think he is stupid? A fool. The joke in their mouths was Leyu, the daughter-in-law who had just married into the village, didn't understand why he was that joke, and curiously asked the people around her to tell her, and Leyu's story began. Leyu is good-looking, the most handsome boy in the village. He used to be not a joke in the eyes of others, but the most promising person in the entire Xinghe village, because he was a rare high school student in the village, and he took the college entrance examination. Every villager who passed by Leyu's house would ask with concern if he got his grades. He would tell his children that he had to learn from Leyu. At that time, Leyu was still a golden phoenix in the eyes of some people, even if he was wearing pale-washed clothes. But Leyu's notice came, and the results of the college entrance examination came out, and Leyu failed the exam unexpectedly. He couldn't figure out how he could do so badly in the exam. He sat on the hillside and watched the sunset unacceptably. He decided to repeat the exam and take the exam again. When the people in the village knew that he had been admitted to university, they were just surprised at first, and then some rumors slowly spread. I heard that he usually cheated on his grades. Did he say that he was doing something with a little girl at school? Early. Yes, puppy love. Puppy love? I've already said that he can't do it. The ancestors of the Yi family have been pingnuang for generations. Can they really fly out of a chicken coop and become a golden phoenix? Everyone laughed. Leyu and Leyu's family felt depressed and ashamed. The bright August sun was scorching the earth. Leyu turned out his books and began to review. He made up his mind to get good grades in the exam one at a time, to go to the university of his dreams, and to shut up those who looked down on him. He is diligent, hard-working. He took the one-year college entrance examination with confidence, waiting for his dream to take off. However, he thought that what was ushered in was another despair and shock. His grades were even worse than last time, and he couldn't believe it when he looked at his scores. Leyu wanted to check his grades, but he was just an ordinary person, even a poor ordinary person who could only change his life by studying. He tried everything he could think of, but he still couldn't check his grades. What he didn't know was that he did do well in the exam once, but his grades became someone else's grades, and the life he worked so hard for was stolen by others. Leyu sat on the hillside again, watching the sunset. He was silent and quiet. Like a beast that refused to admit defeat, he was determined to take the exam again. However, along with his snobbishness in the college entrance examination, the malice that had been dormant in the dark came to him in an instant. Xiangjian, a gangster from the same village who is older than him, took his younger brother and squatted on the dead wood by the roadside, watched him pass by, and said intentionally, "Leyu, I heard that you passed the exam again? I'm afraid your golden phoenix is flying. Don't go out." The others laughed instantly. The laughter was ear-piercing, piercing Leyu's self-esteem and shame. Leyu talked to them. He knew they were not the same people. He had his own dream. Xiangjian's Hong's gangster who had already dropped out of school would not understand it, and he didn't need him to understand it. Xiangjian shouted loudly and laughed wildly. His voice reached the ears of other villagers on the road, and everyone couldn't help but look at the golden phoenix that was about to fly out of the village, puzzled, nervous, watching the excitement. Yes, malicious. Everyone's eyes are different one by one, row by row, like different needles, piercing Leyu's sensitive and proud heart one by one. He looked at them and continued walking on the road under his feet. It's just that he never thought that when he returned home, when he said he wanted to take the exam again, his parents strongly opposed it. They thought it was the first time. If the first time was an accident, the second time should be resigned to fate. There have been college students in our village. If others can't pass the exam, you can't pass the exam, so just give up. You have worked hard, but you have the life of a college student. Now that you have graduated from high school, you have learned enough. You can find a job instead of studying. You didn't understand what happened to his parents. They had a fierce quarrel, but neither could convince the other. In the end, Leyu decided to make money by himself so that he could repeat his studies. In Leyu's dream, kites often flew by, just like when he stood on the mountain when he was a child. He often saw planes flying by. He also wants to fly. He has never flown before. He has only learned the English language of airplanes in books. He has learned that when flying, you should say that the journey is against the wind, not the wind. He went to the town next door to find a job for himself, working, reading, and saving money. The workers didn't know what he was doing at first, and thought he was a cultural person, and he was polite and not intrusive to him. But with Xiang Jian's arrival, they learned about Ji Yu's affairs, and began to persuade him to give up, telling him that he must study hard, and after finishing college, isn't it also about finding a job, getting married, and having children? Same as them. Yu was reasonable. He just continued to read and save money. He knows where his dream is, and everything he does is just to fulfill his dream. He has read books for so many years, and he knows that people should not come to this world for nothing, and people should work hard for their ideals. Struggling, he wants to go further afield. It's just that the dream is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. A large amount of work squeezed his study time, making it impossible for him to review what he had learned. Yu did several test papers, but his grades were not good. He looked at the scores that he couldn't even get in the second book, and thought of the ridicule in the village, the resignation of his parents, and the incomprehension of the workers. He didn't want to add jokes to them, so he had to take the college entrance examination for 1 year. He quit his job, took the money he had saved, and prepared to take the exam again next year. Yu's parents breathed a sigh of relief when they knew he hadn't taken the college entrance examination in 1 year. They were about to say that he had grown up, but they heard him say that he would repeat his studies for another year, and that he would not go to work again for 1 year. Yu's father was so angry that he dropped the bowl, and scolded him for his high heart. Do you know what people in the village say about me and your mother now? Do you know what they say about you? Why can't you go to work? Exam, 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 are you stupid? You only know about exams. Yu's mother also cried, forget it, Xiao, our family is dead. You can't pass the exam even if you try your best, so just obediently go to work. Can't you make money by working? It's better than you. It's good to be laughed at by them now. Yu looked at the irritable father and the crying mother. Strange and confused, he felt as if he had jumped out and was not in his body. He felt as if he couldn't accept the restless and diverse emotions, so he could only stare blankly, speechless. Yushin came out before dawn. When he was leaving, he saw a plane flying by in the sky. He looked up and thought, when will he be able to take the plane? There is a repeat school in the town, and Yu can only follow the first level senior year to study for another year. People in the same village saw him and laughed at him for failing to pass the exam after 3 years, saying that he was delusional and his heart was as high as the sky. Their family still expected him to become a golden phoenix, but he turned out to be a tortoise. The classmates laughed. Yu felt that his face was pierced and uncomfortable. He felt ashamed when he heard the word golden phoenix now, and felt ashamed and flustered. The student in the same village told his parents when he went back, and his parents turned around and told the neighbors. The neighbor smiled and said to his daughter-in-law, look, what did I say? I said that he will take the exam this year. I really know him very well. After a while, everyone almost knew it and laughed. They have already changed from envy at the beginning to ridicule, and ridicule now, as if stepping on one foot at a time. You can make yourself look superior. When they saw Yu's parents walking towards him, they asked him, is Yu still studying? How long has it been? 4 years? It's time to finish college. Haha, I took the exam for 4 years, and I studied for 6 years. If I continue to study, it will be almost the same as the year of the anti-Japanese war. Someone corrected, but don't talk about it. After studying for a long time, don't you just want to be a college student? Fan Jin can pass the exam until he is in his 50s, and Yu can do it too. Yu's parents yelled at them in embarrassment, and the other party threw the melon seed skin in his hand and said in a sly voice, what are you yelling about? It's not that we won't let your golden phoenix fly out, isn't it that your golden phoenix can fly out? It's been so many years, I'm afraid it's not a phoenix, but a chicken that shed its feather. Yu's parents were so angry that they fought with the villagers, and after the fight, they were sad because of Yu's ignorance. They found this school and persuaded Yu to give up, but Yu insisted. Yu's father slapped him severely, saying that he was ignorant, never considered the situation of his parents, and never saw himself clearly. Yu was slapped in front of the teacher in the office. He looked at his impatient and anxious parents, and felt the teacher's gaze on him. He felt that he was pitiful now, at least in the eyes of the teacher. He seemed uncomfortable and couldn't bear it, but he seemed to jump out of his body, like watching a play, standing there blankly, not knowing how to respond. He eventually did leave school. He still wants to realize his dream, to go where he has been, to fly on the plane he has been on. But when he occasionally reviews and writes papers, he also thinks of his parents' painful feelings, and Xiangjian laughing at him. How many times? 4 times? College students, I really thought my ancestral grave was smoking. I remembered his parents saying, your fate, accept your fate, when The exam was approaching. Leyu fell ill. He dragged his sick body to the exam room, answering the exam papers in a daze. He vaguely felt that he was back in the village again, from the beginning of the village to the end of the village, from the end of the village to the beginning of the village again. He didn't know what he wanted to do. He walked around in circles, but he seemed unable to get out. He saw that the kite had fallen, and he ran to pick it up, but found that the kite was wired and he couldn't make it fly. He answered questions in a daze. His ears were always noisy. Sometimes his parents said that his heart was higher than the sky. Sometimes people in the village sarcastically called him Golden Phoenix, and sometimes his workmates persuaded him not to have the same job, get married, and have children. Someone was pulling him, trying to stop him. 1 year, 3 years, every year. Leyu didn't understand. He just wanted to realize his dream, so why did he laugh at him? He tried his best to ignore them, and walked forward firmly alone, but found that he seemed to be walking slower and slower. Leyu's consciousness gradually became confused. His pen was still writing the answer, but his brain could no longer think accurately. He wrote the word fate in the final composition. He didn't know what his fate was, but what? He didn't even know what he was writing for. As expected, once, he still got poor grades. The villagers were used to it, Leyu's parents were used to it, and even Leyu himself seemed to be used to it. After the money he saved was spent, he went to find a job and continued to earn money and read books. He squatted on the side of the road, watching the sunset, and the day was over. Every time is the same, every day is the same, every year is the same, and everything seems to have never changed. It was still the same when he was 18, but he was 22, and he had recovered for 4 years. Jian came out of the garage, saw him, and called him, "Hey, Golden Phoenix, why are you going back to read today?" Leyu watched him smoking a cigarette, standing in the sunset. Even Jian's ridicule was the same as when he was 18. Leyu stood up and walked back. Did he start to wonder for once that people need dreams? Perhaps with dreams, people can live more easily. Leyu threw away his book and set fire to his exercise book. He learned to smoke, and played poker with everyone while drinking. His parents were delighted to find that their son had become normal again. They patted him on the shoulder and said, that's good, Ji Yuxiao's voice was loud and his heart was sad. He smoked cigarettes all night in the flower-blossoming yard, and raised his head in confusion, but he never saw a plane flying in the sky again. He never dreamed of kites again. When he was 25 years old, Leyu got married to a girl from a neighboring village. She was not highly educated, but she was beautiful. Jian and the others patted him on the shoulder and said that he had made money. Leyu laughed too, saying that he made money. They talked about the past, and Jian said, "Think about it now. Were you stupid at the time? You insisted on going to university, and you didn't give up early. It would make your wife and children hot." "That's right." The others laughed. When you met them laughing, he laughed too. The laughter is open and bright, and it looks very festive. It snowed outside the window, and it accumulated a thick layer. In one night when Leyu sent them away, he suddenly thought of Zeng himself. It was also a night he squatted in the summer full of vitality, smoking cigarettes all night, crying and laughing, wishing to die in that summer, in the boundless world, in the dark night. But it was so far away that it seemed like a previous life. He looked at the white snow and stood quietly. Heavy snow fell on him, and he was like a stagnant, unthinking snowman. After a long time, Leyu took out a cigarette and lit it in his hand. He smoked one puff at a time, and finally, the cigarette went out, and his story was over. Chapter 239. This movie is not considered depressing. Even Ji Yuxiao didn't carefully analyze Leyu's heart and dig out his pain and struggles for the audience to see, but it happened that it was this kind of sadness like drizzle that made Lin Luoqing feel more sad in Leyu's life. He was fortunate to have a dream due to the education he received, but unfortunately, the education he received allowed him to have a dream. His first abnormality in the college entrance examination was an accident that no one thought of, and from this accident, everything was like a runaway train, carrying him towards the abyss. He obviously could have a better and more sober life, but step by step he gave up his dreams, abandoned his thoughts, and embarked on a path he never wanted to take. Sadly, at the end of the story, no one felt that he was living in the abyss. Everyone praised him for being normal, smart, and making money. Even Leyu accepted this ending and laughed with everyone. He died in a summer full of vitality. Everything grew, and everything was full of vitality, but his suicide died in one night. Lin Luoqing has been savoring this story since he received the script. After so long, it is inevitable that he has a lot of emotions. He chatted with Leyu and Jian for a long time, and finally returned to his own with reluctance room before going to bed at night. Yu Jiao typed out the announcement form and handed it to each actor. Lin Luoqing looked at the notices on it, took a photo, and gave it to Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao called him back and asked him, "Why didn't you sleep? Just now I was chatting with Brother Zhang about the script." Ji Yuxiao knew that Shi Zhang also participated in this play, but he didn't know, who is he playing? Xiang Jian, a gangster in our village, started to envy me, then laughed at me, and finally became friends with me. His role should be fine. Well, it's a male supporting role with a lot of roles. He always said that he was a little curious about how Shi Zhang would play this role. After all, Shi Zhang looked very decent, and he didn't look like a blunt, flamboyant gangster. Where are the others? Are they also Zingai's actors? Not all of them. Director Yu also found a few other actors. For some, he plans to directly use villagers. The villagers can also act. Ji Yuxiao wondered. Lin Luoqing laughed. Look at the people, right? This film needs some villagers roles. Director Yu has filmed this type of film before, so he said that instead of letting actors play villagers, it is better for the villagers to be self-responsible and train them more. A few times, let them get familiar with the camera, let them relax, and then they can act in their true colors, which is much better than actors, and it's more realistic for villagers to act as villagers. Really? I'm looking forward to seeing your finished product. Yes. Lin Luoqing said in a soft tone, I'll give you my custom photo tomorrow, okay? Ji Yuxiao responded. He looked at his watch and urged Lin Luoqing, it's getting late, you should go take a shower and go to sleep. Go to bed early, you'll be busy tomorrow. Got it. Lin Luoqing lay on the bed. Didn't I miss you, really? Ji Yuxiao chuckled, intentionally. How long have I been away from you, and you miss me that much? Oh, this also likes me too much? Lin Luoqing turned over and lay down on the bed. If I don't miss you, there should be something wrong. Who do you not want me to think about? Shi Zhang. Lin Luoqing laughed. Why do you always miss Brother Zhang? You said that Brother Zhang and I are just friends. No, what does it matter to you? No. Lin Luoqing touched her hair. Oh, you are really jealous. Don't eat it. Next time, I'll ask Aunt Zhang to cook for you. No vinegar is allowed. Lin Luoqing was amused by his words. He thought Ji Yuxiao was childish like this, but also surprisingly cute. Eat. Lin Luoqing was quite indulgent. You can eat whatever you want. That's about the same. Ji Yuxiao was satisfied. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Luoqing's voice was sweet, as if wrapped in powdered sugar. Go. Ji Yuxiao told him. Good night. Good night. After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she put down her phone and walked towards the bathroom. After resting all night, Yu Jiao and the creators attended the opening ceremony early the next morning. Yu Jiao closed his eyes and prayed very sincerely. I hope everything goes well for him in this filming, and I hope he can achieve good results in this film. Lin Luoqing also prayed sincerely. Please let this drama get its original honor. For this reason, the two of them were very sincere, and they bowed at a standard 90 degrees after offering incense. After attending the opening ceremony, the actors went to prepare for makeup. All the actors this time, except Lin Luoqing, were selected by an audition. For this reason, the others only need to follow the makeup and makeup set at the audition. Only Lin Luoqing, he has not auditioned, and he has never tried after makeup. This is the first time to try. Yu Jiao had gone deep into the village before, and saw what the boys in the village wore, and bought several sets of clothes that Yu would wear on Taobao according to their dressing standards, some of which were specially made old. If it weren't for the fear that Lin Luoqing would not be used to wearing clothes worn by others, he would have gone directly to buy clothes from the villagers. Change your clothes. Yu Jiao said. Lin Luoqing looked at it, and found that it was a relatively cheap white short-sleeved and jeans, and a pair of canvas shoes. The jeans have been washed a little white, and the canvas shoes are not new, as if they have been brushed many times, but fortunately they are very clean. It can be seen at a glance that their owners have kept themselves clean and decent within their ability. Lin Luoqing changed his clothes and went out. Yu Jiao looked at his head and stroked his chin. Lin Luoqing's hair is not too long, although it is not up to the standard board size, but considering that the school he studied in is not as strict as the city, and other people in the village also have such hair length, so Yu Jiao did not let him he cut. That's it. Yu Jiao looked up for a while. It's pretty good, it's by, but Yu has always been a good student and promising, so you look like a poor student. Lin Luoqing looked in the mirror. and there was not much difference from usual, as if he had returned to his college days. That's alright, no. Yu Jiao smiled. Yu is a student, and he has been studying all the time, and he hasn't had a good time. Isn't that what he looks like? No matter how rough and ugly he is, he's fake. Seeing what he said, Lin Luoqing accepted it. After all, it was also said in the script that Yu was good-looking. His appearance was very beautiful, handsome, good grades, a rare high school student in the village, full of youth, full of dreams, which is enviable, and because of this, his ending is embarrassing. Lin Luoqing followed Yu Jiao out, and saw Shizheng, who had changed his clothes and was talking to others. His changes were obviously much bigger than usual, and he didn't know if he picked it up or brought a fake one. Shizheng's head was longer than his. Some, slightly touching the shoulders, and some turned into strands, as if the head was a little dirty. Yu Jiao called him. Shizheng turned his head, with a cigarette in his hand. He didn't look like Shizheng's Shizheng, but he didn't look like Xiangjian either. It should look like it when it starts up, Lin Luoqing thought. He is like this now. It is obviously due to Shizheng's temperament and Xiangjian's appearance, so he feels that it is not very harmonious, which is a bit strange. When the machine is turned on, after he enters the play and becomes Xiangjian, his temperament changes, and he should look like Xiangjian. Seeing Lin Luoqing staring at him, Shizheng walked over with a smile, and looked up at him. It hasn't changed, he's just as handsome. You have changed a bit, Lin Luoqing said sincerely. Shizheng smiled. Yes, it's over, Lin. Luoqing leaned up to look at his head curiously, reached out and touched it, and finally said with emotion, Brother Zheng, you are more handsome if you are shorter. I think so too. Shizheng said. Yu Jiao felt that the two of them were purely inherent impressions. It's because you are not used to it, just get used to it. As he spoke, he led them towards the camera. It's not completely cold in October. Yu Jiao wants to take advantage of the summer heat and finish filming the summer scenes in the play first. He planned to shoot the scene where Yu didn't get his college entrance examination results first. At that time, Yu was in a more relaxed mood, and Lin Luoqing would be able to act more smoothly and get into the role better. Lin Luoqing had no objection. Yu Jiao and his other actors talked about the play one by one, and then talked about their positions after the filming started, and asked them to try the play first. The scene was very simple. Yu and Yimu were walking together on the road in the village. He finished the college entrance examination, and while waiting for his grades, he would help his parents pick fruits in the orchard and do some farm work when he had free time. Mother Yu was afraid that he would be exposed to the sun, so she brought him a straw hat. Others in the village looked at him and asked him with a smile, Yu, are you done with the exam? Yu replied politely, yes, very. Polite here is a detail. Yu has been studying in a town outside the village all year round, and only returns to the village during the winter and summer vacations, and after returning, he also reads homework alone at home, so he is not very familiar with the people in the village. People in the village knew that the Yi family's son was going to be admitted to university, so they were envious and bitter, especially when it was seen that he hardly had much contact with his peers in the village. Some would turn their backs and say, this college student is just different, you see. He doesn't socialize with other people in the village. He is a college student in Wei. How can he make friends with these people? Wei is going to the city to make a lot of money. It's just that they didn't speak loudly, and they didn't go to Yu's house to say it. Yu and his parents didn't listen to such gossip, but this also laid the groundwork for the changes in the villagers after Yu repeatedly failed the college entrance examination. But now Yu didn't know anything, so he treated people he didn't know very well politely. Mother Yu stood by and smiled, quite proud. The actor who played Yimu this time was an actor Yu Jiao had worked with before. He looked gentle and kind, and looked like the most common mother in the sky. Lin Luoqing greeted her and matched her lines. Yu Jiao took advantage of this time to talk to the villagers about how to shoot. For a while he asked the villagers to let go of their courage, as usual, just treat it as your neighbor, and talk as you usually do. The villagers tried it, and Yu Jiao corrected it several times. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he called Lin Luoqing and Jin Yanfang, who played the role of Yimu, to go over and start the scene. Yu was walking on the side of the road wearing a straw hat and holding water in his hand. His mother was walking beside him, smiling and talking to him about his love after being admitted to university. At that time, your father and I sent you to school together. Mom has never seen what a university looks like. This time I can see one. I Heard from Luoqing next door that college students can apply for student loans in the village, but there have never been any college students in our village, and no one has applied for it. Let your father ask about it. If it doesn't bother us, we can apply for one too, right? Yi Yu nodded. He heard from his classmates that there was no interest on student loans for the 4 years of schooling, so many college students like them who went out of the village would apply. Mother Yu felt happy thinking about the future. You have to study hard when you go to the city. You can find a good job in the city and don't go back later. This way your future children can also study in the city and live in the city. Yi Yu felt that she was thinking a little too far, but nodded with a smile. They walked forward while talking, and the villagers walked past him and asked him with a smile, Yi Yu, have you finished the exam? How did you do? Okay. Yi Yu, awesome. The tall and thin man looked at him with admiration. Our Xinghu village can also produce a college student. Ha ha ha, the ancestral grave of Lao Yi's family is really smoked, mother. Yi smiled again. Yi Yu didn't know how to answer, so she smiled politely. The two walked along the way, met 3 or 5 people, without exception, asked Yi Yu about the college entrance examination, and said enviously that Yi Yu's father and Yi Yu gave birth to a good son. Yi Yu just stood quietly, with a bit of youthful and shy manner in his manners. He looked like a student who was not very experienced in the world and didn't know how to deal with them. He lowered his head, wearing a wide straw hat. His delicate face was delicate and clean, like a bright color in summer at that time. Yi Yu likes summer very much. Chapter 240. After filming all afternoon, during the meal break, Lin Luoqing sent the photo of her fixed makeup to Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao took a look and said with a smile, "You poor schoolgirl, he is a poor student. Like you, how can you not be a school grass? It must be a school grass." Lin Luoqing looked at his words and laughed, feeling that he had a deep filter on himself. Ji Yuxiao said a few words and went to filming again until 10 in the evening. Lin Luoqing finally got off work and went back to the hotel to rest. He still has a major scene to film tomorrow morning, so it was rare that he didn't have Ji Yuxiao's night video, but chatted a few words before going to take a shower and rest. Early in the morning of the next day, the sky was bright, and the light of the morning sun penetrated the clouds and fell on the yellow land. At the junction of the sky and the earth, a figure slowly walked out. White short sleeves, aqua blue jeans, jet black hair, softly carrying the dancing light. Behind him is the light of the dawn that has just dawned. He seems to be walking from the light, beautiful and bright. This is Yi Yu's appearance. The first time he appeared in front of the audience, Ji Yuxiao took pictures of this scene several times while his peripheral vision was still there, and finally asked Lin Luoqing to watch it. Lin Luoqing leaned over curiously, and was unexpectedly amazed by Ji and the camera. Ji Yuxiao's photography skills are really good. The composition of the whole picture is simple and clean. The blue sky is beautifully painted, and the large halo dyes his white skin, which makes him pure and innocent. One came to the world to walk a simple child. He couldn't help but wow and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." That's right. Ji Yuxiao was also very satisfied with this scene. By the way, do you smoke? Lin Luoqing shook her head. Very good. Ji Yuxiao nodded. Don't wait for Yi Yu's first smoking scene to finish filming in a few days, okay? Lin Luoqing said obediently. He remembered that when Yi Yu smoked for the first time in the play, he coughed so much that he was choked by the smoke. Xiangjian and the others laughed that he didn't even smoke, so Yi Yu kept smoking with a sullen head. He was choked again, coughing badly, and tears came out as he coughed. Xiangjian and the others watched and laughed louder. Yi Yu laughed when he heard their laughter. The tears on his eyes were not dry yet, but he laughed as if he had no heart from day one. When everyone laughed, he laughed too. There's no reason, it's just that everyone is laughing. Ji Yuxiao obviously wanted to shoot the real reflection of him smoking for the first time, so as to make the scene look more real, so that he would not smoke first. Lin Luoqing kept holding back until the scene where Yi Yu smoked for the first time was filmed. The first time he came into contact with cigarettes, he was just like Yi Yu, coughing continuously from choking. Seeing him like this, Xiangjian laughed, put his hands on his shoulders, and laughed at him. Why don't you even smoke? And you still want to take the university entrance exam just like that? No wonder you failed the exam. Yi Yu listened, feeling uncomfortable and ashamed, so he could only lower his head and continue smoking. He was soon choked again, and Xiangjian's laughter rang in his ears again. He seemed to be angry, and kept smoking the cigarette in his hand, but the more he wanted to smoke easily, the more difficult it became. The cigarette choked his throat fiercely, and he coughed more and more. Tears were coughed out somehow. Xiang Jian's little brother said curiously. He was choked to tears. Ha ha ha, Xiang. Jian saw that it was really true, and instantly laughed louder. Why are you so stupid, Yi? Yu was also thinking, yes, why is he so stupid? He looked at the smiling faces around him, and slowly laughed along with them awkwardly and confusedly. Then everyone laughed, and the bright sky was full of merry laughter. Lin Luoqing filmed this scene very well, especially when he was smoking and coughing up tears, and finally he laughed a lot. Poor and pathetic, it was embarrassing to watch, and several actresses onlookers couldn't help but shed tears. Lin Luoqing coughed and had a sore throat. He took the water Wu Zinitun handed him and drank a few sips, but his throat still felt uncomfortable. Wu Zinitun brought him a few more throat lozenges. Lin Luoqing looked at the cigarette in his hand. He actually didn't like smoking, and he had never smoked since he grew up. But actors are like this, whether you like it or not doesn't matter. If the characters in the play need to be smoked, you have to smoke, and if you don't like it, you have to do it. Lin Luoqing remembered that he still had a smoking scene at night, raised the cigarette in his hand, and continued to practice smoking. Wu Zinitun squatted beside him and taught him to smoke. After smoking one cigarette, Lin Luoqing smoked another, and he slowly found the feeling of smoking. Yi Yu's feeling. He seemed to understand a little bit what kind of mood Yi Yu was in that time. In fact, I'm not in the mood. It's just a confession. It is too unwilling and cruel to let a person who has worked hard for a long time accept his fate, and let a person who does not want to accept his fate accept his fate. Yi Yu smoked cigarettes all night, constantly letting himself accept his fate. But subconsciously he didn't want to accept his fate until the smoke was gone. It was dawn, and Yi Yu resigned to his fate. This scene is one of the highlights of the whole movie. Yu Jiao had already chosen the location for the shooting, and he put a black jacket on Lin Luoqing over the white short-sleeve jacket he often wears. From white to black, from light to darkness. As night fell, the lights in the house fell, and the sparks outside the house shone inside the fence of the small courtyard. Flowers are blooming. Yi Yu sat at the door of the house, looked at the stars in the sky, and slowly smoked the cigarette in his hand. The scarlet of the fireworks adorns the vast night. Like twinkling stars or blooming flowers, there was no emotion in Yi Yu's eyes. They were empty, just quietly smoking a cigarette. Yu Jiao looked at the person in the camera, and suddenly felt an indescribable discomfort, as if thinking of his former self. He was about to reach this point. Fortunately, he met Lin Luoqing. Fortunately, when he had given up, Ning Yu gave him a hand in time. His eyes once again focused on Lin Luoqing. He was smoking a cigarette quietly and calmly. He was smoking very slowly, as if he was thinking about something, but he didn't seem to think about anything. But there was a thick layer of dust on his body. Only slowly, he seemed to have stopped moving. Only the scarlet flame of the cigarette went out, showing that he was still a human being. I don't know when. A line of clear tears slowly flowed from his eyes. He lowered his head and sighed, stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears, and parted the corners of his lips to smile. The smile is soothing and beautiful in the extremely high-resolution monitor. Relieved and powerless, he laughed and cried again, then laughed again. He lowered his head, otherwise no one would see his face. There would only be cigarette butts all over the floor, telling that a young man once stayed here. Yu Jiao rubbed his eyes, not letting him cry. He was so understanding and sympathetic to everything about Yi Yu. And the atmosphere of Lin Luoqing's acting was so precise that he was always touched by him when he was filming this movie. It's a good thing he didn't perform it himself, Yu Jiao thought, otherwise, he might collapse during the process of acting. He didn't want to be cruel to himself. Lin Luoqing also filmed this scene several times, until Yu Jiao said you can rest, and finally stood up, rubbing his eyes that were a little sore from crying. Because of this scene, he cried over and over again for more than 2 hours. Yu Jiao guessed that his eyes must be sleepy tomorrow morning, so he specially granted him a half-day leave, let him have a good rest tomorrow morning, and come back to filming in the afternoon. Lin Luo clearly agreed, and went back to the hotel and fell asleep. He had a dream. In the dream, Yu Jiao covered his face and cried bitterly under the eaves. The assistant director looked at him dumbfounded. He cried more and more, walked over and held him back, but he shook off his hand, turned his back, and said to repeat this paragraph again. He was wearing Yi Yu's costume. He was playing Yi Yu. He was crying in pain and despair. For a moment, he was Yi Yu. Lin Luoqing was still a little dazed when he woke up. He guessed that what he dreamed about last night should be Yu Jiao's life in the book. He was unwilling to give up, and he acted in this play with himself as an actor. But because Yi Yu's experience was too similar to his, on the night when Yi Yu accepted his fate, his psychological defense collapsed, and he cried so sadly. Fortunately, Lin Luoqing thought, fortunately, Yu Jiao didn't have to cry this time. He went to the set with such a mood, and saw Yu Jiao guiding Shi Jiang with a smile on his face. Shi Jiang already has the temperament of a thug in the drama. He looks sloppy, and he doesn't look like a serious person at all. He was squatting on a rock and reciting his lines, with his tongue against his cheeks and his eyes narrowed, looking quite obscene. However, Yu Jiao was still not satisfied, and shouted, "If you are naughty and frivolous, just smile." Shi Jiang raised the corners of his lips and glanced at him with disgust. Yu Jiao was satisfied. "That's right, that's it. It was like this when the filming started." Lin Luoqing, "Okay, it seems that director Yu is very happy now, and he doesn't have any worries about being affected by this drama." He also felt relieved. Lin Luoqing sat on a chair not far away, watching Yu Jiao filming Shi Jiang's scene. The Dead Sea sent away the little tale of summer, and autumn came one after another, and as the weather turned colder day by day, winter also unknowingly came to this village. Return to Jade is Zengai's first drama. Whether it is the director or the actor, it is related to Zengai. Even in terms of investment, Zengai also takes the majority, which determines that the interior of this drama is basically nothing too intriguing will happen. Coupled with Lin Luoqing's support, Yu Jiao almost completely has the greatest right to speak, and he can make decisions even if there are actors dispatching, so that he can complete the screen story he wants to the greatest extent, and shoot again and again in the process. Patiently make my work perfect day by day. Soon, the new year will come. Lin Luoqing has passed the new year in the crew, and everyone welcomes the arrival of the new year together. The arrival of the new year in the Gregorian calendar means that the spring festival is not far away. Ji Yuxiao called Lin Luoqing and said that they had a final exam on January 15th. His performance in the midterm exam was very good this time, and he still maintained the first place. Lin Fei was only 2 points away. Lin Fei was very satisfied and awarded him his notebook. Ji Liu asked Lin Luoqing, "Dad, can I come to you after the exam?" "Yes." Lin Luoqing said. In fact, he is almost finished filming, and now he just waits for a snowfall to shoot the last scene of the whole movie, and then he can wrap up. Ji Liu was pleasantly surprised, and turned to look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't care, as if he had just reminded Ji Liu, "You haven't called Dad for a long time. Shouldn't he say today that our final exam is coming soon?" No matter what he thinks about Lin Fei, Ji Liu is used to the always indifferent look on his face. The sweet Lin Luoqing said, "My brother and father are waiting for you to come back." "Okay." Lin Luoqing said, "When the time comes, Dad will come back and give you the reward for the final exam." After Ji Liu finished speaking, he hung up the phone and said to Lin Fei, "Dad said we can get him after the exam." Lin Fei said lightly, "Oh, he said he asked you to kiss me for him." Ji Liu said intentionally. Lin Fei didn't believe him. He turned his head and looked down at the book. Ji Liu approached him with his chin on his arm. "Or I can kiss you for him, or you can kiss your uncle for him." Lin Fei said. Ji Liu! Yes, why didn't he think of it next time he can kiss Lin Luoqing, saying that Ji Yuxiao asked him to kiss him for him, so his aunt must be very happy. Ji Liu turned to look at Lin Fei. His brother was quite smart. Chapter 241. Lin Luoqing and the others waited for a week before they finally got the first snow this winter. Yu Jiao was overjoyed, so he shifted his position one day, and hurried from the town to the village, waiting to shoot Yu's last scene. This scene is the scene at the end of the movie. In the evening, Yu and Xiangjian laughed and chatted about their marriage, and sent Xiangjian and the others out. As soon as the door was opened, he discovered that a thick layer of snow had fallen outside the door. Xiangjian and the others walked out of his yard through the snow, and Yu followed them. He stopped at the door of the house, listened to Xiangjian and the others say goodbye to him, and watched them go to the distance. In the night he turned his head indifferently, only to find dirty muddy footprints on the white snow. He looked at the pure white snow in front of him, was stunned for a long time, and stepped on some footprints. To the eaves. It's winter, the trees are dead. There is no longer a bunch of flowers in this yard, there is no trace of green, even the pure white snow is trampled and dirty. Yu suddenly thought that this courtyard was once full of flowers, colorful and full of vitality, but now, it is nothing but ashes. He remembered that in a summer full of vitality, he sat alone in the courtyard, smoking a cigarette all night, and the fireworks were on and off, and his heart was pulled repeatedly. One day, he wanted to die in a bright and splendid summer. Maybe he did die in the summer. Yu looked at the bare tree in the corner with no leaves. It could even hold the snow. It didn't have anything. He took out his pocket cigarette, lit it slowly, and smoked like a summer. The sparks on the smoke were bright and dark, and he stood there moving, As if unconscious, the heavy snow fell slowly, fell on him, and fell on his cigarette from a distance. He looks like a snowman, falls in thinking he smoked his last cigarette, and when it went out, his story was over. It snowed again in the second half of the night, which satisfied the plot and finally snowed. Lin Luoqing finally finished the picture at the moment when the smoke was extinguished. Wu Zhenhong quickly came to help him dust off the snow, and brought him a hot water bottle to keep him warm. Lin Luoqing was a little startled. He was still in the play and didn't come out. He vaguely felt that Ji Yu seemed to have died again, and also vaguely felt that he seemed to be just missing a boy who had once lived. His world has lost the Pure Land, his life has been disrupted, and he has given up on himself, so he is already Ji Yu in his heart. Ji Yu really died in a summer. Wu Zhenhong took Lin Luoqing into the nanny's car, poured him a cup of hot water, let him drink a few sips, and warmed his body. Lin Luoqing was blown by the heater in the car, holding the water glass. It took a long time for her to finally relax. This is actually the first time that this happened. Several times, this happened to him when he was filming this movie. It was Yu Jiao who found it first, and Yu Jiao was so frightened that he immediately sat next to him and was with him again, watching crosstalk, telling him jokes again, for fear that he will come out to play. You are more sensitive than you think. He later told Lin Luoqing, I never thought you would get into the drama so deeply. Lin Luoqing, you should be careful when you accept the drama in the future. If you exceed this speed, you will be accepted, but I'm afraid you will be out of the drama. Just come out. It is rare for Yu Jiao to pursue art by himself, but he does not want art to delay other directors. He likes movies because he simply likes movies that can tell stories and convey feelings, so he will always regret for his likes, but he doesn't want his likes to ruin other people's lives. He has seen too many actors how negative and gloomy they are when they come out of the play after entering the play. He hopes that other actors will become like this, especially Lin Luoqing, who has a bright future in himself. Lin Luoqing didn't expect him to say this to himself. He could occasionally feel that he seemed to be closer to Yu at certain times, but he was fine. He really wanted to act well in this play. He was even more delighted with Yu's points, and he was a little more confident in winning the award. He has always been a serious actor. If it is said that he has exhausted 100% seriousness in performing each of his plays before, this time, he has exhausted 200% seriousness, for fear that he will delay Yu Jiao. Understood. Lin Luoqing said, I will pay attention to it in the future. It is rare for Yu Jiao to mature at this time. He said, you have to remember that while you are an actor, you are still a living person. Anyone in this world can live without a movie, but without a you, many people's lives will become painful, so we must do what we can, and we must truly fulfill the role and destroy ourselves. That's what directors like you should say. Lin Luoqing looked at him with a smile. I thought directors like you would be happy to see actors in the play. It's a pleasure to be in a play, but it's worrying to be in a play too much. Every good director loves talents, and a director who loves talents will definitely hope that he likes actors because of problems in his plays. Yu Jiao explained earnestly. Lin Luoqing grasped the point sensitively. So you like it, Yu Jiao? Question mark? Should you say this now? Is that the point, and why do I like you? Do you understand that your words are ambiguous? Exclamation mark. Yu Jiao felt that he was still able to make such a sharp turn with his brain, and it was probably a complete play. He looked at Lin Luoqing rather arrogantly. Let's leave it to Ji Yuxiao to like it. After speaking, he stood up and went to do his own business. Lin Luoqing looked at his back and laughed, thinking that at this time he was as strict and arrogant as in the book. Lin Luoqing thought about her previous state, and sighed softly. He thought he really wanted to play this play well. Flying snowflakes came in with a sudden cold air. Lin Luoqing was blown by the wind, and when he left his memory, he saw Yu Jiao. You go first. Yu Jiao said, take a good rest. I will hold a wrap-up banquet for you tomorrow, and you can go home, okay? Lin Luoqing replied. Yu Jiao closed the car door, and Lin Luoqing leaned back in the chair. But the filming is over, he thought. Now, he can also let go of the burden in his heart. Most of the time, Lin Luoqing enjoys filming, but once this kind of enjoyment is put on the shackles of being rewarded, even if he is as open-minded as him, it will inevitably make himself heavy, so he will be in this deep situation this time. Fortunately, he has finally wrapped up, and he can finally come out of the play. Lin Luo cleared the hotel, took a shower, and fell asleep in bed. It was rare for him to sleep late, and he didn't get up until noon the next day after dinner. Lin Luoqing hurried to the set. Shi Jiang still had a few scenes to film, and they hadn't finished yet. Lin Luoqing watched from a distance, and felt that Shi Jiang's acting skills were really getting better and better. Yu Jiao is a director who can find people. He can show the fit point between them and the role according to the characteristics of each actor, so as to deepen this fit point, make you more comfortable with this role, and let others think you are this person. Shi Jiang is a straightforward person. Under his continuous digging, he is no different from a gangster on the street. At a glance, you can even tell that he will be a star after a scene was filmed. Shi Jiang saw him from a distance and came over. I heard from director Yu that you're finished. He said. Lin Luoqing nodded. You should be soon. Well, a few more days. Come on. The two of them were talking when they saw Ning Yu coming towards this side. Shi Jiang left with a wink. Lin Luoqing saw Ning Yu in front of him and said deliberately, "Writer Ning is going to hand over the script again, right, Ning?" Yu was stunned for a moment, then laughed, as if thinking of all the way to the west. "Yes," he said, "I'm here to thank you. Without your help, Jiao would still be suffering now. Although he is like Yulian, his spiritual world will die this summer." Lin Luoqing smiled softly, and he said, "You should thank yourself more. If you gave him the script, how could you see this wonderful script and cooperate with him, Ning? You are the person you should thank the most." Hearing this, Ning Yu lowered his head in embarrassment. Yu Jiao asked someone to prepare the wrapping cake, and shouted excitedly, "Lin Luoqing, come and cut a cake, let's take a wrapping photo, okay?" Lin Luoqing pulled Ning Yu and went together. They stood in front of the green hill, and Lin Luoqing stood in the middle of Yu Jiao and Shi Jiang, holding Yu Jiao in his arms and knowing where to pick the flowers. Everyone looked at the camera and shouted together during the countdown of the photographer. 321, happy ending. Everyone in the photo is smiling happily, and everyone is full of expectations for the future. Yu Jiao will know that in the book, he stands alone in a lonely village and realizes his dream silently in his heart. There is no cake, no flowers, and he can see the future without him, just like Shi Jiang will always know that in the book. He is still playing tricks on the set at this time, asking himself whether to give up or continue to persevere, tossing and turning. And Ning Yu will also know that in the book, he still failed to help his friend fulfill his wish in the end. When Yu Jiao came down from the podium to look for him again, he looked at his former best friend, and watched him write, direct and act alone movies, knowing that there is nothing wrong with me, but I am still always guilty of turning around when I left first. Now they are surrounded by Lin Luoqing, who should have appeared in this world. Everyone is showing off their pride. They are still dreaming of beautiful youth. Lin Luoqing finished filming, and others still need to shoot for another day or two. He was thinking about Ji Yuxiao and his two children, so he didn't stay on the set, and went to the city first. Knowing that he was coming, Ji Yuxiao specially asked Mrs. Zhang to cook several dishes, in case he didn't eat well for a while. Lin Luoqing went to pick up Lin Fei and Ji Leyu first. Although it has been a few months since Light was broadcast, it has caught up with the spring festival approaching and the promotion of All the Way West has started, so his face is still very famous. Lin Luoqing didn't get out of the car. She sat in the car waiting for the two babies, and wanted to surprise them along the way. Ji Leyu dragged Lin Fei into the car, and when he saw him sitting in the car, he was really pleasantly surprised, and immediately threw himself into his arms. Lin Luoqing hugged him, stretched to the left, and hugged Lin Fei into his arms, and kissed each other. "Dad, baby." Ji Leyu obediently walked around him and sat on the other side of him, letting him sit with Lin Fei's Hong. "Father, how long can you stay this time?" Ji Leyu asked. Lin Luoqing was a little guilty for a moment. He originally planned to spend some time with the two babies, especially Lin Fei. However, All the Way to the West is scheduled for the first day of the Lunar New Year, which also means that the promotion of the film will start a year ago. Lin Luoqing is the leading actor, and he is also the most popular actor. How can he miss too many shows? Director Li probably thought about his filming of Return to Jade, so he just said that he would come to the road show a week before New Year's Eve, which can be regarded as giving him enough time. Stay with you until the end of the month, and then go to work for a week or two. Then I can stay with you for 3 to 5 months. Ji Leyu listened to 3 to 5 months in his mouth, and said pleasantly, "Dad, are you going to work this year?" "It's as busy as last year." "Then I can pick you up and drop you off to school every day, and be with you every day." Lin Fei listened and lowered his head silently, thinking that he was really talking to the night. He was a little happy, but he didn't show it. Lin Luoqing looked at his words, lowered her head close to his little head, and kissed him on the face. "Kiss. Dad," he said to Lin Fei in a soft tone. Lin Fei didn't turn his head to look at him. Lin Luoqing laughed, rubbed his head, turned to look at Ji Leyu. "Xiao, kiss Daddy." Ji Liu immediately kissed him sweetly on the cheek. After he finished kissing, he still obediently said to Lin Luo, "Kiss again for my brother." Lin Luoqing raised her eyebrows and teased him, "After you finish kissing, kiss your brother again, okay?" As Ji Liu said, he kissed him on the face again. Then he leaned forward and said to Lin Fei, "Brother, get closer and kiss me." Lin Fei was moved by his coldness. Ji Liu was also annoyed. He was close, so he moved closer and leaned closer to Lin Fei's face and kissed him. Lin Fei wanted to avoid it at first, but noticed that he was crossing Lin Luoqing, so he barely moved and let him kiss her. However, as soon as Ji Liu finished kissing, he heard Lin Luoqing say, "Xiao, kiss your brother for you, so dad can kiss your brother for you too." With that said, Lin Luoqing was caught off guard and kissed Lin Fei on the face. "Lin Fei, kiss again for father," Ji Liu said positively. "Lin Fei? Question mark. Lin Fei silently opened the distance, leaning against a car window, watching the two of them vigilantly. "Why is it not over yet? All ready to kiss, so clingy." Lin Fei turned his head and looked out the window, but his ears were a little red. Lin Luoqing laughed and looked down at Ji Liu, who also bent her eyes and smiled. Lin Luoqing scratched his little nose, then stretched out and rubbed Lin Fei's head, satisfied to see that Lin Fei's ears turned red. "Are so cute, his two little babies. I have to say, the feeling of home is really good." Chapter 242. Ji Yuxiao looked up when he heard the movement, and saw Lin Luoqing walking in with two babies behind him. Luoqing was helping him with his luggage after this semester is over. After confirming that Ji Liu and Lin Fei will not face any more danger, Luoqing should leave to take care of his own affairs, and meet Ji Liu and Lin Fei again in the weekly martial arts class. Lin Fei and Ji Liu didn't know about this yet, but Ji Yuxiao had already started to find a new driver for them. Lin Luoqing originally wanted to stay with Luoqing for dinner, but Luoqing refused. "Next time, I won't disturb your family reunion this time." After he finished speaking, the ambiguous Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao swept away, turned and walked out. Lin Luoqing was a little embarrassed by his glance, and silently glanced at Ji Yuxiao, and turned his eyes away. When he looked over, Ji Yuxiao chuckled, secretly thinking that he was shy again. At this moment he pulled up Lin Luoqing's suitcase, looked at him and said, "Let's go. Let me put your luggage first." Lin Luoqing said, "Oh," and looked down at the two babies. Not him. Ji Yuxiao squinted his eyes, and his smile was suddenly a bit malicious. Along the way, Lin Luoqing avoided Ji Yuxiao's gaze. Ji Yuxiao looked at him, he looked elsewhere. Ji Yuxiao didn't look at him, he secretly went to see Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao didn't speak, just let him dodge. In Lin Luoqing's heart was the joy of reuniting after a long absence, and the shyness of the first love that shouldn't appear at this time. But maybe it's been too long since I saw him. At this time, he suddenly saw the person he had been thinking about day and night, and somehow he seemed to have returned to the period of youthful love behind him. And Ji Yuxiao, while he wasn't paying attention, he raised his eyelids and looked at him carefully. Ji Yuxiao opened the door and walked in. Just as Lin Luoqing stepped into the room, the next second, Ji Yuxiao was trapped on the door with a bang. The door closed. Ji Yuxiao looked at the person between his arms and asked, "Am I scary?" Lin Luoqing shook her head, then, "You've been avoiding me." "No." Lin Luoqing said innocently, "You don't even dare to look at me. Are you avoiding me? Isn't this looking at you?" Lin Luoqing's tone was soft. "Why don't I dare to look at you anymore?" Ji Yuxiao chuckled, and leaned close to his face. "Then who is it that I immediately looked away as soon as I turned around?" Lin Luoqing turned her head silently. Ji Yuxiao stretched out his hand and turned his head. Lin Luoqing was about to speak, but he kissed him directly. Lin Luoqing was stunned for a moment, then slowly opened her mouth and put her arm around his shoulder. His heart was beating thumpingly, as if it contained sugar. Full of sweetness, he moved to kiss Ji Yuxiao, licking his upper jaw with the tip of his tongue, and Ji Yuxiao pressed the door against him, biting his lower lip lightly. He is very seductive, Ji Yuxiao thought. He looks innocent and young, but sometimes he is very seductive. He kissed Lin Luoqing's lips, pressed his waist, and Lin Luoqing pressed against his body, feeling that his body seemed to have no strength. He has never been Ji Yuxiao's opponent in this kind of love. And he was hugged by Ji Yuxiao in a short while. Lin Luoqing shrugged off. "I haven't eaten yet." Ji Yuxiao put him on the bed, looked at his blushing cheeks, and said with a smile, "What does it have to do with having you sit on the bed?" "Oh." He teased him on purpose. Someone thought something that shouldn't be. Lin Luoqing picked up the pillow and hid him. Ji Yuxiao grabbed the pillow with a smile. "Why, are you angry because I exposed it?" Lin Luoqing turned around to get another pillow, and hide him again. Ji Yuxiao smiled and stood up. Sit down, I'll help you pack your luggage, clean it up. Lin Luoqing glared at him and said, if you can't clean it up, you'll sleep in the suitcase tonight, then pack it up. Will you sleep in your bed tonight, dream? Lin Luoqing said. Duplicity. Ji Yuxiao smiled, that's right, I naturally want to sleep with you in my dream, Lin. Luoqing threw the pillow over with his hand. Stop talking and do it. Ji Yuxiao grabbed the pillow. I promise it will be the same on the bed tonight, Lin. Luoqing. Lin Luoqing threw the other pillow out in embarrassment. What is this talking about? It's really dirty on the train. It's so dirty. The two quarreled for a while, and finally Aunt Zhang urged them to go downstairs for dinner. Lin Luoqing looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the table, all of which he liked, and couldn't help thinking of going home again. Sure enough, he still likes it the most after the filming of Return to Jade. The promotion of All the Way to the West was put on the agenda again. Director Li originally intended to let Lin Luoqing rest for a few days, but Lin Luoqing looked at his work schedule and felt that he could spare a few days to participate in the road show. Of course, more importantly, he didn't want to pile up the publicity work around New Year's Eve. He wanted to spend some time with Ji Yuxiao, Lin Fei, and Ji Leyu during the New Year. Director Li had no objection to this, and adjusted his announcement arrangement, bringing Li's publicity a few times to the front. Lin Luoqing's roadshow cities are all cities that are relatively close to home. He flies there after delivering the baby in the morning, and then flies back after the roadshow. If the time is early, he can still pick up the two children. You can also say goodnight to the two children before they go to bed. Looking at him like this, Ji Yuxiao felt sorry for him. Aren't you tired? Not yet. Lin Luoqing said, the company is not too big recently, and the first stage of my roadshow promotion is almost over, and there are only two left. Ji Yuxiao was relieved. He was actually a bit spoiled to Lin Luoqing. The family wished that he would not do anything, just lie on the bed and play with his mobile phone. But Lin Luoqing started to work by himself, earnestly and hard-working. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Lin Luoqing raise his head with a clear smile. Besides, this way I can celebrate the new year with you, Ji Yuxiao said softly. Before he knew it, it was another new year. He thought of the last new year, when he and his father had each other's hearts. This year's new year, let's spend it at home, Ji Yuxiao suggested. Lin Luoqing nodded. Of course. Ji Yuxiao laughed, thinking that he could buy some fireworks sometime. Lin Luoqing is sometimes like a big kid. He should also like this kind of thing. And there are red envelopes, and I will give them 3. Ji Yuxiao thought of the surprised faces of the 3 of them, and felt full of anticipation on this day. Lin Luoqing was actively running the road show, but heard Wu Zhenhun say that he was on the hot search. The hot searched entry is called Qin Wu thanked Lin Luoqing. Just below, Qin Wu won the award. Lin Luoqing clicked on the number and went in to have a look. It was at a music festival at the end of the year, and Qin Wu won the Rising Star Singer Award for the album I See You. At the just concluded award ceremony, when she accepted the award, she gave an acceptance speech related to Lin Luoqing in the video. Qin Wu is dressed brightly and magnificently, with a silver white skirt, curls, and diamonds stuck around her ears. She looks like a blooming peony. She thanked her fans, the organizer, the judges, her producer, and finally Lin Luoqing. At this time last year, I was not a singer, but an unknown actor. At that time, my acting skills were poor, and I even had a headache for the director who directed me. I apologized to the director over and over again, and practiced seriously in private, but very often, your hard work is not the point at all. The point is that your efforts are useless. You are still a drag on others, you are still a burden, you still doubt yourself, and you will hate and deny yourself. I never felt that I was not an actor, so I told my agent at the time that I was not suitable for acting. I shouldn't be acting. I don't want to trouble others. I want to sing. I think there may be something wrong with me in this aspect. Talent. But my agent said I can't do it, that I have an acting career. No matter how much I plead with him, it's useless. I can continue to be denied, and I can continue to apologize to the director and actors who have been dragged down by me, until I met Lin Luoqing. He told me firmly that you can sing very well. He said that I should be more confident, don't always say sorry to others, and don't always think about what I did wrong again. He told me to go my own way, the way I want to go. For this, he helped me promise, so I stood here today, saw you, and heard my own song. Without him, there would be no me today, no Qin Wu now, so thank you, Teacher Lin. In the future, I will continue to work hard to create better songs, and I hope that everyone can meet better people like me. Be more yourself, believe in yourself, and bravely choose your own path. This acceptance speech by Kin Wu was so emotional that everyone who saw this video couldn't help substituting themselves, with mixed feelings. I cried when I listened to it. I also said sorry at work. Every time I doubted myself, I felt that I was too bad. I also want to meet someone who can tell me that you are be confident. I feel like I'm not suitable, but I can't leave. I feel like I'm a burden every day. Thank you Lin Luoqing. If it wasn't for Lin Luoqing, Sister Wu would still doubt herself. Lin Luoqing is really gentle. Before Yato Momo said that he didn't dislike her acting skills, how could she grasp the emotions of the characters better? Now Kin Wu said that he changed her life. He is too much? Women and women's friend, Lin Luoqing. Ho isn't considered a woman's friend. Lin Luoqing is also very nice to boys. Stop talking, Mr. Lin, don't worry, all the way to the west is reserved for me. Thank you for your help to our sister Wu. That's right, Mr. Lin flies bravely, and the fig will always be with you. Lin Luoqing looked at it and felt that Kin Wu was a little too formal. He didn't expect Kin Wu to thank him publicly on this occasion. She can get to where she is today. What's more, her own strength is already very excellent, otherwise she would not. You can't break out of the siege and wake up the sluggish music world with just one episode. All he did was give her a chance. Lin Luoqing changed her size, retweeted Kin Wu's award-winning Weibo, and replied to her, "You are already excellent, so you should be most grateful to your excellent self." In an instant, everyone who saw this reply was touched and came to Lin Luoqing's Weibo, constantly commenting and sending private messages. Brother is too gentle. Brother, you must have had a hard time descending to earth, right? I always thought that people in the entertainment industry were fake, but Lin Luoqing always made me feel quite real. Woo practice, I want to sing too. Practice, I want to learn to draw. Ms. Lin, can you encourage my mother? I also need others to affirm me now. Thank you. Soon someone replied to this comment, "Sister, you are great, I will affirm you." To encourage you, have you seen goddess Kin Wu? She has been scolded by others before, and she feels that she is a burden, so you just haven't found a path that suits you. For a while, the number of Lin Luoqing's fans continued to increase, and the number of people who wanted to watch all the way to the west also continued to rise. Even in the hot search square, Kin Wu thanked Lin Luoqing. There were people who kept shouting and recommending everyone to watch all the way to the west. This movie director Li watched and laughed for a long time. Okay, Luoqing, Lin Luoqing, who felt like she hadn't done anything. Forget it, everyone is happy. Lin Luoqing smiled, and lowered her head to return to Ji Yuxiao's watch it. And where he didn't know, the beautiful and lovely girl with a pair of almond eyes was watching Kin Wu's award-winning video on her mobile phone. She never knew that her sister had also been disliked by others, and secretly unhappy. It's all because she is too much to protect her sister. When she grows up, she can work with her sister, so that she can be protected, and no one can bully her. Teacher Lin, the girl tilted her head, wondering if Teacher Lin is also a teacher. What is it? If it's her sister, it should be the music teacher. After that, when she grows up, she will go to Teacher Lin to learn singing, so that she can sing with her sister, the girl thought happily, shaking her short legs. She really wanted to grow up quickly. Chapter 243. Lin Luoqing ran the road show until the 13th, so he didn't go to the road show, but stayed at home with Lin Fei and Ji Liu, waiting for their final exams. He didn't dare to put too much pressure on the two children, but bought them desserts, snacks, and fruits in different ways. Ji Yuxiao looked at his nervous appearance and teased him, "Believe it, you don't have the so-called nervousness at all, Lin Luoqing." Lin Luoqing looked at Lin Fei, who was calmly looking at the famous extracurricular books as always, and Ji Liu, who was forced to write the exercises assigned by Lin Fei. Well, his two cubs seemed to be indifferent. Only him, Dad, Bai, was nervous for them. Others are clear. According to Lin Fei and Ji Liu's usual performance, the grades will definitely be poor, but it is inevitable for parents, especially when it comes to exams. Which parent can be like a normal person? On the morning of the 15th, Lin Luoqing sent them to school for the first time. "Come on for the exam," he said to the two babies. Lin Fei still looked shocked. "Oh, Ji." Liu smiled. "Yes, Lin." Luoqing watched, silently cheering them up. Lin Fei and the others' grades came out within a few days. With Lin Luoqing's current popularity, showing up at school should cause necessary trouble, So teacher Zhang specially came to Lin Luoqing's house after the grades came out and before the parents' meeting. This is the test paper of the two children this time. Fei is still at perfect score. Xiaoyu is more careless and is 3 points higher than his brother. After two children, one is still first and the other is second. Lin Luoqing took Lin Fei's and Ji Liu's report card with a smile, and thanked him again and again. It's really hard work for you, teacher. Zhang's tone was gentle. It's okay, you've been so popular recently. If you go to school, I'm afraid you'll walk out of school, saying that you teach the two children very well. The teachers in our office like Fei and Xiao Fish. Thanks, this is a prize for the two of them. Teacher Zhang said, taking out 2 pens from his bag. I hope the two of them can keep it up and keep going. Lin Luoqing accepted it with a smile, and thanked her again. When teacher Zhang was about to leave, Lin Luoqing asked Mrs. Zhang to call Lin Fei and Ji Liu, and the two babies went downstairs to say goodbye to teacher Zhang. It wasn't until he sent her out that Ji Liu asked curiously, Father, what rank did I get in the exam? Second. Lin Luoqing rubbed his head, then looked at Lin Fei. Fei is very good, and he is number 1, and he has a perfect score. In many cases, it is not difficult to be the first one, and it is not difficult to get a perfect score obviously. Lin Fei is such a person. His world is very clean, he cares a lot, and has almost no distracting thoughts, so he is destined to achieve heights that ordinary people can't reach in many things. This has been evident since his childhood. Lin Luoqing went back to the room, and handed over the pen that teacher Zhang gave him to Lin Fei and Ji Liu. Along with their scrolls, Lin Fei looked at the pen in his hand, and suddenly arrived at Ji Yuxiao. Most of the time, Ji Yuxiao is in the study. He will go to Ji Yuxiao, and he will go to his study. When Ji Yuxiao was working, he knew how to use a pen. A few times when he went to talk to him, Ji Yuxiao would put down his pen, walk up to him, hug him and listen to him. He likes to use pens very much. Lin Fei, so he can give him this pen. It was because he was inclined towards Lin Luoqing in his heart, so he gave Lin Luoqing this pen again. If only he had 2 pens. Lin Fei hesitated as he said this. He suddenly saw the pen in Ji Liu's hand. Oh, then he does have 2 pens. Would you like to use your pen? When Ji Liu returned to his bedroom, Lin Fei followed and asked him. Ji Liu shook his head and said generously, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Use it. Lin Fei said, give it to your uncle. He likes to use a pen. Ji Liu is not as careful as Lin Fei in this kind of matter, but he is always willing to do anything to Ji Yuxiao, so when Lin Fei said, he hurriedly agreed. Okay. Lin Fei was satisfied, and when Lin Luoqing went to Ji Yuxiao's study at night, he put the pen on the bedside table in Lin Luoqing's bedroom. He was afraid that Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao would tell who it was for them, so he pressed a piece of paper underneath, which read, Dad is working smoothly. This title, when Ji Yuxiao and Lin Luoqing are both present, obviously refers to Lin Luoqing. Lin Fei quietly went back to his small study, looking at the starry sky on the roof, feeling a little joy in his heart. After a while, Ji Liu came over. I gave my pen to my uncle, he said happily. My uncle was very happy and even kissed me. Lin Fei listened with a calm face, but the joy in his heart grew a little. He will not let Ji Liu do what he has done, and Ji Liu will be praised for it, so he will be jealous or willing. He only felt happy because Ji Yuxiao and Ji Liu were happy. Ji Liu stuck to his side, and sweetly said to him, thank you brother, you're welcome. Lin Fei said. He turned around and took a book from the bookshelf, and picked one for Ji Liu, and read it together with him. After Lin Luoqing returned to the bedroom, she found the pen on the bedside table. He picked it up and saw Lin Fei's immature handwriting. Lin Luoqing smiled, picked up the piece of paper, and looked at it carefully. Well, let me tell you that Fei will give you his pen. Ji Yuxiao said behind him. The two of them have always followed suit. How could Xiaoyu notice this? He was spoiled, and others gave him things since he was a child, so he has no concept of giving gifts. He must give it to you. Xiaoyu will learn to give it to me. Lin Luoqing's eyes were full of tenderness, looking at the 6 words. Dad's work is going well. I just felt like a warm wind blowing through my heart. Ji Yuxiao approached him and put his arms around his shoulders. Our babies are quite sensible. It's really distressing. And Lin Luoqing replied in a low voice. His 2 babies are really adorable. Out of this love, when Lin Luoqing was shopping for fireworks with Ji Yuxiao the next day, he bought many fireworks with the same pattern for the 2 babies. He even found a dragon firework, a tiger firework, and a small koi firework, intending to surprise the 2 babies after buying the fireworks. The year is approaching. The branches on both sides of the road are hung with small red lanterns and white streamer sticks, creating a feeling of fiery trees and silver flowers. Lin Luoqing felt the atmosphere of the year, and her heart felt warm as if it had been roasted by charcoal fire. He took his two babies and Ji Yuxiao to the supermarket to buy something. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at it very reservedly, while Ji Liu put it in the car if he liked it. After a while, a few people bought two big shopping carts full of them. Just this, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao each carried a basket before they could be loaded. They were not in a hurry to go home. After shopping for the New Year's goods, they went shopping nearby. Feeling the joy of the new year, Ji Liu took Lin Luoqing's hand and walked on the road bouncing. When he passed by the movie theater, he saw the poster of All the Way West on the wall. Lin Luoqing on the poster with a handsome face paralyzed, he was very helpless. "Father, it's you." Ji Liu pointed at Haibo. He pulled Lin Luoqing over and stared at the poster carefully. Lin Luoqing wore a hat, glasses, a mask, and a thick scarf, and she was dressed very strictly. Ji Liu pointed to the words on the poster, and read word by word, "On the first day of the new year, I invite you to join me." Well, Lin Luoqing smiled, "We will go to the cinema to watch a movie on the first day of the new year, and then we will be able to see you and your brother, Ji." Leyu was very interested in appearing on the big screen, and said excitedly, "Okay, Lin." Luoqing rubbed his head, hoping that director Li could give them a few more seconds of footage. Several people played outside for a day before returning home with a full load of food and toys. As New Year's Eve approaches, the taste of the year is getting stronger and stronger. Father Lin finally called Lin Luoqing and asked him that he was going home for the new year this year. Lin Luoqing refused, and his words were indifferent. "Of course I plan to celebrate the new year at home. What does my home have to do with you?" He hung up the phone. Father Lin looked at his cold and empty home, and lowered his head in regret. Ji Yuxiao has been observing Ji Liu recently. They used to go to Ji's father's house every Chinese New Year. This time, he was worried that Ji Liu would bring it up and say that he went to see his grandfather. However, children probably tend to be older. This year, Ji Liu hasn't seen his grandfather much, so he probably hasn't talked about his grandfather until now. Ji Yuxiao is already well. If Ji Liu asked him, he would tell Ji Liu that Ji's father had gone abroad for vacation, so he couldn't celebrate the new year with them. He didn't care about Ji's father. It was he who wanted Ji Liu to know the truth. That was too cruel to Ji Liu. He would rather the grandfather in Ji Liu's memory was always the one who cared about him and liked him. It's a pity that Ji Liu cared about Ji's Henhong at all. Of course he didn't go to Ji's Henhong, because Ji's Henhong had never been in his heart. If Ji's Henhong was the father of Ji Yuling and Ji Yuxiao, Ji Liu looked at him like weeds on the side of the road. But with such an identity, as long as Ji Yuxiao cared, then he would care. He was selfish, and his only feelings were tied to the few people in his family. But Ji Yuxiao didn't know about it, and was still waiting to comfort his well-behaved little nephew during Ji Yuxiao's daily observations. New Year's Eve finally came. Ji Liu happily took a bunch of firecrackers and asked Ji Yuxiao to play them to him. Ji Yuxiao took it and asked him to eat first and then play. After eating, Lin Luoqing sat next to Ji Yuxiao, ordered food for the two children, and ate with them while watching the Spring Festival Gala. When seeing a traffic star come out, Ji Yuxiao asked him, "Why didn't you invite you to the Spring Festival Gala this year?" Lin Luoqing shrugged, "Then who knows, it's better if you don't invite me, but I don't have time to be here now." He didn't go to the Spring Festival Gala. Instead of performing on stage, he stayed with Ji Yuxiao and the others. "I will go when I have a chance in the future, then. It's time to go." Ji Yuxiao said, "It can also increase your popularity, Lin." Luoqing smiled and winked at him, and said proudly, "I'm already very famous." Ji Yuxiao looked at his wink, laughed, and silently held his hand under the table. After eating, he went to the courtyard and set off firecrackers for Ji Liu. Lin Luoqing listened to the crackling sound of firecrackers, and when the sound of firecrackers stopped, he asked Lin Fei and Ji Liu, "Test you guys, how did you recite that poem? The sound of firecrackers kills the year, and the spring breeze brings warmth into Tusu. Afterwards, is it two sentences?" Ji Liu blinked her eyes in confusion. "What kind of poem is this? And the last two sentences?" Lin Fei looked at him with an obvious knowing look. 3 points were helpless, 2 points were disgusted, and 5 points were used to it. His younger brother was always stupid, and he was used to it. Ji Liu puffed up her face and said convincingly, "You know." Lin Fei was very calm. Thousands of households always exchange peaches for old talismans. Wang Anqi, Yuan Ri, the Chinese teacher, didn't teach you Have must memorize ancient poems in primary and secondary schools. Ji. Liu. Exclamation mark. Primary and secondary schools. Exclamation mark. Primary and secondary schools. He's only in the 2nd grade, okay? Exclamation mark. To be so super class. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao laughed loudly. Lin Luoqing touched Lin Fei's head. Fei is so smart, he answered correctly. Reward Fei to kiss his father. Lin Fei gave him a disgusted look. Lin Luoqing gave him a disgusted kiss. Hurry up, I'll kiss you already. I didn't let you kiss. Lin Fei muttered softly, and kissed him on the face awkwardly. Lin Luoqing quickly took out a red envelope from his pocket. Here, the red envelope for the year. I hope you will be healthy next year, and everything will come true. He stuffed the red envelope into Lin Fei's hand, then turned his head to look at Ji Liu. Little fish kiss daddy. Ji Liu kissed him without hesitation. Lin Luoqing took out another one and stuffed it into his hand. Zion will study hard next year. Stay healthy. Ji Liu smiled and agreed. Thank you, Dad. Be polite. As soon as he looked up, he saw Ji Yuxiao looking at him. Shall I kiss you? Ji Yuxiao asked him with his mouth without making a sound. Lin Luoqing snorted. Fireworks. I want to set off fireworks. He shouted childishly. Ji Yuxiao quickly took out the fireworks. Lin Luoqing approached, carefully ignited the fuse, and watched the fireworks fly into the sky with a swoosh, creating large patterns in the sky. Fei, you come here. He greeted Lin Fei. Dare you set off fireworks? He waved a match in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei said calmly, how dare you? Then you put this. Lin Luoqing handed him the match. Be careful. Lin Fei boldly struck a match and was about to light the lead. Lin Luoqing was worried about him, and when the last moment was approaching, he held his hand with confidence. Daddy will be with you. Lin Fei was held by his hand, and his little hand was wrapped in Lin Luoqing's big one, which was very warm and safe. Lin Luoqing led him to light the fuse, and then stepped back a few steps. Lin Fei saw a golden flame rising into the sky, flying into the air, and finally turned into a dragon. Entrenched in the night sky, Lin Luoqing's hand was still holding his, and his voice sounded above him. He said, look, it's a dragon. What you lit is a dragon. It's really powerful. Lin Fei looked at the golden dragon shining in the starry sky, and suddenly came to what Lin Luoqing once said, he is a dragon, and he will be a dragon soaring in the sky in the future. The golden dragon was reflected in his pupils, and the light was golden. He smiled slowly, and when he looked up, he saw Lin Luoqing looking down at him. Happy New Year, my little dragon. Lin Luoqing said softly. Lin Fei turned around and looked at the person in front of him who gave him warmth, tolerance, understanding and love. He was his father, the father he had chosen. He beckoned and signaled Lin Luoqing to bow his head. Lin Luoqing bent down. Lin Fei approached him, hugged his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Happy New Year, Dad. My dad. Lin Luoqing smiled and hugged him, rubbing his forehead. He looked back, and Ji Yuxiao was looking at them gently. Beside him, Ji Liu tiptoed and looked at them curiously. When he saw him looking over, he smiled obediently. Lin Luoqing suddenly felt that everything was fine. His lover was by his side, and his family was in front of him. The years are quiet and good. Vientiane, it is another good time of the year. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. Before going to bed at night, Ji Yuxiao sent red envelopes to Lin Luoqing, Lin Fei, and Ji Liu one by one. Lin Luoqing looked at the red envelope in his hand and said happily, I have it too. Yes. Ji Yuxiao smiled and shaved his face. You are my baby too. Lin Luoqing couldn't help but also laughed. Feeling inexplicably satisfied, he pressed the red envelope under his pillow, like when he was at home, My name is Fei. You come to sleep. Lin Luoqing put down the pillow, looked at Ji Yuxiao and said. Ji Yuxiao nodded and kissed him. Lin Luoqing got out of bed and looked for Lin Fei and Ji Liu on the New Year's Day, the first day of the new year. The four of them ate dumplings together. The dumplings were made by Lin Luo early in the morning, and Ji Yuxiao is not very good at cooking. He can fry a tomato and an egg is already his limit, and the skill of making dumplings is really difficult for him to live. Fortunately, Lin Luoqing knew everything. He held Ji Yuxiao's hand and taught him, it's fine if you can't squeeze it, Ji Yuxiao tried it, but she didn't quite agree with Lin Luoqing. This. He held up his dumpling to show Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing laughed. Forget it, you are rolling the skin, Ji. Yuxiao refused to admit defeat. Teach me again, Lin. Luoqing only demonstrated it to him again, and Ji Yuxiao watched. His fingers were not very flexible enough to follow. Lin Luoqing held his hand again and squeezed it hard. This feeling. The softness of his palm. Ji Yuxiao unconsciously raised her eyes to look at him. Lin Luoqing happened to lower her eyes. Her eyes met each other. An ambiguity surged in an instant. Ji Yuxiao couldn't help but moved forward, touched his lips, and kissed him on the lips. He kissed very gently, with some lingering meaning. His lips were as moist as water. Lin Luoqing blushed a little when he kissed him, and rolled his eyes at him. I let you make dumplings, it's good for you, you don't care, Ji. Yuxiao shook his head, looking innocent. I'm wronged, it's clearly because you are too close, teacher, I yearn for it, and I can't help it, Lin Luoqing. Ji Yuxiao approached him, as if she wanted to kiss him again, but after touching his lips, she distanced herself and stopped. Lin Luoqing looked at his movements and was a little puzzled. What's going on? He Liang found out. He looked at Ji Yuxiao, and saw Ji Yuxiao staring embarrassingly not far away from the front, so he raised his eyes and looked at it curiously. Afterwards, he and Ji Yuxiao became embarrassed together. Not far away Lin Fei was standing with his eyes covered, facing them. Lin Luoqing couldn't laugh or cry. You must have woken up, Lin Fei nodded. Can I open my eyes, Lin Luoqing lowered his head and stared at Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao spread his hands, very innocent, and he didn't notice why Lin Fei appeared suddenly. Lin Luoqing couldn't help it, and said in a gentle voice, it's fine, only. Then did Lin Fei put down his hands, opened his eyes, and looked at the two of them. Lin Luoqing touched Ji Yuxiao with her knee, motioning for him to speak. Feeling his movements, Ji Yuxiao laughed, as if nothing happened just now. Lin Fei said, are you hungry? Dad is making dumplings. If you are hungry, eat some first. Lin Fei shook his head. He approached the dining table, looked at the dumplings on the table. I'll help you get them, okay? Lin Luoqing walked to him. Then Dad will teach you. He demonstrated it to Lin Fei and taught him it again, before letting him try it. Ji Yuxiao looked at the not-so-authentic dumplings in his hands, and said to Lin Fei, this is considered a technical job, and it's a bit difficult. It doesn't matter if you can't make it well. Lin Fei let go of his hand, looked at the dumpling that was just born in his hand, which was similar to the one made by Lin Luoqing, and picked up the dumpling with a calm expression. Okay, Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao looked at the dumpling in his hand. Okay, it really looks like Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was pleasantly surprised. Fifi is so amazing. Lin Fei put down the dumpling and said indifferently, it's very simple, Ji Yuxiao. This, Lin Luoqing laughed, and looked at Ji Yuxiao. It seems that some people are not dexterous enough, Ji Yuxiao, isn't it because our cubs are too dexterous? Ji Yuxiao looked at Lin Fei and said with sincere emotion, I don't know which girl will be so lucky in the future. It's really curious to marry us Fifi. Lin Luoqing looked down at Lin Fei, also curious. Rao is familiar with a plot like him, and I don't know what kind of girl Lin Fei likes, but it doesn't matter, as long as he likes it, then he likes it too, and he believes in their family's vision. Lin Luoqing silently stuffed a coin into the dumpling in his hand. It's the new year, so of course it's to win the prize. It wasn't until the dumplings were made that Ji Liu got up in a daze. After washing up, he went downstairs in his pajamas to find his brother and father. Lin Luoqing filled the dumplings and asked Ji Liu and Lin Fei to eat first. The two babies sat snugly in the chairs, and waited for them to sit down before eating. Ji Liu caught a dumpling and blew on it because he was afraid it would be hot, but he bit something right after he ate it. He lowered his head and spat out what was in his mouth, only to find it was a coin. Lin Luoqing pretended to be pleasantly surprised. Wow, the fish is so amazing. He gave Ji Liu a red envelope. Open it and see what it is. Ji Liu opened it curiously, and found a note inside, which said, watch a movie with me. What do you mean? He asked Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing smiled and said, that is, next time you take this note, you can choose a movie you want to watch, and we will watch it together. Ji Liu opened the way. Yes, just. After he finished speaking, Lin Fei also bid a coin. Lin Luoqing also handed him a red envelope. Lin Fei opened it, and the note inside said, come with me to see the animals. Lin Fei showed it to Lin Luoqing, and Lin Luoqing nodded. Okay, when Fifi you want to go to the zoo, we can get up. Lin Fei put it away and put it in his pocket. He really wanted his. Ji Yuxiao looked at his red envelopes one after another, and said that he would surprise others, and he added a lot of fun to the ordinary lunch. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and bid a coin himself. Ji Yuxiao looked up at Lin Luoqing, waiting for the red envelope he gave her. Lin Luoqing very fairly sent him a red envelope, which said, "Kissed me." Ji Liu immediately jumped off the chair, and actively kissed him on the face. Lin Fei was a little embarrassed, but kissed him on the other cheek as well. After the kiss, the three fathers all looked at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing blinked. "Me too." Ji Liu nodded quickly. Of course, he and his brother don't have to kiss each other, but his aunt must. Ji Yuxiao smiled and looked at him leisurely. Seeing this, Lin Luoqing quickly kissed Ji Yuxiao on the cheek. The movement was so fast that neither of the babies had time to cover their eyes. "Okay, let's eat quickly." Lin Luoqing changed the subject. Ji Yuxiao chuckled, and the two babies returned to their seats again, continuing to eat dumplings. A warm and joyful meal. After eating the dumplings, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao changed their clothes and took the two babies to the cinema. Ji Yuxiao had already wrapped up the show. Lin Luoqing took the ticket, wrapped himself up tightly, and went to the cinema with Ji Yuxiao still in the couple's hall. Ji Yuxiao bought popcorn and coke, and ate with Lin Luoqing while watching. The two babies sat between them, staring at the screen and waiting for Lin Luoqing to appear. After a while, the pre-roll trailer finished and the movie officially started. Luming, played by Wen Ziming, was lying on the bed and falling asleep. When he suddenly heard a knock on the door, he turned over, covered his ears with a pillow and didn't want to pay attention, but the knock on the door continued. Luming sat up cursing, and reluctantly opened the door. Outside the door, a familiar and unfamiliar face came into his eyes. Luming was stunned for a moment, and heard the other party say, "I am Fu Shui's son. I am looking for Luming, which is you." With the sound of bang, Luming opened the door in disbelief. Fu was helpless. After a while, he saw his former uncle silently open the door again, looked at him suspiciously, and said unsurely, "Fu, Lin." Luoqing was amused by the look in his eyes. Wen Ziming's acting skills are really good. Just such a movement, a word, can perform a funny effect. The title song sounded, and director Li's name appeared on the screen, followed by the screenwriter's name, followed by the lead actor. Lin Luoqing saw his name there. This was the first time he saw his name appearing in a movie, in the leading role. Lin Luoqing felt a little excited. Before he finished his excitement, he saw Lin Fei appear on the screen. Obviously, Luming began to recall his former nephew. Lin Luoqing patted Lin Fei's shoulder excitedly. "Fei, you came out." Lin Fei said calmly. "Oh." He didn't feel much about himself appearing on the screen, and he even felt that he might as well continue watching Lin Luoqing, but he thought so, and other people didn't think so. The girls who watched Fu in other theaters couldn't help but wow and said in surprise, "It's so cute." As the interaction between Fu and Luming began, the smiles on everyone's faces deepened. "Ha ha ha, why does this friend have a stinky face? He's so attractive. I love him so much. What a handsome cub. Fu is so cold. Don't be old. So cute, so cute. I want to tease Fu too. Ha ha ha, uncle is nothing but a scumbag in front of Fu. Fu, I'm tired. Let's destroy it. Come and take my uncle away. Ha ha ha, nephew is so cute." With the end of Luming's memories, when Lin Luoqing's indifferent and disgusted face appeared in front of the audience again, the audience was surprised to find Fu and Da Fu really look alike. The actor just now looks too much like Lin Luoqing. Ha ha ha, even looking at Luming's disgusted eyes, uncle is miserable. Having been away for half a lifetime, he returned as a high-cold male god. I love this character design. Ha ha ha, I should have been away for half my life, and I still despise my uncle when I come back. Don't forget the beginning. Lin Luoqing watched the Fu in Luming's memory and the Da Fu in front of him slowly overlap, and looked down at Lin Fei. He and his Fei were really similar. Lin Fei caught his gaze, looked up at him. Lin Luoqing rubbed his head with a smile, and continued watching the movie. Director Li's rhythm is well grasped, and the jokes are dense, and new jokes will be born every few minutes, especially after entering the journey. The audience can't stop laughing with a series of funny things that happened along the way. Laughter is like ocean waves, layer after layer. When Luming and Xiaowen resolved their years of conflict and shook hands to make peace, everyone finally let go and opened up for their former brothers. When the last few people reached the village, Ji Liu poked his head out, and there was a new exclamation in the movie theater. "This kid is too pretty." Someone commented, "Like an angel. It's so cute." Woo woo woo, I want this baby too. The actors in this movie are all good looking, everyone watched silently, watching them walk to the tree. Fu told the truth, and the foreshadowing buried before was revealed. Some people sighed, some cried, and some felt bitter. The camera turned, and Ji Liu looked at the sunset in the mountains with a smile. The sunset turned into a morning glow in his eyes. He looked back at Lin Luoqing, like an elf in the world. They went down the mountain, planted trees, and left the village when the prelude to the ending song sounded. When Ziming told Fu that he and Xiangwen wanted to take care of him, and hoped that he could live in their house and live with them in the future, Fu refused, and the audience felt sorry, but they heard him say that he had already bought and rented the room next door, and that Lu Ming and Xiangwen could come to his house anytime if they wanted. Just as Lu Ming was about to be happy, he saw Fu took out the thick housing requirements manual and read it aloud to him. Scared Lu Ming instantly changed his face, while Xiangwen laughed beside him. The audience couldn't help laughing. And a clear female voice sounded. She sang, "Don't say I'm sorry, needless to say it's okay. After all these years, you are still my expectation. Then get up and go. Look at the mountains, rivers and seas. The sun rises from your shoulders, and the moon sleeps peacefully in your hands. The stars in the sky are blinking, the trees in the ground are just sprouting, and the future is far away, so let's keep going." She sang briskly and loudly, and people couldn't help humming along, until they left the movie theater. This happy feeling didn't disappear. Lin Luoqing liked this movie very much, not only because he enjoyed watching it very much, but also because both Lin Fei and Ji Liu acted very well, and the effects were amazing. This is his first, and maybe only, movie with his two babies, so he cherishes it. He was not in a hurry to leave. Anyway, Ji Yuxiao booked an afternoon session, so Lin Luoqing watched it again, until he had seen enough. Then he was satisfied and went out with Ji Yuxiao with the baby. As soon as he left the movie theater, he received Wu Yuan's WeChat. "Did you watch the movie?" Net ratings exploded. The praise is super high. I'm so open. I got up with Wu Yuan's WeChat and got a phone call from director Lin Luoqing. "Are you done with your family affairs? Come and continue the road show in a few days after you're done. Let's work harder while the current momentum is good. This year's Spring Festival, the box office champion, is definitely ours." "Okay." Lin Luoqing agreed. "I have a day off, and I can work the day after tomorrow." "Okay, by the way, I have the contact information of the director, Fifi and you. Can I give it?" "Who is it for? Are you your manager?" Chapter 245. Lin Luoqing? Forget it. Said, "Director Li, please tell us that we are not professional actors, so we will not play their roles. If you insist, please give me your contact information." "Okay." Director Li agreed. Lin Luoqing looked down at her two babies, and said, "It's amazing." After such a few minutes of shooting, the director can't forget it. "It's really amazing." "Did you hear that?" asked Lin Fei and Ji Liu. "Someone asked Uncle Li for your contact information, and asked you to make a movie." Ji Liu looked up and asked, "Give me money." Lin Luoqing laughed out loud. "You can't shoot anymore even if you pay, otherwise you won't be able to go to school." Ji Liu didn't quite understand. "It's winter vacation, and I don't go to school myself." Lin Luoqing touched his head, and said, "My innocent baby, if I continue to shoot like this, it's the beginning of school, and I won't be able to go to school." "Well, teacher." Zhang never realized that she would see her two students in the movie out of support for the parents she brought. She brought her family to the theater on the first day of the new year and watched the movie all the way to the west together. However, at the beginning of the movie, she saw Lin Fei, and at the end of the movie, she saw Ji Liu again. "This teacher Zhang has a headache. The parents in our class, why don't you watch this kind of movie?" Teacher Zhang prayed silently, "But don't let us see it, otherwise, it will be troublesome again." However, the parents of Class 1, Grade 2 agreed with her, bought movie tickets early, and brought their children to the theater to support Lin Luoqing. As a result, he was watching and saw his child's eyes widen. Lin Fei, parents of Class 1, Grade 2? This is the legendary Lin Fei, good guy, so handsome, worthy of being number one. Wait, how come it's in the movie? Don't you want to learn? Are you ready to be a child star? You were still filming for Lin Luoqing, so did you make a guest appearance? The parents were thinking about it, and finally forgot about it following the plot, and heard their children say in surprise, "Ji Liu, parent." Well, both children have gone, as expected of parents. This is indeed a very flat bowl of water, worth learning. That night, the parent group exploded. Lin Luoqing asked why Lin Fei and Ji Liu went to film. And I can't help but praise Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao for their good looks and good study, which is simply enviable. Teacher Zhang quickly discussed countermeasures with Lin Luoqing. Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao's classmates were also secretly discussing, "Why did you go to film?" To this, Teacher Zhang gave a very official answer: Lin Fei and Ji Yuxiao performed very well in the final exam last summer, not to mention the first and second place, so as a reward, our parents took us to filming at the scene. It turned out that the director took a fancy to it and acted in several scenes. Children need encouragement. Other parents in the class can also learn from Uncle Lin Fei. If their children make progress, they can also give some encouragement. Lin Luoqing quickly agreed, "Yes." The parents said one after another, "That is natural. But our baby is so envious when he comes back." Well, of course we can't compare with Uncle Lin Fei. His rewards are much higher than ours. My cub is already fantasizing about his future acting appearance. Our cub has already begun to dislike why I am not a star. Similarly, my son also looks like a dog. He is so mad at me. He doesn't look at himself. He learns from Lin Fei, and even goes to act in movies like Lin Fei. Yes, I'm mad at you. Lin Luoqing watched, and was about to comfort the parents, when she saw the witty parent speak. It's simple. He said that if we get the first place in the exam next time, we will also take us to filming. Lin Luoqing, his parents, how is this possible? We didn't know the director or anything. Lin Luoqing, yes, the wise man who just spoke, it's okay. The profile picture of the other party should look like a man, and when he speaks, he also has the inherent straightness. We didn't get the first place in the test, it's yours to wait for the pot, and it's not that my father won't let me go to filming. If you don't get the first place in the exam, what can you do? Funny, Lin Luoqing, what a cruel father. His parents, it seems to be so, but why do you feel that the sentence "I can't get the first place in the exam" is a little bit off, huh? Are you happy that your child didn't get the first place in the exam? Exclamation mark. All the parents couldn't help but sigh, since Lin Fei airborne our class, no matter the midterm exam or the final exam, no matter what subject it is, they are all first, and they are all full, which is simply unsurpassable. This is true. Ken failed to take the first place in the exam. Lin Luoqing couldn't help crying and laughing as she watched the parents in the group get better at speaking and went back to educate their children, saying that sure enough, the two cubs are the most sensible. After finishing the matter of Mr. Zhang and his parents, he also searched the internet for reviews of All the Way West. As Wu Yuan said, everyone gave good comments on this movie, and did not attack this movie because of Lin Luoqing's status as a popular actor. It looks good, Director Lee is amazing, and he's as steady as ever. When Ziming and How When I use acting skills are really amazing. Let's work together. I will see them again next year during the Spring Festival. Then take Lin Luoqing with you too. It's only fun if my nephew and uncle are together all the time. Ho, that's right. Fu Zai and Lu Ming's chemistry is perfect, and my nephew is so cute. Lin Luoqing is quite talented in acting and comedy, not awkward at all, especially the scene with Wen Ziming's opponent, which is simply a highlight. To be honest, I didn't like this movie before. After all, Lin Luoqing has never acted in a movie before, let alone a comedy, and he didn't perform so well, which is amazing. And he's so handsome. Fu Zai's like the male in his dreams. I will do it twice because of Fu Zai. Me too, I want a second brush. Fu Zai is really amazing. Lin Luoqing is suitable for this kind of talented and cold boy. Please continue to the next one. When they were playing Light, they said it was suitable for lively and cheerful teenagers, so there must be many people who are suitable for it. Lin Luoqing is really good. After watching this drama, I became a fan even if I had no feelings for it. The acting is good. I'm really optimistic about Lin Luoqing's future now. Lin Luoqing was holding his mobile phone open and watching, smiling, when he saw someone posting a question, "Well, can I take my children and parents to this movie?" The fans immediately reassured and said, "Yes, the movie is very funny, and there are no dirty jokes, so it won't be embarrassing." I took my parents to watch it and my parents enjoyed it too. Yes, and the two little actors in the movie are very good looking. Our little girl Cheng stared at her little brother. I'm not sleepy anymore when it comes to this. The little Fu Zai in the movie is really cute. I like little Fu Zai so much. Xiaoxi is also very good looking, especially the scene where she looks back at Lin Luoqing. It's absolutely amazing. Won't the director use this scene as a wallpaper? Beautiful. The children in this show are very good looking. My parents still can't forget after watching it. I hope I can have such a cute baby, haha. That's because it's really beautiful. And the styles are different. Xiao Fu's eye is very cold and handsome. Xiao's eye is very beautiful. She is simply the prettiest child actor I have ever seen. Does anyone know what the names of these two cubs are? I'm going to watch some of our TV or movies. Me too. I have been searching for information about these two cubs for a day, but I haven't found them yet. Ho ha ho ha, sisters, go to the comments section of the official blog to squat. The comments section is now full of people asking for their names, and there are already thousands of them. Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Lin Luoqing touched it curiously, and sure enough, she saw that under the Weibo of the official blog, many people left messages asking who played Xiao Fuzai and Xiao Xia. Please tell me your name. Ji Yuxiao is the girl of my dreams, the only name I know. Have you ever asked for it? Who the is little Fuzai? Look like Lin Luoqing. Did the crew steal Lin Luoqing's childhood? The actor is really amazing, amazing. I can feel the seriousness of the crew because of the similarity between the big and the big Fuzai, so can you tell me what the little Fuzai is called? I watched other plays. Lin Luoqing never saw the two cubs that netizens paid so much attention to, and were so interested in them the director noticed that Lin Fei and Ji Liu could still understand. After all, even director Li agreed with their acting skills. Coupled with their outstanding looks, not only did they not show any disadvantages on the screen, but their facial features became more refined. One is handsome, and the other is as beautiful as an elf. The combination of the two will inevitably attract the attention of directors who need young actors, but the netizens actually like you so much? Sure enough, regardless of age, appearance is the best weapon for attracting fans. Director Li saw this situation under the official blog, so he called Lin Luoqing again and asked if he still couldn't say his name. Lin Luoqing responded, "Well, the two of you are still in school. If you don't mention your name, others will say that you misunderstood it when they see it in the future. If you say your name, it's really a certainty." Forget it, director. Li had no choice but to stop posting Lin Fei and Ji Liu's Weibo. The next day they are all stills of Jittergunge, explaining that it's not that we don't cast young actors, but that the other party is not a child star in the circle. I just came to play during the summer vacation and was caught filming these two roles. I'm still in school, so don't reveal your name. Netizens didn't know what the answer was. They were shocked. So I can't see you anymore? Oh my god, can I only meet the love cub in my dream? If it's for me to say that 3 times, then I've won. I'm going to do it 3 times. Woo woo, baby, auntie came to see it again. I can't believe it, it's not a child actor, but the acting skills that come here to play are so good. Many of the charms of little Fuzai and Ah Fuzai are exactly the same, okay? Exclamation mark. Her acting skills are almost catching up to Lin Luoqing's. Is this what you call just coming here to play? Fuzai's really clever. He and Wen Ximing acted with ease. Every helplessness, disgust and pride are well acted, and in the end I left a photo for the two uncles, and I cried when I acted, which means just amateur? I'm gone. I thought Ji Yuxiao would be a child star if she looks so good looking, so it's suitable for the big screen, and the camera's face is as beautiful as a doll's, so I bought another ticket just to see it. Netizens were really unbelievable and shocked, and moved the official Weibo pictures and speeches to the forum, wailing that this must not be true. Many netizens who haven't had time to watch the movie clicked in curiously, and were instantly amazed by the stills of Lin Fei and Ji Liu in the main building. Hold. Is this a still from all the way west? Why isn't this photo released for publicity? Exclamation mark. Protect the children, the crew won't even say our names. Kaka. Excuse me, do these two kids play a lot? I kind of want to see the two of us, but I'm afraid that we won't have many roles. There are indeed not many scenes, but it is still worth watching. The scene between Xiao Fuzai and Wen Ximing is very interesting, and Xiao Xi's scenes are beautiful. Director Zhang shot Xiao Zikan very well, otherwise I couldn't shoot those scenes. They are so beautiful. Me too, both of my cubs stole. Soon, the marketing account moved this post and posted it on Weibo. Netizens who have watched all the way to the west have left messages for Mwei, while those who have not watched it call Lin Fei and Ji Liu for their looks. Seeing this, its marketing account reposted this Weibo with a sense of smell. After a while, Lin Fei and Ji Liu were on the hot searched high-value summer job. Netizens clicked in curiously, saw the Weibo and pictures of the marketing account, and exclaimed that this is really a good-looking summer job. It's still a child laborer. So cute, I can rule bald with this kind of baby. Is it all the way west? Got it, let's see. In this way, Lin Fei and Ji Liu inexplicably became popular searches, inexplicably attracted a wave of fans from passers-by, and inexplicably helped to promote the movie again, increasing some unexpected audiences. Lin Luoqing couldn't laugh or cry, said it's a good thing he didn't let director Li type their names on the cast, otherwise what would he do if he went to school after the winter vacation? Director Li said with emotion from the bottom of his heart, the eyes of the masses are discerning. I think they are very suitable for the entertainment industry. Oh, I really hope that when we grow up, we can have a nephew to take over the business. Naturally, Lin Luoqing didn't hear director Li's exclamation, and was busy packing up Li, preparing to go to the next roadshow. The word of mouth and box office growth of All the Way to the West is very good now, so I will work harder to let All the Way to the West win this year's Spring Festival champion. In this way, the future development of the film industry will also be better. This is his first work, and Lin Luoqing naturally hopes to have the best results. Chapter 246. Lin Luoqing went to the roadshow, and the two babies were handed over to Ji Yuxiao. Lin Fei and Ji Liu waved to him obediently, watching him get into the car. Goodbye, Dad. Lin Luoqing smiled and waved to them. Let go, Dad will be back early. He finished, looked at Ji Yuxiao, and gave him a slight wink. Ji Yuxiao smiled, and blew him a kiss. Lin Luoqing closed the window in an instant, and leaned on the back of the chair with red ears. Ji Yuxiao gave a low laugh, and walked back with his two babies in his arms. He went up to the second floor with Lin Fei and Ji Liu, looked at the two cubs and said, I'm going to be busy. If you have anything to do, come to the study to find me. Understand? Understood. Ji Liu said. Lin Fei also nodded. Ji Yuxiao rubbed their heads before letting them go to the study. He was not in a hurry to work, but he opened the drawer and took out a stack of drawing paper. Ji Yuxiao was always dissatisfied looking at the ring he painted on the drawing paper from the day he came back from the playground. He began to design the proposal ring for Lin Luoqing, but this was his first design of a ring, the first time he prepared to propose, so that every time Ji Yuxiao finished drawing one, he would think of nothing else. Better looking design. For this reason, Ji Yuxiao often looked at the appearance of rings on various websites, but unfortunately until now, he still hasn't decided what the ring for Lin Luoqing should look like. Ji Yuxiao looked at his design drawing with his chin propped up, saying that it doesn't matter. Anyway, there is still some time before he proposes, so he is not in a hurry. He can think about it again so that he can give Lin Luoqing a work that he is satisfied with. Of course, Lin Luoqing didn't know that Ji Yuxiao secretly designed the ring behind his back. In him, he and Ji Yuxiao got married a long time ago. Although they didn't propose, give a ring, or hold a wedding, they have been together for 2 years now. Who cares about those? So he didn't see anything wrong with not having anything on his ring finger, not to mention that a busy person like Ji Yuxiao still does this kind of thing. He sat in the car, checked Weibo with his computer, and watched the comments of All the Way West. This is the third day of the release of All the Way West. The first 3 days of a movie are important 3 days, because the audience's evaluation of the movie in these 3 days determines the word-of-mouth trend of the movie. Movies with good reputation attract audiences, while movies with poor reputation dissuade audiences who have not yet bought tickets. This is why, when the movie is released, it is easy to get together with a navy. All the Way to the West currently has no navy, because so far, the movie has a good reputation. With Lin Luoqing's huge fan base, he is more flexible than the navy, and knows how to highlight the advantages of movies, and sells different Amway for different groups of people. Want to watch high-quality movies? Then you can watch All the Way to the West. Fuzai's looks are so good, he is invincible in all the movies during the Spring Festival, not to mention there are 2 cute cubs. You will regret it if you don't watch it. Want to watch a movie with a good plot? Then of course you have to watch All the Way to the West. It's intertwined, the jokes are tight, and there is a reversal in the end. Director Li is trustworthy. Want to see a movie with good acting? Could it be that Wen Ziming, the best actor, and Hao Yu, the prospective actor, couldn't be satisfied? What is there to hesitate about in All the Way West? Want to watch something light-hearted, fun and healing? Directly report the name of All the Way West. If this is not easy, fun and healing, will there be easy, fun and healing during the Spring Festival? Exclamation mark. The fans, who changed their ways to Amway, were so angry that Lin Luoqing's black kept posting, "Is All the Way West launched into the army?" So many Amway stickers. Can Lin Luoqing powder be taken away for a while? She won't be afraid to flash her tongue if she blows so hard. Are Lin Luoqing's fans so flustered now? Dare to take advantage of Lin Luoqing's acting skills? Do you think Lin Luoqing's acting skills are better than Wen Ziming's? Laughs. Some fans really think that All the Way West is made famous by Lin Luoqing, right? Director Li's chassis is there, Director Li didn't pounce, okay? Lin Luoqing's role can be played by other people, as long as when ziming and how you don't change, what should be seen is still to be seen. Lin Luoqing powder counteract on the spot. Lin Luoqing's acting is good. How many people in the Weibo square are running after him, and they like Fuzai after watching it? Isn't that a boast? I don't think his acting skills are better than Mr. Wen's, but Fuzai is indeed good at acting, and it's normal for fans to praise him. He's anxious, he's anxious, he's anxious. Is he tired of staring at Mr. Lin every day? Can't he take a closer look at himself? Is there no filming in your family? Oh, probably not really. Netizens who had just watched the movie rolled up their sleeves when they saw this, and replied for Lin Luoqing, indeed, the acting was really good. I thought that Lin Luoqing's acting skills could not be lifted under the double attack of Wen Ziming and Hao Yu. I didn't expect that he not only caught them all, but also fought back and forth with Wen Ziming and the others. Laughs. Before the movie was released, Lin Luoqing was definitely not good at this movie, but now that it's released, it's still this way of speaking. Not only was it not released, when the movie was first filmed, someone laughed at Lin Luoqing for being so bold as to rub against such a cast. Playing people can't lose the chain. How confused. If I remember correctly, All the Way to the West has been leading the box office of the Spring Festival stalls since the pre-sale, and now it is even the best at the box office. It's a dream. In this way, amidst the praises from netizens, the word of mouth and box office of All the Way to the West continue to soar, and Lin Luoqing's own number of fans also continue to increase. Even many film directors sent scripts to Wu Yuan after watching the film, hoping to cooperate. Director Li is very satisfied with the current situation. As a mature director of commercial films, he has been able to calculate that he should be the box office champion of this spring festival through the box office growth in the past few days, but he did not expect it, probably the so-called God help him too, soon. Lin Luoqing was on the hot search again, and even the box office of All the Way West was higher than previously predicted. It's all because Xi Jiang won the award every year at the end of the Gregorian calendar. The Golden GUI Awards select the films, actors, directors, etc. of the previous year. In this year's Golden Osmanthus Awards, Xi Jiang was shortlisted for the 2 awards of Beauty and Best Actor with 2 films. Lin Luoqing has been paying attention to this news and wants to see if Xi Jiang wins the award in the original book. At this time, Xi Jiang was playing tricks on the crew. Now, because of his butterfly effect, Xi Jiang ended his dormant period ahead of schedule and began to emerge. Lin Luoqing wanted to know, would his future be possible in this way? Same as in the book, he has watched Xi Jiang's 2 plays. Although he didn't have many roles, he acted very well, especially in one of the plays where he played a worker and dealt with a protagonist. He acted extremely well. It is also because of this role that he was shortlisted for Best Supporting Actor. It's just that in the end, there are not as many roles as the other shortlisted characters, so Lin Luoqing is not optimistic about him getting the Best Supporting Actor. What he wants to see is that Xi Jiang will not get the Best Supporting role. For this reason, he also watched the live broadcast specifically, wanting to send blessings or comfort to Xi Jiang as soon as possible. Lin Luoqing sat nervously in front of the computer and listened to the prize winners. This year's beauty is, he silently prayed, Xi Jiang, Xi Jiang, Xi Jiang. While praying, I heard the angry voice of the lottery guest, Xi Jiang. Lin Luoqing gave an excited yet, and looked at Xi Jiang in surprise. Xi Jiang was wearing a suit sponsored by the brand. He was bright and cheerful. He stood up with a clear smile in his eyes. Lin Luoqing couldn't remember whether he won this award in his book, but he thought that he should have more opportunities this way, and he shouldn't lose his Best Actor trophy. He sent a WeChat message to Xi Jiang, congratulating him on getting this beauty, boasting that his acting skills are really good, and he is also a very good person. He must have a better future, and he will definitely be the best actor in the future. He had just finished posting, and when he heard his name, Lin Luoqing looked up in confusion, and saw Xi Jiang standing on the podium, holding his trophy, and said calmly, before I met him, I was always playing tricks on the crew. Today I was needed here, I went there, tomorrow I was not needed there, I left, no name, no qualifications to be remembered. I didn't want to give up, so I moved from one crew to another, eager for someone to find me, but always no. Sometimes I also feel that I should give up, but I want to try again, but fortunately I have worked hard, otherwise I would not have met Lin Luoqing, would not have today, let alone be qualified to stand here. The Day I met him was winter, but the sun was very good that day, and he appeared in front of me. I found out later that he was warmer than the sun, so my winter ended early. Thank you, Luoqing. Thank you everyone who helped me. Thank you for ending my winter early, Lin. Luoqing never expected that Xizang would be the same as Qin Wu. The podium thanked him, and it was the Golden Osmanthus Award that received more attention, the Golden Osmanthus Award that was broadcast live. Sure enough, as soon as his thank you quotes came out, Golden Laurel Awards beauty lady Xizang thanked Lin Luoqing, Lin Luoqing, were on the hot searches one after another. Netizens exclaimed, "This scene is so familiar." A month ago, the music festival, a perfect reenactment. Qin Wu thanked Lin Luoqing, Xizang thanked Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing really came down to save all sentient beings? But he is really gentle, and he really changed the fate of other people's lives. My winter is over early. What the hell? She is just right. I feel so good. A music aspect won an award, and a film and television aspect won an award. This is the end of the real winter. Lin Luoqing? Look at our brother. Our brother is still spending the winter. For a while, Lin Luoqing's backstage surged a lot of private messages, begging him to see his brothers, sisters and let them end the winter as soon as possible. Not only that, but someone reposted his photo, saying that Lin Luoqing would be the next lucky one to repost this. Under such circumstances, Lin Luoqing quickly had his own single-person hot search, and fans quickly actively amlied all the way to the west. I bought a ticket. Lin Luoqing was inexplicably embarrassed for some reason. There is really no need to thank him in such a formal way in public. Just whisper on WeChat as he thought about it. The phone rang, and it was Xizang's WeChat. "Thank you, Luoqing. There will definitely be a good future in the future. There will be a beautiful woman, a good actor, and an actor, I believe." Lin Luoqing looked at his serious words, and replied to him, "Thank you, let's work hard together." After replying, he saw a reminder on Weibo, only to find out that Xizang had posted the award-winning Weibo. Lin Luoqing posted on her Weibo account, reposted Xizang's award-winning Weibo, and wrote, "Don't thank me, it's because I have good acting skills, and I am Xiatian." Xizang retweeted it without hesitation and promoted it for him. "I wish all the way to the west a big hit at the box office. Fuzai is really good." Seeing this, Xizang's fans said again and again, "Go and buy tickets now, and watch tomorrow." "Thank you, brother Luoqing. Come on, brother. Fuzai super handsome. Looking forward to seeing his younger brother at the Golden GUI Awards next year." Silently turning fans to my younger brother is really gentle. Ho suddenly thought, one thank you this month. Did some award-winning guests thank our brother in March? Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing quickly thought of something, although not in March, but in the future, preparing for a rainy day. He sent Yu Jiao a WeChat channel. "Director Yu, let's make a discussion. Assuming you win the prize in the future, can you thank me?" Serious face? Yu Jiao? Yu Jiao, why not? Xizang can I not? Don't you think it's too double standard? Yu Jiao, thank you. Lin Luoqing, Yu Jiao, but I'm under a lot of pressure from them. Lin Luoqing? How you said that? Yu Jiao, the two of them won the prize, so if I don't win it then, won't it look like I'm bad? One was his actor, and the other was in charge of his ending song, which was helped by Lin Luoqing. As a result, the two of them won awards, but he didn't have anything. It's so embarrassing. Yu Jiao sat up immediately. Why did he sleep? And continued to work on his post-production. Lin Luoqing, I have to. Director Yu really thinks too much? Can this compare? Director Li looked at his box office growth in the past 2 days, and thought of the hot searches of Lin Luoqing and Xizang 2 days ago, so he patted Lin Luoqing on the shoulder. Thanks to Ji Ren who insisted on recommending it to me at that time, otherwise it would have cost me more money. How much wasted money? With it, I saved half of my marketing expenses. Lin Luoqing, no, you're welcome. Where's Ji Ren? Director Li asked him. Why didn't I see him today? I asked him to rest today. He's been very busy recently. Lin Luoqing said with a smile. Anyway, today's activities are relatively easy, so the assistant will follow along. However, as a fan of Jinding Liu, how can it be so easy to rest? Just as Lin Luoqing finished speaking, The phone rang when he saw it. It wasn't Director Li who was talking about it, but his reference, Wu Yuan. Lin Luoqing picked it up, and heard Wu Yuan ask him, Luoqing, there's a very good variety show invitation to record 2 episodes, next month, will you go? Chapter 247. Lin Luoqing was a little surprised. When he first became popular, many variety shows came to him, but he refused. In essence, Lin Luoqing simply likes filming, and besides filming, he wants to spend time with Ji Yuxiao, Lin Fei, and Ji Leyu. So he told Wu Zhenitun before that invitations to variety shows can be directly rejected unless it's a lot of money and a lot of trouble, and a good reputation. But now, Wu Zhenitun called him for this special. Lin Luoqing couldn't help being curious. What variety show? So much money and little trouble, good reputation, what variety show? He asked. Bright Sunday. Wu Zhenitun said, he has already started recording this season. Before the recording started, the director contacted me and said he wanted to go, but I said I was not interested in variety shows and refused. But unexpectedly, the director contacted me just now. I agreed, and also added money, saying that as long as he wants, he can come anytime this season. Of course, he hopes to go next month. He will be the recording guest of the month and record 2 episodes. I looked at the quotation and think it's pretty good high, and this variety show is really easy, and there is no drama to be filmed recently, so I asked, how about it? Let me think about it. Lin Luoqing said, well. Wu Zhenitun helped him analyze, this variety show is quite popular now, and the guests are also very friendly, and it's not a permanent guest, so you don't need to worry as much as other variety show permanent guests. It's fun. By the way, Wu Zhenitun remembered, the editor and director also reminded me that I was afraid that it would be embarrassing for someone to record a variety show for the first time, so let me tell you that this season's variety show has made some changes. It's good to make the guests feel at home and not feel awkward, so each guest can bring a friend with them, and they can choose someone to accompany them to record. In this way, even if you can't chat with other people, you can also chat with your friends and play games. When he said that, Lin Luoqing became interested. Who can I bring? Well, the director said that some guests brought their sons there. It is estimated that his son wants to be a star, so he wants to use this show to show his face and gain some popularity. Lin Luoqing nodded. So his son is not a star yet? Of course. Lin Luoqing suddenly had a new idea. Then let me think about it. He originally planned to bring Xi Jiang to participate in this show, strike while the iron is hot, and add another wave of people to him while Xi Jiang has just won an award, so as to add support to Xi Jiang's career. But now that anyone can do it, even if it's not a star, Lin Luoqing's mind is not so steady. He had always wanted to find an opportunity for everyone to get to know Ji Yuxiao a little bit, so that when he made it public, everyone would not think that they didn't understand at all, and guessed casually. Now, isn't it a good opportunity? Lin Luoqing asked Wu Zhenitun to send him information about the variety show Bright Sunday, and he also searched the internet for reviews of this variety show. Bright Sunday is a variety show that has been recorded since last year. It has been recorded for 2 seasons so far. Brightness refers to the couple of the host Liu Yaming and Sun Liang. The content of this variety show is also about Liu Yaming and Sun Liang. Liang's bright cabin is a guest, where he plays games, cooks, chats, and spends the day leisurely. The star played with ease, and the fans watched happily. Liu Yaming and Sun Liang will also prepare small gifts for the star, so the word of mouth has been good for the past 2 seasons. The only thing that worries Lin Luoqing is that this season, the program production team decided to change the recording and broadcasting as a live broadcast, which interacts with the audience in real time, enhances the stickiness of the audience, and thus creates better results. However, the live broadcast is a good thing for the audience, but not a good thing for the stars. After all, not every star can guarantee that they behave properly all the time without black spots. Therefore, it is much more difficult to invite guests for this season than the previous season. As a result, the number of guests currently officially announced for recording is relatively small, so that fans of the show are somewhat dissatisfied. Probably based on this reason, the editor and director contacted Wu Zhenitun again in order to increase the number of people and enhance the effect of the program, and offered a high price and fixed conditions, only asking Lin Luoqing, who is now in the limelight, to come to his program and help him bring a wave of heat. Lin Luoqing read the comments on the internet and the material sent by Wu Zhenitun, and after a comprehensive analysis, He felt that it was not impossible to record. The overall reputation is good, and the host has a good personality, so he won't embarrass people. Besides, he has nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, he only recorded 2 episodes, so it's not a big deal. The only question now is whether Ji Yuxiao is willing or not. Lin Luoqing picked up the phone and thought about it, but in the end he didn't call Ji Yuxiao. Go back and ask again, he thought. Anyway, he will go back soon, and then he can take a closer look at Ji Yuxiao's expression, so as to better know whether he is really willing, or if he is willing to make himself happy. Ji Yuxiao is so busy, he doesn't want Ji Yuxiao to wrong him. If he is too busy, forget it. For 10 days in a row, through the hard work of the main creators, the box office growth of All the Way West not only did not stop, but continued to rise. This was much higher than director Li's initial forecast. The producer couldn't help but want director Li to release All the Way West too, but director Li did not agree. A good movie doesn't necessarily have to have a sequel, and a continuation of A Dog's Tale will only ruin the brand. Director Li doesn't want to ruin his own brand, so he never considers any sequels without a script. He rewarded the main creator and thank you for your hard work. Now everyone can go back and have a good rest. Before Lin Luoqing left, director Li told him, if there is anything you can tell me, I am familiar with the film industry, and which director's play you want to act in. Please tell me in advance, understand? Lin Luoqing naturally understood. He obviously wanted to help him. He graciously accepted director Li's kindness. Well, I see. It's not enough to just know. Next time I look for it, I have to come, understand? Director Li laughed. Lin Luoqing also smiled. Understood, director Li. Can I not come to your movie? Don't say you called me. If you didn't call me, I would secretly come to audition. Director Li laughed, and rubbed his head like an adult teasing a child. Go back and have a good rest. Well, director Li again. Lin Luoqing waved to him, got into the car, and rushed to the airport. Ji Yuxiao knew that he would be back today, so he drove to pick him up. He didn't bring 2 babies, and wanted to clear some space for himself and Lin Luoqing got into the car, and just as he sat down, he smiled brightly. So happy, what good happened? Lin Luoqing asked him while fastening his seatbelt. Ji Yuxiao put his hands on the steering wheel and smiled refreshingly. Isn't it a good thing to see this, Tisk? It seems that my handsome Ji Da misses me recently. It's not as good as 1,000th of it. Ji Yuxiao said deliberately. Lin Luoqing laughed. Okay, now I don't forget to take advantage of myself. He leaned back in the chair, hesitating whether to tell Ji Yuxiao about the recording of the variety show now, or go back and talk about it later. Ji Yuxiao started the car. He lowered his head as if he was thinking about something, and asked curiously, what are you thinking about? Think of a little question. Lin Luoqing looked up at him, and decided to ask now, are you busy recently? It's okay. Ji Yuxiao said, what about next month? It's okay. What's the matter? There is a variety show that wants to invite me to record, and the program team said that they can bring a friend, so I want to see if there is room. Ji Yuxiao was surprised. You want to take me there? But I'm not a star. You don't have to be a star. Will that make a difference? No. Lin Luoqing was puzzled. How can this affect me? For example, when people say why you don't bring friends from the circle, is it because there are no good friends in the circle or something like that? Lin Luoqing, that's quite thoughtful. I don't miss the speeches of black fans. Don't worry, Brother Zhang just thanked me a while ago, so he can't hack me. As soon as Lin Luoqing said this, Ji Yuxiao remembered something and snorted. That's right, Brother Zhang's words are so good. For the sake of coming, I ended my winter early. Tisk, how do I know that he is so good at talking? Why doesn't he write when he is so good at talking? He comes to act. What to do? I think he should stop acting and become a screenwriter. It happens that Xingyi hasn't written a screenplay yet. Lin Luoqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's this for? He's just thanking me. Why is he still acting strange? Ji Yuxiao snorted coldly. It's very embarrassing for him to give acceptance speeches in public. Ji Yuxiao's teeth itch at the thought. For this acceptance speech? Good guy. Shi Jiang and Lin Luoqing have CP fans. What is declaration of love on the podium? What is Brother Zhang is so romantic? What is one said that he ended his winter, and the other said that he himself is summer? This is love. It is a two-way love. What else is knowing each other at the micro level? Getting to know each other at the top? How could she think so? Even the CP name these fans have chosen for him, what is it called? Poetic CP, huh? Poetic? He is still drawing. It really makes people look hot. As long as Ji Yuxiao thinks of the speeches of those CP fans, he can't wait to roll up his sleeves and fight him for 3 days and 3 nights. Fake as fake, only he and Lin Luoqing are real. Lin Luoqing and Shi Zheng, Lin Luoqing and Qin Wu, Lin Luoqing and Su Tong are fake. Speaking of variety shows, right? Ji Yuxiao smiled. I'll go, since it doesn't affect the audience. Of course I'm going. He went. These CP fans should know who Lin Luoqing's official partner is. All Shi Zheng Qin Wu's things go to one side. Lin Luoqing, why do I feel a little malicious right now? How could it be? Ji Yuxiao looked innocent. Is my husband like this? Ji Yuxiao glanced at him. My husband is so kind. Lin Luoqing, he always felt that his husband was not so kind when he said this. Then, you have to pay attention. Lin Luoqing said. Pay attention to what? Ji Yuxiao asked him. Pay attention to the words you use. Lin Luoqing said helplessly. First of all, you can't say husband. This is a live broadcast. Ji Yuxiao was a little curious. Live broadcast? Isn't the variety show recorded and broadcast? This time it's a live broadcast. Why are you scared? Oh, I'm afraid. Ji Yuxiao said disdainfully. Live broadcast. Live broadcast. I will also let the group of CP fans see what is real. What? CP fan? Lin Luoqing asked in confusion. Ji Yuxiao smiled. Of course it's my CP fan. Then, let him see what is real. Ji Yuxiao nodded very purely. Yeah, it's true to see me clearly. Passionate CP. Passion lasts forever. Lin Luoqing, the current appearance is suspicious. Do you know? Ji Yuxiao refused to admit it. Then I definitely don't know. I know I'm real, and it's true if I get the certificate. Lin Luoqing, it's not allowed to say that at that time. I know. Ji Yuxiao smiled and put his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Come on, poetic CP, let's see what a two-way love is. Show is not dead. Chapter 248. Ji Yuxiao agreed, and Lin Luoqing replied to Wu Zhenitun saying that he would like to record Bright Sunday. Then who are you going with? Wu Zhenitun asked him. Lin Luoqing silently glanced at the people around him, and said, guess? Wu Zhenitun thought for a while. Shi Zheng? Lin Luoqing, no. Wu Zhenitun, Qin Wu? Lin Luoqing, no. Wu Zhenitun, could it be Su Tong? It's a loss. Su Tong, then please pay the same price as you. As a relative and friend, you don't have so much money. Lin Luoqing, do I look like someone who doesn't think carefully? Wu Zhenitun, then who can it be? Holding the mobile phone, he said doubtfully, can't I? Lin Luoqing laughed, feeling that his manager's imagination was not rich enough. Lin Luoqing, your boss, Mr. Jiaoziaji, Wu Zhenitun. Wu Zhenitun was so frightened that he almost dropped his phone. He agreed. Lin Luoqing, Wu Zhenitun. Good guy. Their boss is going to record a variety show. It's been a long time. As expected of the proprietress, you will save face. Wu Zhenitun, I wish you all a good time. Lin Luoqing, I hope. After he finished replying, he looked at Ji Yuxiao again. He didn't know what Ji Yuxiao's show would look like. He was looking forward to Ji Yuxiao's debut in the entertainment circle. Lin Luoqing thought of something and sent Wu Zhenitun a WeChat message. Remember to help control the comments. If someone scolds him, you will join the army immediately. Don't let the scolding him gain the upper hand. Wu Zhenitun, don't worry. Needless to say, he would do it too. Otherwise Ji Yuxiao would be upset if he scolded him. Would they still be happy as employees? But just show your face to their boss. As long as he doesn't act coquettishly, no one should scold him, right? After all, he is so handsome, so let him be included in the star pile. He is too dazzling. Wu Zhenitun felt that he knew the current netizens very well. As long as he was a handsome guy, they would give him 3 points of face for his handsome face, and the remaining 7 points. But how could Ji Yuxiao drag Lin Luoqing back? Just joking. Wu Zhenitun still has great confidence in their general manager Ji, but the confidence is confidence, and the Navy team has to be prepared, in case something uncontrollable happens. Within a few days, Bright Sunday officially announced Lin Luoqing. Bright Sunday v. Another guest is coming to the Bright House. Guess who it is? Attached is a silhouette. Immediately, sharp-eyed netizens recognized it. Isn't Fu's eye silhouette? Lin Luoqing, please? Fuck, Is Lin Luoqing going to be on a variety show? He hasn't been on a variety show before, has he? It really looks like Fu's eyes silhouette. Lin Luoqing must be. Although, the first season of Bright Sunday doesn't have a lot of guests, Lin Luoqing is now top-notch. How is that possible? Lin Luoqing is topless? Question mark. Seriously? Lin Luoqing isn't top-notch yet? Question mark. Are you serious? 2 blockbuster TV series and 1 blockbuster movie. If they are not top-notch, is there anyone else? Lin Luoqing's fan really knows how to blow it up. Does the explosion have something to do with Lin Luoqing? It's okay. Kiss. Can Lin Luoqing take a little trip to the street? Kiss. And I suggest you focus on yourself. Kiss. So I'm the only one who cares if Lin Luoqing is real. Which relatives and friends will he bring along? Brother Zheng. Must be brother. Poetry really. Qin Wu is also very likely. From light to all the way to the west, Lin Luoqing and Qin Wu have collaborated more times. How am I the only one who wants to see him and Su Tong? He is also star-studded, and Su Tong is also star-studded, now top-notch. Wang Jianwang has so much, dog. If you want me to say, bring them all. Anyway, our bright house can't sit down. Funny, netizens talked a lot, and the program team looked at the list of relatives and friends handed over by Lin Luoqing, feeling a little pained. They also thought that Lin Luoqing would bring Shi Zheng, and they also thought that they could borrow the popularity of the Golden GUI award, but they didn't expect Lin Luoqing to bring amateur friends, the editor-director side. Okay, amateurs are amateurs. Anyway, they also rushed to Lin Luoqing. Relatives and friends are not important. Netizens in the program group discussed it for 2 days before releasing the answer. Bright Sunday V. All the way west, to the bright cabin. Friends in the car don't come in for a cup of coffee? Lin Luoqing reposted a comment, saying, thank you for adding milk and sugar. Lin Luoqing's fans screamed, really brother? Brother is going to record a variety show. Go to make up the variety show now. Is there anyone with me? Together, brother finally recorded a variety show? I'm so happy. Me too, brother, come on, have fun. Netizens were also shocked and said, fuck, the guests you invited before the first season are not as good as the last season. Why are you holding back your big move? Exclamation mark. Good guy, Lin Luoqing was really invited here. Is it Lin Luoqing's first variety show? Terrific bright. As expected of Minglian, I like it as soon as you asked me. I hope I will follow it up. When is Lin Luoqing going to record? Can tomorrow be it? I have a plane ticket. Do I remember the live broadcast of the season change? Program group. When the time comes, start broadcasting when Lin Luoqing enters, and broadcast until he leaves. I would like to open VIP, 24-hour live broadcast arrangement. Flies rub their hands, can't wait. Wait, Luoqing, who do you want to take with you? Bro, I am not reconciled. Sister Qin. Luoqing, look at Brother Zheng. Isn't Brother Zheng's declaration of love not romantic enough? Sister Qin's thank you quotes are also very sincere. Go away. Listen to our program group. For the volume of broadcasts, you must get Su Tong. Yes. Want the king to see the king. If Lin Luoqing doesn't invite Su Tong, you guys from the program team should go and invite Su Tong. After a while, Lin Luoqing's bright house became a trending search, and Shi Zheng, Qin Wu, and Su Tong also saw a trending search one after another. Shi Zheng, is it really him? Qin Wu hesitated, shouldn't she? Su Tong is very confident, he is so expensive, it is impossible for him. He sent a WeChat message and asked Lin Luoqing, who are you taking? Lin Luoqing looked at his WeChat, and knew the bright house he should ask, do you want to go? Su Tong, it depends on who you want to take. Ji Yuxiao. Lin Luo said honestly. Su Tong looked up at his manager, can I go record bright cabin? It's Lin Luoqing's episode, no. The manager glanced at him and said helplessly, your schedule is in July, unless Lin Luoqing goes to record in July, otherwise you can only go with him heartily and stay. Su Tong. Alice, the time for the top class is so crowded. Although I really want to see your excitement, but I don't have a schedule. Su Tong regretted Lin Luoqing. Then thank you for not having a schedule. But I can watch the live broadcast at that time. Haha, you let Ji Yuxiao behave well, don't come out at that time, and you have to criticize the military control. Funny, Lin Luoqing. The relationship between you and Ji Yuxiao doesn't look so good now. Lin Luoqing, Can't you have some confidence in your boss? Su Tong, oh, then boss, please come on. Lady boss, please come on too. Lin Luoqing, the last sentence is unnecessary. The relatives and friends of the guests of Bright House do not need to be officially announced. Therefore, if you want to see which relatives and friends the guests bring, you have to wait until the show is recorded. She's Hang had asked Lin Luoqing. Knowing that Lin Luoqing planned to take Ji Yuxiao, he was a little surprised, and soon understood that it was impossible for Lin Luoqing to hide Ji Yuxiao for the rest of his life. He would definitely want to be with Ji Yuxiao. It's announced. It's better to let the fans know that there is someone in advance. Come on. He sent Lin Luoqing a WeChat account. I went to have fun. Lin Luoqing returned him a cat. Soon, March came to the world in the fragrance of winter jasmine accompanied by the singing of birds. Lin Fei and Ji Liu went to school again, and All the Way to the West hadn't been released yet, so as soon as the two of them entered the school, someone secretly watched them. Someone ran up to them and asked Lin Fei, "Are you little Fuzai?" Lin Fei was too lazy to speak. Ji Liu shook, "No." Then, "You Xiaoxi? Who is Xiaoxi?" Ji Liu looked innocent. "It's just the little boy in that movie." The little boy who stopped them wondered, "Didn't you watch that movie? The one played by Lin Luoqing, Ji Liu Yao?" "No." Seeing this, the little boy thought that they only looked alike, so he didn't ask any more questions. Ji Liu pulled Lin Fei and walked towards the class. However, as soon as they entered the class, they surrounded them. Curious students chirped and asked them if it was fun to make movies. Why did they go to make movies, and will they continue to make movies in the future? Lin Fei pushed them away coldly and walked to his seat. Ji Liu smiled. "It's fun, but I won't take pictures in the future, and I won't take pictures when I have to go to class. If I can make movies, I won't go to school." A little boy said. The girl next to him immediately refuted him. "I still have to go to school. My mother said, children have to go to school." Lin Fei calmly took out his own, while Ji Liu waved his hand to drive away the classmates who still wanted to talk to him. The semester of 2019 begins again. The recording time of Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao was set on March 12, Arbor Day. Lin Fei and Ji Liu were going to participate in the school's watering of small trees, and they also had to go out to the program recording site. "Dad, and your father won't be back tomorrow night. Uncle Lee will pick you up at that time and sleep with you at home tomorrow night. Dad and father will be back the day after tomorrow." Lin Luoqing told them. Ji Liu shook her little feet, blinked her amber eyes, and didn't understand. "Father is going to? Well, he works with me." Lin Luoqing smiled. Ji Liu immediately raised her hand. "I can also work with Dad. Let's wait later." Lin Luoqing made a bun for him. "I can't take you and your brother for the first time. You and your brother will go to water the young trees. Well, Dad and your father will go to work, and then we will meet the day after tomorrow." "Oh." Ji Liu laughed, as if thinking of something, sweetly. "Dad, you go to the world of two people, go to the honeymoon." Lin Luoqing? Lin Luoqing felt that he knew quite a lot. "It's only a honeymoon if you get married and go together. It's not a honeymoon," he corrected. "But aren't you getting married?" Lin Luoqing couldn't laugh or cry. "That's different. You'll know it when you grow up." Ji Liu smiled. "Father, you guys have fun. Don't worry about me and brother. Brother will take care of me." Ji Yuxiao listened to what he said, and laughed. "Can't you take care of your brother? And brother will take care of you. Are you ashamed?" Ji Liu is eloquent. "My brother said, my brother, he takes care of me. I don't need to take care of him." Lin Fei said calmly. "Yes, Ji Liu only needs to be obedient. Others are not necessary." Hearing this, Ji Liu raised her face with a proud look. Ji Yuxiao saw that he was not ashamed but proud, and felt that Lin Fei was spoiling him. "Then you have to listen to your brother and be obedient, you know?" "I know." Ji Liu tilted her little head. "I'm so good, I don't care what my brother says, I just listen to whatever. It's not too bad." Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. After agreeing with the two babies, Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao went out to the airport on the afternoon of March 12 in the recording of Bright Sunday. In addition to Lin Luoqing as a guest, there are two other guests, a recent popular traffic Xiaoho Song Zidwan, and a young student Peng Fiji who has just emerged on the rise. Lin Luoqing didn't know them. Out of politeness, before he went, he checked their works and their likes and dislikes online, and shared them with Ji Yuxiao. Along with the share, there were hosts Liu Yaming and Sun Liang. Likes and dislikes and some of the games they have played with guests before. Ji Yuxiao looked at the games they had played before. Fortunately, he had played them before, and it was not difficult. He got off the plane confidently, and followed Lin Luoqing to the recording site, a big villa. Lin Luoqing said, "Wow, the bright hut is really bright, but it's not small at all. Would you like it? We can also change to a bigger one." Ji Yuxiao was absent. Lin Luoqing immediately reminded him, "After a while, you won't be able to say such things, or you will be exposed easily." Ji Yuxiao made an okay gesture. "Don't worry." The two of them climbed up the stairs. Wu Zhenitun was behind them, suddenly worried that their true identity would be exposed by their inattentive Mr. Ji. Probably not, Wu Zhenitun thought. He's not that careless, is he, right? Lin Luoqing knocked on the door, and after a while, the door opened. The one who opened it was Liu Yaming, the hostess of a show. She was wearing a plain dress and looked very gentle. "I guess you two, come in quickly, I'll wait for you." Lin Luo counted and walked in with Ji Yuxiao. Others have arrived. Zhai Tinglin, a friend in Song Ziguan's circle, was sitting on the sofa listening to Peng Fiji talking. A boy about his age was sitting next to Peng Fiji. When he heard the voice turn around and saw Lin Luoqing walking in, he stood up proactively and said hello to him. "Brother Lin, my name is Jin Yongyan. Jay brought me here." After he finished speaking, Peng Fiji also stood up and called him Brother Lin. Seeing this, Song Ziguan and Zhai Tinglin quickly stood up and introduced themselves to him with a smile. Lin Luoqing listened to their introduction, and said courteously, "Ji Yuxiao, my friend, but he is different from us. He is not in our circle, so you may not have seen him." It wasn't until the other guests came to their senses that they said why the person in front of them was so strange, so handsome and extravagant, but he had no name in the circle. It was simply unscientific. It turns out that they are amateurs at all. Liu Yaming and Sun Liang had known the friends in Lin Luoqing's circle for a long time, so they were not surprised. They smiled and said to them, "Sit, what are you doing standing up? Sit down quickly." "What? Do you two want to drink?" she asked Lin Luoqing. "I drink water." After Lin Luoqing finished speaking, she turned to look at Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao said lightly, "Same." Liu Yaming turned around to fetch water for the two of them, while Song Ziguan pushed the fruit plate in front of her to Lin Luoqing and the others. "Thank you." Lin Luoqing said. Song Ziguan smiled and said softly, "You're welcome." Once the guests are all here, everyone can chat about tomorrow's recording, which is a live broadcast, so many things need to be prepared. Let's talk about tomorrow's game first. Liu Yaming sat on the sofa, and naturally began to host the scene. "Tomorrow we will play drama killing, okay? There were a few episodes of guests who played this game before, and everyone did some homework on the show before coming, so that doesn't count." "Yes, then. We have a small problem now." Liu Yaming looked at the 4 male and 2 female guests in front of him. "Tomorrow we will play a 4 female and 3 male guest, but we only have 3 girls now, so is there any male guest who would like to play? How about dressing up as a woman?" She smiled. "First exclude my husband, his little detective tomorrow, and the remaining 4, does anyone think they can do it?" Chapter 249. In an instant, everyone looked at what was around them. Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Yuxiao reflexively, and Ji Yuxiao also looked at him. Lin Luoqing, "Don't even think about it." Ji Yuxiao smiled. "Don't you really want to try?" Lin Luoqing, "If you don't want to, just rock paper scissors." Zhao Yaming laughed. Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Yuxiao, thinking that Ji Yuxiao would lose. Okay. He agreed. Ji Yuxiao has no objection. Seeing that Lin Luoqing was so popular, Peng Fiji and Jin Yongyan agreed, and quickly said, "Yes." The 4 clenched their hands tightly and started rock paper scissors. As soon as the game started, Lin Luoqing found 4 of them. Only he had scissors, and the other 3 were rocks. Lin Luoqing, August. He silently looked at Zhao Yaming. Zhao Yaming was looked at by him, hesitantly said, "Or win 3 rounds." Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing thought about it and refused. "Forget it, I'm willing to gamble and admit defeat," he said bluntly. "Then I'll wear women's clothing." They didn't say they won 3 rounds before, but now they suddenly won 3 rounds. If Ji Yuxiao and Peng Fiji and Jin Yongyan lose, then even if the other party is dissatisfied and feels it's unfair, they won't say anything. He's the most popular here, and other guests and even the host will be concerned about his preferences and ideas, and they all come out to play together. Lin Luoqing doesn't want to make others feel wrong for such a trivial matter, and it's okay to wear women's clothes. Actors sometimes even wear women's clothes when acting, Not to mention only recording variety shows for this hour. It's a pity that I didn't see Ji Yuxiao's women's clothing. Seeing that he agreed, Zhao Yaming felt that he had a very kind personality. Then it's hard work, he said, and took out the scripts of the 4 female characters. As a thank you, King, you should choose the script first. Lin Luoqing looked at it, and the scripts read, Miss, second Miss, husband. Accountant Lin Luoqing pondered for a while, and took away the young lady's script. That's it. It is good, Zhao Yaming smiled and handed the rest of the script to Song Ziwen and Zhai Tinglin, and asked them to choose. One chose the second lady, the other chose the guest, and the rest of the role husband was given to Zhao Yaming. After assigning female roles, it's time to assign male roles. Master, young master, programmer, Peng Fiji and Ji Yuxiao said very politely. Brother Ji chooses first. Ji Yuxiao thought about it, and chose the young master's book. Peng Fiji took the young master, and Ji Yuxiao took the programmer. After assigning the script, we chatted for a while, and after dinner, we went to watch the script. Zhao Yaming also came to find Lin Luoqing specially, told him that Ming's women's clothing would not be too much, and reassured him. Lin Luoqing felt that she was quite caring, and said with a smile, okay, thank you, Sister Ming, you're welcome. You should. After sending Zhao Yaming away, Lin Luoqing opened his script and saw that it basically read clearly, Miss of your ex-family, this family gathered together to celebrate the official engagement between you and the young master Y of the Y family. Please replace the name of the guest yourself, and to discuss the details of the marriage. Lin Luoqing? Question mark. Lin Luoqing, if he remembered correctly, Ji Yuxiao should have chosen that young master's book. Sure enough, he soon received a WhatsApp message from Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao, wife? Lin Luoqing, Ji Yuxiao, fiancé? Lin Luoqing, Ji Yuxiao, ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is the destiny between you and me. Even if the script kills you, you are still my wife. Now I can say 3 words your husband on the show? Lin Luoqing, this script is too cheating. He laid down on the table angrily, thinking that Ji Yuxiao was really lucky. He could meet all of this. Now it's all over. He and Wu Zhenyun don't have to worry about Ji Yuxiao showing his secrets anymore. Ask about the script setting. Ask about a fiancé. Lin Luoqing thought of this, and felt that this book was not bad. He proudly smiled at him, and continued to read the script. The whole night was spent reading and reciting scripts. Although you can bring cards in your hand as a reminder when playing games, for the audience's experience, Lin Luoqing has almost memorized them all, in order to better interpret the role of Miss. Yes. He had already regarded the script as a temporary skit. The second variety show is scheduled to start recording in the afternoon at 11 o'clock at noon. The family had lunch first, and then began to make up and change clothes. Lin Luoqing returned the women's clothing once, and couldn't help being a little curious. He sat on the chair, looked at the cosmetics on the table from time to time, and asked, will it look good when painted? Now that he has played girls, young and beautiful young ladies, Lin Luoqing still hopes that the young lady he plays will be good-looking. The makeup artist smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, you look good. You must look good when painted. You must be beautiful. Lin Luoqing smiled and watched her put on her makeup. Zhao Yaming was careful, knowing that he was wearing women's clothing this time. He didn't make things difficult for him. He prepared only a white shirt and suit pants, only a gorgeous court-style shirt with a sapphire brooch. Women style, this way you don't have to wear a skirt. Zhao Yaming smiled. Okay. Lin Luoqing agreed. There are long and short hair for wigs. If you match this shirt, I think long hair looks better, but you can also use short hair if you want. Then, let's grow your hair. Lin Luoqing said kindly. The makeup artist helped him choose a long hair, and kept a spare one before asking the assistant to take away the other wigs. She is very serious about makeup. Lin Luoqing appeared on camera without makeup or only painted eyebrows during part of the filming. This time, she was applied so meticulously from foundation to eye makeup, highlights, and lip makeup. When the painting was finished, the makeup artist helped him put on long brown hair. Lin Luoqing looked at himself in the mirror, not daring to recognize him. He blinked, and the one in the mirror blinked too. He looked in the mirror with mascara on himself, which made his eyelashes thicker and longer, and the slightly raised eye ends were very charming, but the crimson eyeshadow made him look innocent and pure. His skin is very fair. His moist lips are like sugar in summer, coupled with his long wavy curly hair. He is not pure or charming, but also has a heroic spirit that cannot be concealed. Wow, Brother Lin, your women's clothing is too pretty. Song Ziwen exclaimed. Lin Luoqing was a little embarrassed, and smiled. Just like the sun in March blooming, everything was revived and brightened. Song Ziguan blushed unconsciously, walked to the side and sat down silently, thinking that Lin Luoqing's behavior was too foul, and he must be pretty if he wants a girl. I really envy Lin Ji's future girlfriend, who can have such a good-looking boyfriend. After Lin Luoqing put on the wig, she changed into a white shirt and suit pants. The makeup artist helped him adjust some details, and then let him go out with Song Ziguan and the others. Ji Yuxiao had already changed his clothes and waited in the living room. The suit he was wearing prepared by the program team, although the material of the suit could not be compared with the ones he usually wears, but the design was quite exquisite, not only highlighting his height and leg length, but also it made him look like a noble son in Western Europe, especially to match Lin Luoqing's shirt. He also chose a court-style shirt, but it was much simpler, with only the design on the collar and sleeves, which made him look more arrogant and noble. Lin Luoqing has never seen Ji Yuxiao with this style. Sometimes, Ji Yuxiao needs to wear a suit for work, and the style is more formal. This simple and fashionable style is one more time, so that Lin Luoqing can't take his eyes off, and keep staring at him. Look at him. And while he was staring at Ji Yuxiao was also staring at him. Although Ji Yuxiao thought that Lin Luoqing's women's clothing should look good too, he didn't expect it to be so good looking. His appearance is soft, sunny and handsome, not too aggressive. Now with makeup, a wig, and a gorgeous court-style shirt, he looks like a proud and bright young lady. Ji Yuxiao suddenly didn't want Lin Luoqing like this to appear in front of his house. He should just dress up for himself and forget about anything else. Fortunately, Ji Yuxiao comforted himself. Fortunately, he was not wearing a skirt. Otherwise, he should take off his coat and wrap it around his lower body now, and tell him, "It's cold, sit down and cover this up, don't even look at him." Ji Yuxiao looked at Lin Luoqing and slowly laughed, seeing him staring at her and smiling. Lin Luoqing thought of her current attire, and said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" "Laugh at my fiancée is beautiful." Ji Yuxiao is true and false. "My fiancée is so beautiful, aren't I happy? I really make a lot of money." Lin Luoqing's ears burned silently. He deliberately snorted, "Who is your fiancé?" "It seems that you are not serious about reading the script," Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. "Our family is here today, isn't it, to celebrate your engagement to me?" "My dear Lin Luoqing, that's right, Song Ziguan echoed without heart. "Brother-in-law, can you treat my sister well?" "Of course." Ji Yuxiao's attitude was square, and the others also laughed when they saw each other, and said to them one by one, "Congratulations." Just think of this as an entry before the script begins. Listening to their conversation, Zhao Yaming looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he began to remind everyone to take their seats. "The recording is about to start," Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. "Let's go, dear Lin Luoqing." Lin Luoqing gave him an angry look, walked to the sofa and sat down. Ji Yuxiao looked at his arrogant appearance, followed him and sat beside him. The director began to point the camera at the actors and started counting down. The live broadcast platform has already gathered admiring audiences, just waiting for today's live broadcast to start as soon as possible. GKD, I want to see Luoqing." Luoqing, Mom is here." It is said that today seems to be playing script killing. "Brother, come on. Come, bet, who exactly did Luoqing take?" Brother Zheng, for sure. Poetry is the most genuine, and the confession on the podium is the most romantic thank you I have heard over the years. Sisterkin is definitely sisterkin. From light to all the way to the west, sisterkin has never been separated from Luoqing. This recording must also be sisterkin. Although I know it's impossible, but Su Tong, I still want to see Su Tong. How Su Tong was still in City Z yesterday? It's impossible, he was the first to be ruled out. Surely Brother Zheng, poetry is true, who else doesn't know? Sisterkin, I have to understand, I must have sisterkin. Brother Zheng. Sisterkin. The comment area was full of chatter and arguing, but the live broadcast started. Everyone immediately put down their hands on the keyboard and looked at the screen. This housekeeper was stunned. Good guy, why don't they have Brother Zheng and sisterkin? Even Lin Luoqing, where's their idol Lin Luoqing? Don't Lin Luoqing record it now? Impossible, definitely today. Ho ha, maybe no one has brought it. Funny, netizens were wondering. Zhao Yaming and Sun Liang walked slowly in front of the camera. Husband, why are there so many people here today? Sun Liang asked. King is getting engaged. The house is naturally lively. You don't need to worry about it. Go and call the master. I'll go and talk to them first. After saying that, Zhao Yaming walked to the other side, and the camera followed her to the living room. The next second, everyone was surprised to see Lin Luoqing, with long hair and a shawl, wearing a gorgeous shirt, with exquisite makeup, and listening to other talking, and beside him, there is no Shi Zheng, nor Qin Wu, but a sharp and handsome man that they have never seen before. He peeled the oranges unhurriedly, and then peeled off the white silk from the oranges before putting them in Lin Luoqing's hands. Taste it, he said softly, with a gentle tone, as cool as jade. Young Master Ji is really considerate. Zhao Yaming sat on the sofa and said with a smile, if you're like this, I can rest assured that King will be handed over to you, Mom. Lin Luoqing glanced at her with a little shyness in her eyes. Zhao Yaming smiled and said, what's the matter? Aren't we gathered here today to celebrate your engagement with Ji Yuxiao? Audience. In front of the screen? Exclamation mark. What and what? Exclamation mark. Who and who? Exclamation mark. Got engaged? Exclamation mark. No. Is it so explosive right from the start? Exclamation mark. And other CP fans and pure fans only have one sentence in their hearts. Mom disagrees. Exclamation mark. Mom doesn't agree with this marriage. Chapter 250. 250? Comma. Fuck, what's the situation? Question mark. Why did I get engaged as soon as I came up? Who is engaged? Engaged to whom? My god, what did I see? Lin Luoqing's women's clothing. Good guy. Is Lin Luoqing so good looking in women's clothing? Exclamation mark. Kinking women's clothing kill me. Why not a small skirt? I want to see the program group clearly wearing a small skirt. Long-haired beauty my love, brother look at me. Wow. So am I the only one who cares about who the relative and friend Luoqing brings? Same concern, knowing that Song Ziguan and Zhai Tinglin are best friends, and Peng Fiji and Jin Yonggan cooperate, so the only thing left is Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxiao is so handsome. Is Ji Yuxiao brought by Luoqing? Fuck, there are such handsome guys in the entertainment industry, I haven't seen them before. Is it just me who notices that Ji Yuxiao is very gentle? Help King peel the oranges and remove the white silk from the oranges. Too careful. Woo, my boyfriend can't even do it. So who is Ji Yuxiao this time? Is my village connected to the internet? Why don't I know this Ji Yuxiao? I don't know him either. I shouldn't be so handsome. If I can't forget the play I watched, isn't it an actor? How could she not be an actor? With such good looks, can she still be an amateur? 3 minutes, I want Ji Yuxiao's information. Report. The official blog posted on Weibo, Ji Yuxiao is indeed an amateur, a friend outside Luoqing's circle, named Ji Yuxiao. You can go to the official blog to see for details. Question mark? You're really an amateur? My god, Ji Yuxiao, do you want to enter the entertainment circle? Ji Yuxiao's face. Not going to the entertainment industry is really a loss for the entertainment industry. Netizens opened the official Weibo while posting barrage. Bright Sunday v. Relatives and friends reveal the secret. The relatives and friends that Lin Luoqing brings in this issue are his friend Ji Yuxiao from outside the circle. Did you guess right? The comments section said one by one. Can this mom guess right? It's not Brother Zheng. I don't accept it. My poetic CPR woo woo. I thought it was Sister Qin who could defeat Brother Zheng, but I didn't expect it to be this Ji Yuxiao. Who is Ji Yuxiao? Did Luoqing mention it before? Although, Ji Yuxiao is really handsome. Did the handsome guy really play with a handsome guy? Friends outside the circle are also so handsome. No, am I the only one who clicked on Ji Yuxiao's Weibo and saw the certification? I also saw that the general manager of Ji's group, this. Did Boss Ji take time out of his busy schedule to play with King? Take the time to remove it, I think it is specially. So it's really the general manager of Ji's group, seriously? All of a sudden, netizens climbed to Ji Yuxiao's Weibo one after another, flipping through the Weibo to confirm their identity. Some people asked directly on the barrage, Ji Yuxiao is the general manager of Ji's group? I'm not talking about the content of the script, I'm talking about the real identity. What? Question mark? What's the meaning? Go and see the official blog. The account of Guan Boade is verified as the general manager of Ji's group. Fuck. Is it so awesome? I just said that young Master Ji is extraordinary. As soon as he appeared on the stage, I could see that his quality was extraordinary. To be honest, looks are really expensive. Some people are too funny. As soon as they say they are the general manager of Ji's group, they immediately say that they have seen people as extraordinary before. Too legit? That is, who knows? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it wasn't? They are all certified, can there be fake ones? With Lin Luoqing's current coffee position, it's normal to know the general manager of Ji's group, right? So, does Ji's group's official Weibo have forwarded Weibo? Whose general manager is so idle? That is, these days, there are all kinds of pretending, who knows if it is. Wu Zhenwen. Wu Zhenwen never thought that this would cause a quarrel. Looking at Ji Yuxiao, he hinted euphemistically that he would come to his side for a while. After all, even a manager can't ask Ji's group's official Weibo to repost Ji Yuxiao's Weibo, so Ji Yuxiao has to order it himself. However, some people doubt it, but more people still believe it, and they are still discussing lively. Mr. Ji is not busy working in the company. What are you doing here? Ho ha ho, isn't that obvious? Of course it's to company kinking. Funny. Fuck, Nian's drug chicken came uninvited. This is for me. Overlord X star, this is the classic CP combination. Sisters, I know. Is it because Brother Zhang's award acceptance speech gave birth to a large number of poetic CP fans, so Mr. Ji is jealous and asks Luoqing to bring it to this variety show? Fuck, it smells like that. One thing to say, this kind of variety show is indeed more suitable to be in the circle, right? Take an amateur like Mr. Ji, you taste it carefully, who gets it? I get it, woo woo, it's a good match. Now think about the fact that Mr. Ji peeled the oranges for kinking just at the beginning of the show, and even removed the white silk on the oranges. Fuck, that's great. It's so sweet, so sweet, so sweet, I've always felt the sweetness of oranges. Lin Luoqing and the others naturally couldn't see the barrage of the live broadcast, and were still chatting seriously according to the plot. While chatting, Sun Liang screamed. What? Song Zitterwen asked in surprise. Yeah, what happened? Lin Luoqing also echoed. Zhao Yaming stood up. The voice sounds like a housekeeper. I'll go and have a look. As soon as she stood up, she saw Sun Liang running over. It's okay, master is dead. Everyone was shocked. What? Sun Liang pointed not far away. It's in my study. Go and have a look. Seeing this, Zhao Yaming walked towards the study. Lin Luoqing looked at Ji Yuxiao, and walked with Ji Yuxiao. How did this happen? Ji Yuxiao added to himself, now that something like this happened to Dad, can we hold the engagement banquet tonight? Lin Luoqing, my father is dead, so you only care about the engagement banquet? Exclamation mark. Looking at Ji Yuxiao, is this the top priority now? Otherwise. Ji Yuxiao looked innocent. Of course, to investigate who killed my father. Can you continue the engagement if you find out? Lin Luoqing? Question mark? Why are you so full of engagements? Ji Yuxiao straightened his mind. Aren't we here today for engagement? As a groom, I don't care about engagement, so what do I care about? Lin Luoqing. The barrage laughed loudly. Of course I care about the cause of your father-in-law's death. Ho ha ho ha, Ji always wants to get engaged. I'm not married yet, why is it just the groom? Mom disagrees with this claim. Mom agrees, mother agrees, mother clearly agrees. Mr. Ji, do you still remember what you are here for? Let me just say Mr. Ji likes Luoqing, right? The three sentences are not divorced. I think the one who wants to get engaged is not Mr. Ji but Mr. Ji. Funny, very good, Ji Yuxiao, who is the first to rule out the engagement brain. A few people came to the study after talking. In the study room, a model was sitting on a chair with a knife stabbed in his chest. Obviously, this was a fatal injury. After inspection, the victim died between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. I just asked the maid, there are only a few of you in the house at this time, so the murderer must be among you, and I am today's detective. Okay. Zhao Yaming applauded cooperatively. Congratulations to the housekeeper for being promoted to detective. Then let's go to the living room to sort out the timeline. After Sun Liang finished speaking, he led everyone to the living room. Lin Luoqing and Ji Yuxiao sat back to their original seats, took a pen and paper and began Zhao Yaming's self-introduction. My name is Mrs. Zhao, and I am the hostess of this villa, that is, the master's wife. I have been sorting out the guest list this morning. I will go to see the master around 12 o'clock and confirm that the guests on the list will come tonight. Then I went back to my room. When dinner was served at 1 o'clock, I went to call the master, But the master said that we were not hungry and let us eat, so I didn't care. After eating at 2 o'clock, I went back to my room for a lunch break. I just woke up and went downstairs to entertain the guests. Lin Luoqing nodded, and said to Sun Lianglian, "The next one is Lin Miran." The barrage instantly became dense. "Lin Miran, is it kinking?" "Ho ha, it's just us kinking, there is no one whose surname is Lin at the scene." Sure enough, even the program team thinks that we kinking our beauties kinking is the most beautiful. Today's halal is really beautiful, love. Lin Luo cleared his throat, "I am Lin Miran. As my fiancé said, today is a good day for our engagement, so I got up at 9 o'clock today and started to make up and dress up. My best friend Ji accountant came to me at 1 o'clock. I just went downstairs, and then my fiancé Ji Yuxiao and his friend Jin Ji also came. We chatted together for a while. At 1 o'clock, I had dinner with everyone, and then I went back to my room for a lunch break until 1:30. Ji Yuxiao come to me, I just went downstairs with me. At that time only Jin Ji and my sister Song Kaianjin were in the living room. We chatted for a while, and my brother Peng Sanxiao came downstairs. Okay, next one, young master Ji. Ji Yuxiao coughed and hugged Lin Luoqing's shoulder. "Lin Luoqing? ? Barrage, move." Sure enough, it was moving secretly. This. I really don't want to drink it, but can this mother who puts sugar in my mouth still not drink it? Although, it's normal for a straight man to hook his shoulders, Mr. Ji should just be a good friend and a younger brother. That is, I feel that straight men are so blatant, and they find it fun to be so unscrupulous. If there is something, they will definitely not be so careless. But Jin Yongin and Peng Fiji are not like this? That's because the script settings are not familiar to both of you. I don't care, anyway, I think it's sweet, hehe. Betting on a spicy stick, Mr. Ji will definitely make some moves. It's impossible to just hook his shoulders. +1+1, secret observation JPG, Ji Yuxiao put his arms around him, and then said unhurriedly, "I am young Master Ji, the young owner of Season Real Estate, and Lin Miran's fiancé. I came here at about 30 hours, and 30 minutes this morning with my friend Jin Ji. My fiancé, Lin Miran, is as beautiful as a flower and jade, beautiful, glamorous, and magnificent." Then, he smiled at Lin Luoqing. Lin Luoqing was overwhelmed by the series of 4-character words. Her face was a little red. "Get to the point." "That's the point too," Ji Yuxiao said with a smile. Ha, let me just say it, Mr. Ji only has engagement in mind. Next one, Ji Xiao is too in love. Exclude our Ji Xiao again. Buji always uses the 4-character idiom well, I like it. I would also like. Then it was the same as what Kinking said. We chatted for a while, everyone had dinner together at 1 o'clock, and I went back to my room for a lunch break, and after 1 o'clock I woke up, cleaned up, went to Kinking, and prepared to discuss the dinner party. When we walked to the living room, we saw my friend Jin Program and Kinking's younger sister Song Kaianjin. We chatted for a while, and Kinking's younger brother Peng Sanxiao came downstairs 5. So the timelines of you and Lin Miran overlap, don't you? Sun Liang asked. Yes, after all, we are a very loving and unmarried couple. As Ji Yuxiao said, he looked at Lin Luoqing again. Lin Luoqing supported his forehead. Next. Netizens laughed. What is this? My fiancé loves me too much, what should I do? What should I do if my fiancé is too sweet? Exclamation mark. What should I do if my fiancé is too clingy? Exclamation mark. What should I do if my fiancé always looks at me? Ji Xiao is too involved in the drama. How do you know it's not true feelings? Funny, hey, it's so sweet and delicious. After some self-introduction, Sun Liang's guests were divided into groups, and he and Zhao Yaming each led a group to collect evidence. Taking advantage of the minutes before the evidence search, Ji Yuxiao walked up to Wu Zhenyan. What's the matter? Wu Zhenyan looked at it, and said in a low voice, Boss, you should let your group's official Weibo give you a like. Netizens are arguing about whether your certification is true or not. Some people swear that you are definitely not the general manager of Ji's group. Ji Yuxiao, so swearing? Tanjiaji, is that you? You don't step on the sewing machine in prison to surf the internet at high speed? Ji Mu can't even tell this kind of ghost. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.